Yeah. What's good, man? What's cracking, man? Um, Welcome to another edition of Heart of the City, man, where we cover all New York City area sports. Like to be joined, as always, by my two amazing co-hosts, Big Bro, Coach Ed Gladney, and my main man, my homie, Jeffy T85, man. Before we get started, man, I want to check in on you guys, man. How y'all feeling, man? How y'all holding up, man?
I'm all right, and you?
Maintaining, man. Just ready to dive into these sports, man, because it's been heavy on my mind. You know, um, with everything that's going on, man. But how you, Jeffy? How you feeling tonight, man?
Sports wise, some highs, some lows. Otherwise, that living life, bro. How you doing today?
Man, maintaining, man. Maintaining. You already know what it is, man. We got a lot to get into, though. A lot to get into, man. But the football teams, man. The football teams are down right now, so we're gonna get into that, man. Giants coming off a ugly loss, to say the least. We're gonna get into them. Gonna get into the Jets, man. They took a L to the Buffalo Bills. Going to get into that, man. So both the football teams kind of struggling right now. The basketball teams, on the other hand, are picking up some steam. 4-game win streaks by the Knicks and the Nets. Both currently sit atop 6 seeds in the NBA standings. And of course, we got the Yankees and the Mets, man, hot and heavy in free agency, man. I know Jeffy's been tapped in on the Mets, man. Waiting to hear your thoughts on a few things concerning with the New York Mets, man. But that's the lineup, man. That's the lineup for the night, man. And we're gonna push through, man, and try to make this thing as hot as possible. You already know what it is, man. But so check it out, man. Gonna do a little rapid fire here. Where we try to get through all the teams. Just gonna ask a quick question, see what you guys think about it, man. A quick answer, boom, 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 and then we move on to the next one. You know what I'm saying? You already know the routine, but let me get some tunes in here going, man. Let's set the mood right, man. Let's try to get everybody in a upbeat. Let's get it going here a little bit, man. All right. Rapid fire, man. You already know, man. Rapid fire, man. So, check it out. The Giants, 0-3-1 in their last 4 games. Losing 3 games by more than a touchdown on the backs of getting destroyed. I mean, destroyed by the Philadelphia Eagles, 48-22. They're currently clinging to the 7th seed in the NFC. Question: are the Giants contenders or pretenders? Go.
Contenders for what? Playoffs or a championship?
I'm gonna say contenders for the playoffs.
Yes, they're a contender.
Okay. Why would you say that, Coach? Given what we just seen, what we just witnessed them go through.
Who are they competing with to get in the playoff? Washington and Seattle. They beat Washington, they'll be in front of them. Washington still has, games they have to play, and there's a possibility they could lose those. Seattle just proved losing to Carolina at home that it's not a given that they'll make the playoffs either. So are they a contender to make the playoffs, the Giants? Yes.
Okay. What you think, Jeffy?
Yeah, I think they are a contender to make the playoffs because of how weak the NFC is overall. And it'll help a lot if they can defeat Washington on Sunday night. But just keep in mind and look out for them Detroit Lions. The team is surging. They're right back into the playoff picture. I actually think they're going to beat the Jets this weekend, and I think the Giants are still a contender, but a lot's going to hedge on this matchup against Washington. Both these teams are pretty much playing for their playoff lives.
I agree. The Giants are a contender, man. And I had to have a couple days to kind of stew on this. That's why I presented the question, man, because they just look absolutely pathetic, man. But they do got one more shot. I think this game is do or die, man. And I think they can get this game, and if they win this game, damn right, they'll be in there. Speaking of the Jets have also dropped 3 of their last 4, coming off a tough loss to the Bills. Same question. Are the Jets contenders or pretenders in the AFC playoff chase? Go. Jeffy?
I'm trying to look it up now.
Yes.
I'm looking it up now.
Yes, I do believe they are still contenders in the AFC, and the reason why I say that is because of their defense. I think their defense can still keep them in the playoff hunt, and much like the the AFC doesn't have a whole lot of strong teams either. And as long as Mike White can stay healthy and the Jets continue to get good play from that defense, I think they'll still find a way to squeak into the playoffs as the 7th seed.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are they a contender? Yes, based on the fact that they're competing with the Patriots and the Chargers, but the Patriots have the leg up on them. So, being that they lost both games to them, the Dolphins, like I said, the Dolphins are, still a game in front. So if they beat them, then if the Jets beat the Dolphins, then they will have swept the series. So that will put themselves over the Dolphins. So are they contenders? Yes, but they need a lot of help, especially with New England, the Chargers, the Dolphins, right in front of them. Even the Bengals, even though the Bengals are pretty hot, but yes, they're a contender for the playoffs.
I will say yes, but it's not by much. I think the Jets and the Giants, and the reason why I pose these questions, I think they're both clinging. I think they're one loss away from being out of it. And the teams behind them are both surging. Jeffy mentioned with the Giants, the Detroit Lions, and then of course the Jets got to fend off the Patriots and the Cincinnati Bengals. So for now, I'm gonna say yes with the Jets. Moving on to the Brooklyn Nets here. Having won 8 out of the last 9, and this team is on fire. Having won 8 out of the last 9, currently sitting in 4th place, I believe, in the Eastern Conference. Are the Brooklyn Nets become legit championship contenders, or are they a product of a relatively weak schedule to start? Go.
I wouldn't say they're just product of the weak schedule, because that Indiana game, who are one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference, and when the Nets sat all their players, they were still able to go out there and pick up the victory. But I don't believe they're championship contenders yet, because I still believe they lack the front court depth that they need to face a Boston, to face a Milwaukee, maybe even a Miami, to really get to that upper echelon, like top 2-3 Eastern Conference teams. So it's like a yes and no for me. I say like a yes and no for this one.
Championship contender? No. They have too much to contend with just Boston and Milwaukee alone. Philadelphia looks like they're starting to surge. And if they get going, just like Jeff said, front court is going to be an issue with them. And if teams start pounding them down in the lane, you pick up fouls. They go cold in terms of their shooting. To be a championship contender at this point, no. Still early, but Championship contender, no.
I'm gonna say yes. I think the Brooklyn Nets are back, man. I do think they need to make another move. But outside of their rebounding, the Nets are damn near solid in most all categories in the NBA, man. Particularly shooting, and in a lot of the defensive categories. So, I do think they're missing the ultimate piece, but I think with a healthy Kyrie and KD and Ben Simmons right in his mind, I think this team has absolutely become a contender in the Eastern Conference. But I would like to see them get that signature win over, like you said, Coach, a Milwaukee or a Boston. Switching gears over to the New York Knicks, man. Y'all come in, man. Y'all hang out with us, man. Part of the city, man. Hit that like button. You already know what it is. Knicks, man. Knicks are doing their thing, man. They won 4 in a row. Currently sitting in 6. But there's always a lot of talk, a lot of trade talk with this squad. And the recent rumors are Evan Fournier and Cam Reddish to the Lakers for Pat Bev. And the Lakers also won a draft pick. And I think they got another player in that deal. I don't know off the top of my head, but anyway, Evan Fournier and Cam Reddish to the Lakers. Is that a good move for the Knicks? Help me out, man. Go.
Anything to blow this whole damn thing up, I don't care. They're a joke. It's a fallacy what you're seeing right now. I don't want to hear 4 games. They're probably a step above Charlotte and Detroit, in my opinion. They're not a good team. They're not well coached. You can say they won 4 games in the NBA, winning 4 games. Okay, you have to respect that, but they haven't really beaten anybody. They haven't beaten Boston and Milwaukee. They haven't even competed with them. They're a joke. So, if they got to trade all their draft picks to get rid of Cam Reddish and Evan Fournier and fire Tom Thibodeau and Leon Rose, do it. Destroy this whole program and redo it because they're a joke.
Tell them how you really feel, Coach, man. What's good, Hit Squad? What's good? I see you, bro. What you think, Jeffy?
Well, I still think the Knicks are a bottom of the Eastern Conference team. Though I do like seeing some of their younger players like a Grimes and a McBride and a Sims. These guys start getting a little bit more playing time, and they're starting to impact the Knicks in terms of, getting them a couple of these wins. Thibodeau actually letting these younger players go out there and show what they can do. But in terms of the Cam Reddish and Fournier for Pat Bev, I mean, if you're just coming by, if that's going to make the Knicks better, no. I wouldn't go as extreme as Coach says and say that they're just garbage, but I do think that ultimately the best thing for the Knicks to do is to sell off some of these veteran players, let these young guys on the team continue to develop, show what they can do, and just look at the future. And that includes letting go of Tom Thibodeau and Leon Rose. I don't think they're garbage. I think they're a middle of the pack Eastern Conference team. Lower, 7, 8, 9, 10 seeded Eastern Conference team that has some talent, but not a type of talent that's going to really make you confident that they're going to go anywhere this year.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like the trade itself as far as the Lakers and taking on Patrick Beverley, I guess it is who they're going to be getting. And then they want a draft pick on top of it. So you're giving away Fournier, Cam, and a pick for Patrick Beverley. And I think it's, is it Nunn? Who is it? Who is it from the Lakers? It's somebody else from the Lakers.
Kendrick Nunn?
Yeah. That's who it is. That's the trade. So if I'm the Knicks, I'm good, man. You know what I'm saying? Especially if I got to give up a pick to take on the Lakers. Dump. That's what it would be, a dump, a salary dump.
Pretty much.
Switching gears, man, to the baseball here, man. We going Yankees Mets, man. We're gonna time in together. New York Mets, man, making moves, man. The free agency thus far, man. This one particularly is for you, Jeffy. I'm hearing rumors now they're trying to move on from Carlos Carrasco. Is this a good move? Is this a good move for the Mets, man, right here?
Well, I actually made a video about this a little earlier today, and I think it's a bad move because you're putting a lot of faith in a 40-year-old Justin Verlander, a 39-year-old Max Scherzer, who, yes, Verlander was healthy all last year, but before that, he made only a couple of starts in 2 years, and Max Scherzer missed a lot of time this past season with multiple injuries, and he was not good down the stretch. Plus, Quintana, I like him as a pitcher, but I don't think he's a guy you can count on in terms of like making a whole bunch of starts this year. And in terms of Senga, I've watched some of this guy's tape. The guy's got an electric arm, but at the same time, he's never pitched in the major leagues. And you can never have enough starting pitching. Like in football, you can never have enough cornerbacks. In basketball, you can never have enough front court players. I would not want to get rid of Carlos Carrasco. He's still a guy that has a proven arm in this rotation. And I want as much pitching depth, proven pitching depth as possible. So no, I would not get rid of Carrasco.
Okay. Yankees. Interest in Carlos Rodon is heating up, man. Supposedly they're gonna make an offer, man, for this guy, man. Top pitcher on the market. Given they just paid Aaron Judge a shit ton of money, should the Yankees be all in to give Carlos Rodon a big contract? I'm hearing he's asking for upwards of $200 million. I kick this one to you, Coach.
Yes. I mean, if the goal is to win, you got to do what you got to do. You have to rebuild that. You have to build up that pitching staff. I mean, it was mediocre at best, really. And even though you don't have a true dominant number one on the roster, you have to get some type of consistent play. So if you got to pay him $200 million right now, you got to do what you got to do.
I totally agree with you, Coach, and I totally agree with you, Jeffy, on both questions. Would not trade Carlos Carrasco. The Nets have got to. The Nets have always been good when they've had more than one pitcher. This is the problem with the Yankees.
The Nets?
This is why the Mets.
I'm just kidding.
I meant to say the Mets have always been good when they've had always more than one good starting pitcher, man. You know what I'm saying? So they need to keep their pitching staff together as much as possible. You know, you already lost DeGrom. So this is why the Yankees do need Carlos Rodon. And I'm with you, Coach, man, because you got to upgrade your pitching staff. You need more than just Garrett Cole, who has not been great, by the way. So you definitely need to upgrade. And look, man, be the evil empire, man. Go all out, man. Spend the bread, man. Get the players in here, man. Because we won championships, man. That's all I'm settling with the New York Yankees. Nothing less, man, than a title. We don't just do playoffs. So that's rapid fire, man. That's rapid fire, man. Little 6-pack, a nugget of questions, man, before we get into the deep stuff, man. Y'all come in, man. Hit that like button, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Do all that good stuff, man. You already know what it is, man. But now let's dive into to some of this stuff here, man, for a second, man. Because what I seen Sunday from this New York Giants squad was, I mean, it's one of the most embarrassing games I've watched from a Giants team in a while. Um, the Giants just were absolutely took into the woodshed, beat up, destroyed, mopped, waxed, whatever you want to use um to describe that game. It wasn't close. I don't care what anybody says. The Giants lost that game the minute they stepped on the field. It was not as if they didn't try, but you could see the talent gap on both of these teams were so widespread. It was almost like the Eagles were playing a JV team out there. That's how it looked. I'm just going off my reaction that I had when the game ended. It was, and it wasn't just one phase of the game. The offense sucked. The defense sucked. The special teams sucked. The coaching sucked. It was all bad. I could not take a bright spot out of that game. Seriously, not a significant one. That's how bad it was for the New York Giants. And the reason I posed that question to y'all about are they contenders or pretenders? Yeah, you can back your way into the playoffs. And we all want to see this team in the playoffs. I think they deserve it, given what they put on tape earlier this season. But this team is by no way, shape, in hell ready to compete with any of these top teams in the NFC right now. That being Dallas, that being Philadelphia, 49ers, and you can even throw in teams like the Seahawks and Lions, who we lost to already, that are battling us for the same spot in the playoffs, that beat us, and it wasn't even close. They mopped the floor with us too. 2-score games, both of them. So this Giants team, to me, just ain't a team that's really ready to compete at the top level. They should and probably will beat on teams that are equal to them or even a little bit lesser than them, a la Washington, a la the Colts. And maybe that gets them in the playoffs. But it ain't close, man. These games that I've seen, the 5 games they lost, it has not been close. The talent disparity that has reared its ugly head with this team. And I don't care. Look, I don't care if the Giants were completely healthy in that Philadelphia Eagles game. They're not winning. It's just that simple. And it pains me. Trust me, it pains me to say this, especially having a Philadelphia Eagle fan in my household. But the Eagles are just a better fucking team right now. Bottom line, and it's not close. That's what's scary. It's not close. So, yeah, we'll probably more than likely should sneak our way into the playoffs. You know, maybe they catch Minnesota sleeping. Maybe Philly decides to not play anybody that last game since they already got things wrapped up and they pick up a couple extra wins. But this is not, nah, y'all. That optimistic shit, that shit went out the window. That shit was disgusting. What I seen, and we all been saying at least the Giants compete. And I've been saying the same thing. The Giants compete every single game. They did not compete. They were outclassed, outmanned in every way, shape, form, and fashion. And shit, the Eagles probably could have scored 60 in that game. And as a coach and staff and as a team, you gotta humble yourself, man, and say, look, we got a lot of work to do with this Giants team. Some of us overestimated them. Some of us underestimated them in the beginning of the season. But what we all can realize is this team needs a lot of changes, And there are going to be changes made, and a lot of people ain't going to like some of the changes that's coming down the pipe for the New York Giants. So that being said, that's my take on the whole game. That's my take on the rest of the season. I would like to see the Giants get in the playoffs, but to be honest, this team ain't contending for shit but a 7th seed. So, and that's just the bottom line, the reality that smacked you in the face Sunday, because it sure hit me like a ton of bricks, because I didn't see that shit coming at all. But go ahead, y'all. What y'all think, man? You know what I'm saying? What's your thoughts? I know everybody been getting a reaction and review on, but you know what I'm saying? We talking right here, right now. I don't watch all videos. I don't have time to, but man, shout out to everybody, man, that put out reaction videos, and shout out to the whole Giants community, man. That was a rough one. That was a rough one, man, especially to a division rival like that, man. That was rough, man.
Well, what this game pretty much showed is that the Giants fan base, mostly, which let's just be honest, has been very delusional at times this year, thinking that we could be Super Bowl contenders, thinking that we're one of the better teams in the NFL.
And I was one of them.
And I'm one of them too.
You know what I'm
We
saying?
all were. We all were. What this game showed us is that we are where we thought we were going to be. A team that is around a 7 to 9, possibly 10-win team. If things break right, which a lot of the times in the beginning of the season they did, bounces go our way. The coaching is great, which it was before. Recently, it has not been up to par as it was in the past. And if we're able to limit the turnovers and the penalties. But the talent disparity between Philadelphia and Dallas, Minnesota, even Seattle, and Detroit in a way compared to the Giants, it's much more stark. And I'm not looking down Washington. I'm not looking down Indianapolis, because they're probably in the same area as we are.
Mm-hmm.
Same type of spot as the Giants. And this game was just incredibly ugly. That game really frustrated me as a fan. And I'm going to give a shout out to Adam, because he was the one that pretty much was mad about the way this team performed. And I echo how he feels, because I was pissed off about it too.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that this team gave that type of play out there on the field, whether it's Julian Love, who I've been praising, and he's been fantastic pretty much all year, olaying that play instead of trying to knock the hell out of Devontae Smith. Darnay Holmes getting beat in the slot, whether it's the offensive line that couldn't protect you, me, and Coach if we were rushing the passer against Daniel Jones, whether it's Jamie Gillen not knowing how to catch a damn punt.
Man, has he been cut? Has he been cut? Because
no, he's unfortunately still here.
I'm ready to go cut him myself. That dude is horrible.
Whether it's that, whether it's Brian Daboll, just like looks like his grapefruits have like shriveled up. He forgot how to be aggressive out there on the field. He's playing now not to lose instead of playing to win. Yeah. The defense, the pass rush, which has been pedestrian at times, it was probably the best thing if there's any type of praise, which is very little. I mean, the linebacking core, which is a joke. I'm tired of beating on the wide receiver core. I mean, they're all just mid-level guys, even Darius Slayton. They're decent wide receivers, if that. Even Saquon Barkley looks like he's taken some steps back, because I know he was banged up, but you're on the football field. You got to play better. And Daniel Jones,
that cat's hurt, man.
He is hurt, but then if he's hurt, don't play. Then don't play as many steps as he is.
That's on the coaching to save the player from themselves, because you know what's happening. It's Saquon Barkley's pushing and say, "Nah, I'm good," and he's going out there and he can't perform, and the coaches are not holding him back and saying, "Look, we need to sit you down. Let's play Breida and Brightwell." That's what's going on with Saquon Barkley.
And the thing that worries me the most, to be honest, I want to make the playoffs, but I'm scared to death that this team, if they make the playoffs, is going to settle on like trying to bring back some of these guys that honestly should not be brought back, because we made the playoffs, we overachieved in our first year. Mm-hmm. And because of the fact we're in that nowhere land position where we're not that talented, but with the fact that we could be a playoff team is going to hurt our draft positioning. So we're in a position where we don't want to be in
You're
real.
right where Dave Gettleman said we was going to be. Quarterback
Exactly.
hell.
We're in quarterback hell. We're in quarterback hell. We're in team hell. We're in that position where
Linebacker hell.
everything where we
Offensive
need to
line
be.
hell.
We either need to be a team that has a chance to compete for a championship, or a team that can get close enough to the top of the draft to be able to get more pieces to compete for a championship. And that's the problem with the New York Giants right now. I think we can make the playoffs. I still believe we'll make the playoffs because the NFC is so bad. But I do not
Is
like
it really
what I
that
saw.
bad though?
Yeah,
Is it
yes,
really
it
that
is.
bad? Let's
Yes,
talk
it is.
about it.
Yes,
Because
it is.
I'm gonna be honest with you, the Detroit Lions are not a team nobody want to play right now. And
That's the team that scares me the most.
you can make an argument with Seattle, but the thing about Seattle is they beat you. The other teams are ahead of you. So basically your competition is 3 teams: Washington, Seattle, and Detroit. So you don't got no margin forever. Now I haven't looked at these teams' schedules quite, but we could take a look at that as we pass the mic around, man. But I want Coach to get in here, man. What you feel about the overall temperature of this team, Coach? And how's your thoughts about the game Sunday?
I'm going to surprise y'all. I didn't watch any sports this weekend. I've just been dealing with some things. So honestly, I've been testing the temperature with things that I've heard. I haven't broken down film. But from everything I'm gathering, it was an atrocity. So as far as where the team is right now, yeah, they're right where we thought they would be by the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm.
But in the same regard, and I understand the start of the season is what raised the ante. But aren't we where we're supposed to be in the first place? If we didn't have the start of the season, but we still ended, the result in terms of the record is the same, wouldn't everyone be ecstatic? But right now, it's Chicken Little with everyone. It's Chicken Little, like the sky is falling. It's all right. We're issues with quarterback. Because some of it is him, his production, his processing. He still has talent. He's still getting the coaching he needed. He hasn't had this coaching from the beginning. This type of coaching. He doesn't have talent around him. It's kind of hard to really, if the quarterback is the number one position, it's really hard to get a true assessment. So is it to the point like I feel about the Knicks? No, I don't feel you need to blow this whole thing up. Is there changes that need to come? Yes, there are serious changes. It's right now, we don't know. Like I said, we started hot and we're now coming downhill, and the playoffs seems like it's starting to slip away. And I was guilty too at the beginning of the season. Dare I say, said 15-2. That was delusional on my part. I should have known better. But I get it. We're still fans.
Mm-hmm.
So, the fandom is making it seem like it's worse than what it really is. I'm sorry. There are things, there's still talent on this team. There's a lot of work. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there isn't a lot of work that needs to be done. Shane has his work cut out for him after the season. And that's really what it boils down to. But after the season, we have 11 draft picks. So that's where you can start to fill some depth on the roster. Maybe get some key pieces to help If you want to look at a quarterback to develop for the future, okay. I don't think that's a bad thing. But are you saying draft a quarterback at number one in the first round? Then if you're going to go that route, then you might as well just blow the whole damn thing up. But so it's right now. It's where is this team long term right now because we're battling for the playoffs. If we weren't really battling for the playoffs, I think we would be fine. Everyone would say, okay, well, we have 11 picks. We're going to be drafting high in the draft, blah, 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 blah. But, in the draft, you're looking at, mid-20s, maybe pushing the teens based on, if we don't make the playoffs. So, but still, you got 11 draft picks, and Shane can make some good trades. So, to me, it's not, like I said, it's not Chicken Little to me. It's not. I'm not to that point. I'm sorry. I'm just not.
To me,
I think what it is we all got caught up, like you said, on the first half hype with this team. Not realizing that when and this happens with a lot of teams, when you first have a team, a new coaching staff, new players, you have this type of energy, and you can gain momentum off that energy. You know what I'm saying? I think the Giants did that, but what happens a lot of times is the league catches up to you, and they see you in a different way. Once they get a look at you for a couple games and they get your tendencies and all that. And I think the way the Giants play offense in particular, we all questioned whether that was sustainable or not. It seems the league has caught up to this team, and what they're doing just ain't working no more. And they're struggling to adjust to what the defenses are doing to them. So, to me, I think the Giants coaching staff is smart. They're not dumb. I just don't think they necessarily have the players to make those adjustments. Like, people say, okay, start airing it out. Well, you don't have the players to start airing it out. Oh, okay, well, run more to the outside. Well, you don't have the athletic system to run to the outside. The blocking from the edge players, from the tight ends, from the round. They can at times, but not consistently. So you need the interior of your line is not consistent to give you a consistent running game. So there's a lot of different things to factor into this, but what I'm most disappointed at, and I've been saying this, is your play within your division. You don't have a win. That tells me that not only do you have to catch up to the NFL, but you got to catch up to the teams in your division first. We can argue about Washington, but there's really no argument to be made because they tied, which means you didn't beat them. So if you can't definitively beat any of the teams, and the team that you are by some people considered better than, you tie with, that just tells me that you're, again, not ready to compete within your division. The only games the Giants have won have been with teams that didn't have their quarterback has been out, or it's been some type of fluky situation, or it's been Washington. When they beat Dallas didn't have Dak Prescott. A couple last year before last, when they beat Philly had Hurts the first time. So that was something that Philadelphia had to prove to themselves. But the Giants just don't seem to be able to compete with some of these quarterbacks that can put points up on the board. Is because your team can't put points up on the board. And there's a lot of consistency with the Giants offense being bad for the better part of 5-6 years. So We can argue about what we want to argue about with this team. I'm not getting into that. I'm just saying change is gonna have to be made because you can't keep going to see into season saying what if, what if, what if, what if, what if, what if. You know, you gotta go and you gotta really put together the type of offense. And see, I was the old school. I fell for that same old school trick again. You know, y'all just lock down defense, run the football. That shit ain't working, man. Detroit Lions are going up and down the field on you. These teams going up and down the field on you, and your offense cannot compete. Point blank, period. Whether it's the receivers, the line, the quarterback, the running back, the offensive coordinator, whoever, they can't compete, man. And it's a combination of things, but there are some things that are consistent here. And they're gonna have to make changes there, man. Whether people like it or not, man, changes gonna have to be made, you know.
And also, it's just to be honest too, this team is absolutely just beaten up to the core. I mean, every single one of their it seems like Saquon Barkley is just absolutely beaten down. He's just been run into the ground.
Man, the
with the
Jets
amount of
on their
snaps.
third string quarterback, man, and they still competing,
Because
man.
they got weapons. They have a better offensive line. They got a better defense. They got better playmakers on the outside.
I'm
They're
really
getting
worn
condu-
out. I'm really worn out with the injury excuse.
I'm not trying to make an excuse
no, I know
because there
you're
are other
not.
teams out there that are playing with look what the Rams did against the Raiders. I know the Raiders sucked this year, but Baker Mayfield in 2 days being signed by the team, he led that team down the field without Aaron Donald, without Cooper Kupp, without some of the better players, without their starting quarterback and their backup quarterback, and he led them down the field to a game-winning drive.
Right.
I just think the Giants are not talented. I mean, we haven't had a good passing game since Odell Beckham Jr. and Sterling Shepard in their prime. We have not had a good overall total defense and pass rush consistently since JPP and Olivier Vernon.
Yeah.
We have not had a good offensive line, and I'm going all the way back since David Deal, Kareem McKenzie, Sean O'Hara, Rich Seibert, Chris Snee, those guys. We have not just had the horses. And the problem is, I really wonder if this is going to muddy decisions. Not even their faults completely. What is this team ultimately going to be 100% committal to Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley? Or have things changed because of how this season is playing out? And also some of the other key players on this team. Because this team has a lot of holes. And are you willing to – that's why I brought up the question at the beginning of the season, even when we were riding high. Are you willing to commit the type of financial money to a running back who is – we all love Saquon, but he's getting hurt a lot, and it's showing now. And Daniel Jones, who we all think is not all his fault, but still, this team's got a lot of holes on it. And you not only can build through the draft, but you got to build through and get some key pieces in free agency too. Are you going to be willing to do what Dallas did and commit all that money into the running back and the quarterback? But that means you also have to draft incredibly well and hit on some of these lower tier free agencies. So, I mean, the thing is with the Giants, we know what the problems are. Their depth is a disaster. They're a disaster at wide receiver. They're a disaster at inside linebacker. They're a disaster at inside offensive line. Even Evan Neal has not – I'll give him an excuse. It's his rookie year, but he's struggled big time. Even Andrew Thomas is starting to show a little bit of cracks. I mean, the secondary, besides Adoree Jackson, we have no cornerbacks that are surefire guys we can throw out there. Even Robinson to me is a question mark. Safety position, I think when they're healthy, I'm not worried about McKinney and Love. Love, I think, has been tremendous, besides that one play he made. I mean, and then the offense. Is there the only guy I can say 100% I have sure confidence in on a day in and day out basis is Andrew Thomas. I don't even have 100% confidence in Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones. I have to be honest, I don't. Because I don't know if they're going to be able to hold up through a whole season. And I just question
I don't have confidence in nothing on this offense right now.
Not even Andrew Thomas.
Including Andrew Thomas.
I understand.
Andrew Thomas has gotten beat the past 3 games. Now I know he's not perfect, and I'm not dogging Andrew Thomas. Don't get it twisted. He is the best player on our offense. I'm just saying, you live as a unit, you die as a unit, man. The offensive line is bad. And Andrew Thomas is a part of that offensive line. He can't do anything about the other 4 guys, but as a unit, you're starting to slip because the other guys next to you are starting to slip. That's how I feel like with Andrew Thomas. So, his play has been damn near perfect this season, but you are starting to see a decline in his play as you see the decline in the team's play as well. So it's not an accident. The past 3 games, no wins, 3 sacks by Andrew Thomas. So he needs to play better as well. I'm holding everybody to the same standard.
And I'm gonna say this too. I don't know if you saw Mac's show on Sunday. Adam actually brought up a great point that we're all guilty of it. We have to realize we have to stop falling in love with the players on this team because they've been here for a while and because we're loyal to them. Loyalty will only take you so far, but in reality, what has Daniel Jones won us in 4 years? What has Saquon Barkley won us in 4 years? What has Xavier McKinney won us in the time he's been here? What has Julian Love won us? Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton. I can keep going down the line. What have these guys won us? I'm at the point where some of these guys, I've loved watching them as Giants. They're some of my favorite players growing up. But I am not going to shed a tear if I see any of these guys leave after this year because Joe Shane thinks he can upgrade on any one of them, and that's including the quarterback. We have to let Joe Shane go out there and do what is necessary to improve the team. And I'm not going to go out there and give the excuse like all these other guys were going out there and saying, well, who's going to play quarterback if you get rid of Daniel Jones? I've been saying since the beginning, somebody always shakes loose.
Right. Jeffy, what you got to do, though, moving forward, just to interject real quick, you got to keep your fat boys. The fat boys on your line, Leo, Dex, Aziz, KT. I'm
a little worried on Leo. I'm a little worried about Leo because he is getting up there in age.
He's getting up there in age, but you need to keep him at least 1 more year and draft behind him.
That's
draft
fine.
a guy, or sign a guy, however you do it. I would draft a guy, develop him, because you can get D tackles, man. It's solid, man. The 3rd, 4th, 5th rounds. So draft a guy. You got a guy, DJ Davidson, behind him. You can develop.
Yeah.
So
I got a great question for you too, for both you guys and for the chat. And I want you to be honest. Take your fan cap off, just because you like the player. How many guys on this current roster can you say are foundational pieces that are going to be building blocks for this team going forward? Like, you have to say 100% this guy is going to be a foundational piece of the New York Giants going forward. I can name a couple, and that's it.
I can name 5, and I just won over him. Andrew Thomas, Evan Neal, Kayvon Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence, and I would like to see Azeez Ojulari in that mix as well. Everybody else, bubble guys for me.
I agree. That's actually the 5 I was thinking of. Not Saquon Barkley, not Daniel Jones. I would think about
this team got to be built through the lines. We spent all our money on cornerbacks and wide receivers and non-positions that you got. When you watch that damn game with the Philadelphia Eagles, they whipped the Giants behind in the trenches. It was embarrassing. I was like, yo, here they go. They're going to get 5.
Their offensive line is tremendous.
It's
tremendous.
because the lines. They got waves of fat boys just coming out there. Boom, 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 boom. One after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. This is how the Giants used to be built. You know what I'm saying? This the shit we need to get back to. Miss me with Daniel Jones. Miss me. I love Saquon. Miss me with all that shit right now. Because I'm looking at it. These cats ain't helping us right now. Your lines is what you need to improve. That run defense is horrific. It's pathetic.
That's the thing that frustrated me the most was the run defense has been horrendous all year.
Because you don't have the linebackers. You don't have the beef up front.
No.
You know what I'm saying? When we say front seven, we include linebacker play too, ain't we, coach? So the front seven for the Giants needs to get way more improved for them to be contenders. And this is why linebacker, defensive end, defensive tackle, and offensive guards need to be the priority for this team. Fuck the skill position players right now. Like, because I'm sick of looking at this shit, man. This is embarrassing, y'all.
Yeah, even Philadelphia's backup offensive lineman and defensive lineman
whipping your ass.
Would be whipping us. They did it this
all over the field.
Look what we did. We put Matt Peart in there, and he got beat on the first play by Brandon Graham.
Get him off the team already. I don't want to hear. Yeah, well, I don't care.
I'll be honest. I'd bench Glowinski. I'd bench Feliciano. I'd get Peart the hell out of here. I'd get Lemieux the hell out of there.
Is the real deal, man.
If Azudu's healthy, throw him in there. If Bredesen's healthy, throw him in there. Put Gates at center, and I would roll with a line of
I don't even want Gates out there, to be honest with you.
He's better than what we have otherwise. Just for this year. I would have the offensive line for just the rest of this year.
At center, yeah.
No, that's what I want. At center. I don't want guard.
I could do with him at center, but no, I don't want to see that no more.
I want Thomas, Bredesen, Gates at center, Azudu, and Neal. And I would flip Azudu to the left, and I put Bredesen at right because I'd rather have a veteran out next to your rookie and not have two rookies on one side. That could be spelled disaster. So that's what I would like. But yeah, the defensive line rotation for Philadelphia was unbelievable in this game. I mean, they could throw out 3, 4, 5 guys, and they were all over Daniel Jones. So I mean, Daniel Jones wasn't great, but I can't completely blame him. The guy was pretty much running for his life all game because his offensive line couldn't protect anybody. He was running for his life all the time.
Daniel Jones is part of the offense, man. And
I'm not saying he's blame free.
I know. You know what I'm saying. But I just want to say something about Daniel Jones because the Giants fan base is very divisive over this topic. Look, it don't matter if Daniel Jones is here next year or not. Mm-hmm. If you trot out the same offensive lineman and defensive lineman, I guarantee you're gonna get your handed to you again this next season. You've got to match up with the people in your divisions. You see the lines these cats got, even Washington. They got lines, man. Yeah. They got lines. They got offensive and defensive lines that are tremendously talented and deep.
Yeah, Dallas just lost their right tackle. They just lost their right tackle to an ACL. Guys, man. They just lost the right tackle to an ACL injury. They throw in a backup, and they're still, operating like they're not missing a beat.
But we lose one guy, and this is the point I'm trying to make with the injuries. But we lose one guy, and, we're injured. The injuries, if this guy was here, we would have whipped Philly. If this guy was here, shut the hell up.
No, if we had Adoree Jackson,
your best players on offense. Your offense is pathetic. Let's start with the offense.
If we had Xavier McKinney, Adoree Jackson, and Leonard Williams active, we are not stopping that Philadelphia offense. That offense is too good. Those wide receivers are unbelievable. Their running game is really good. We wouldn't be able to stop them even if all those guys are healthy. So I agree with that. No excuses with we get these guys back. And let's just say this. So you throw out McKinney and Adoree Jackson and Leonard Williams on Sunday. Are they going to be ready? Are they going to be not banged up still? Are they going to be ready to go after missing all this time? Bellinger's banged up. I didn't even know Bellinger's going to play this weekend. It sounds like he's really beaten up this week. Same thing with Saquon Barkley. He's really beaten up. We're going into this game against Washington a mess, but it's not an excuse. You have to just go out there and you have to make do with what you have. You got to play. And I'm not taking this Washington. I don't care what anybody says anymore. You could say laurels about Washington sucks. We've beaten them all the time, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Washington is a better team than people believe, and I am not taking this Washington team lightly because they're on the same position as us. They're playing for their playoff lives in front of their home crowd, and they have the opportunity, just like us, to punch their ticket into the playoffs. And they have a lot of crap going around them. So you don't think this game is as important to them as it is for us, and they're not going to go out there and want to give their A effort? I think we're on par with Washington in terms of talent. They actually might be a little bit more talented because their skill position players are a hell of a lot better overall than ours. I think our defensive lines are, I think ours is a little bit better than theirs, but when they're healthy, you could say it's on par. Quarterbacks, I think we got the edge. I think we got the edge at running back. But overall, I'm not looking past
Do we
Washington.
really? Do we really have the edge at any team at this particular point?
And
And
everybody thinks
just
we're just going to beat
just
Washington and Indianapolis. It's
look,
going to be easy wins. I don't.
look, man.
I don't.
I picked the Giants to win every game this season, only just because that's the fan in me, and I always think we got a chance. This is why the question I posed earlier was important, and we're gonna touch on the Jets real quick here as we segue. The Giants haven't look. We see teams like Jacksonville and Detroit and some of these other squads, man. Even when they beat teams, man, you see a definitive edge. You see a definitive margin of victory. And this is why we've been praising the coaching staff, and this is why analysts have slept on the Giants, because you don't see that with this team. This team has been barely winning games, and I always say a win's a win. So you win. You play who's on your schedule, you win, you win. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is, the reality is, we have barely been squeaking by teams. We have barely been beating teams, which means the talent gap is not that definitive. You know what I'm saying? We just better coaching. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it just comes down to coaching. Now, when you have a wide talent gap and you got better coaching, you get what you got with Philadelphia. That's why I say this team ain't close. You know what I'm saying? They might be close on it with neck and neck with the coaching they're going against on the other side. But talent-wise, talent for talent, it seems as though, like I said, myself and a lot of everybody else has greatly overestimated, or we basically put this team somewhere it didn't belong, and that's in contention. This team ain't
taste of that winning.
The team ain't ready to contend, but guess what? I like the taste of winning, and so I like having these expectations. I like going into games saying the Giants gonna win. I don't like the what's been happening the past 3 years. So to Coach's point, even if they fuck up, miss the playoffs, yada yada yada, the team is still moving in the right direction. They just need to add talent. You want to add anything real quick, Coach, man? If not, we're gonna move on to the Jets.
You said it earlier. You know what I always talk about? Trench warfare. And DEPTH exclamation point. You can go into the Jets.
My last point on the Giants too. We all screamed just to be competitive, just to build a foundation, just to have something like building blocks we can look at the beginning of the season. We all tasted that winning feeling that we have not had since 2016, and we got excited. There's nothing wrong with that. And the team is starting to come back down to reality. But at least, for most part, this team has been competitive, and that's all as fans we were asking for. And now we can see what this team can do going forward, no matter who's here or not, and let Joe Shane and Brandon Brown and Brian Daboll and these guys build the team in their image. We can move on to the Jets.
Well said, y'all. So as we get into the Jets, the Jets, they took a tough one to Buffalo, 20-12. The Jets, the Jets defense is elite. Their offense is in disarray. Mike White. I feel like he's a fun story, a fun kind of somebody to talk about, character, whatever. But his quarterbacking leaves a lot to be desired, in my opinion. Um, he's not bad, but the Jets they definitely got to try to upgrade the quarterback position. It's going to be tough, man. The Jets are dealing with injuries as well. We all know offensive line injuries, running back injuries. So this team is it's a good team, but I just I don't know. I don't know if they can get over the hump. They got the Lions, Jags, Seahawks, Dolphins. Um, three of those games are gonna be all those games are gonna be tough. Every game's tough, but three of those games, you might even say that the Jets won't be favored in. So to me, even looking at the playoff picture, it's just gonna be tough, man. It's gonna be tough for the Jets to get in my opinion. You got the Patriots ahead of you who already beat you. They got the Raiders, Bengals, Dolphins. I mean, they all got kind of tough schedules, but I don't know, man. I kind of got more confidence in the Patriots right now, more confidence in Bill Belichick, and it's only because of that Jets offense. The defense is going to keep them in games regardless or not. They don't have, and they turn the ball over. You're getting fumbles. I think they had 2 fumbles in the Buffalo game, and they make mistakes, penalties, much like the Giants. They're actually 2 similar teams. When you talk about the Jets and the Giants, as we do here on Heart of the City, got some people in the chat, man. See y'all. What's good, Tommy? What's good, man? Eagles game was a film session. Our injuries have been the issue. Practice squad receivers, interior O-line, only 2 secondary players were in training camp. That tells all. I agree with you, but I'm not going to continue to make this team, Jets or Giants, I'm not going to make excuses for them on the injury front. You had your starting quarterback. A lot of teams don't have their starting quarterbacks. You got your starting running back. You got your edges healthy. Your left tackle been relatively healthy. So you got key positions that have been healthy, that have held up. They just have underperformed. You got receivers that have been healthy. Slayton, he's Slayton, you know what I'm saying? But he's been healthy. So, I mean, it's not – and the Giants receivers have been healthy. They just haven't been good. So, it's not as if the
almost healthy.
The injury thing, look, guys, the injury thing is a factor. Don't get it twisted. But to say this team is winning and losing because of the injuries, I do not think is the case. Because they were winning just fine with the injuries earlier, but now that the injuries are piling up, now that's an excuse. You know what I'm saying? So I don't believe in that, man. I mean, this team just got to come to play, man, and they got to show up, man. That's the bottom line. What's good, Levance? What's good, man? Much love and respect, everyone, man.
How you doing,
What's
Levance?
good, wifey? What's good, man? How you doing?
Congratulations to your Eagles, DC.
Yeah, man. I got a good whiff of trash talking. And it was embarrassing. Like, I was humble. I was basically embarrassed. I could not say anything of any sort after that. I couldn't say, hey, yo, but the refs, but I couldn't say, yeah, but if we had this player, I couldn't say, but like I had no excuses. It was just
I had to sit on live stream with a bunch of other Eagles content creators. I was the only Giants fan live streaming the game with a bunch of other.
What's good, fam?
What up,
Appreciate
Mello?
you pulling up, man. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't already, hit that like and subscribe for me, brother, man. Check this brother out on Twitter. He hosts the dopest Twitter spaces out there, man. Non-controversial, very calm, very laid back, man. He let everybody get their
Mhm.
points across, man. Much love and respect, man, to my homie Mello, man.
Mhm.
Appreciate you pulling up,
Good to
man.
see you, Mello. Thank you for coming by the stream.
Hard to
Thank you, bro.
believe. Hard to believe that it's only been 1 month left in the regular season. Yeah, Levance, it's going by like that, man. It's going by just like that, man.
Always
What
does.
what lineup would you go for this Sunday? As far as the offensive line, um, um, I do want to see if Bredesen is healthy. Has anybody got any updates on Ben Bredesen? If he's healthy, he needs to be in
He's
there.
he's making
He
his way
definitely needs to
back.
be in there.
They just haven't given a definitive timeline if he might be back this week or not. But Dable should be given an update by tomorrow at practice on all the
I
guys that have been banged
I
up.
want to see Azudu in there. I want to see them give him a try at right guard. Um,
Mhm.
I don't know if they're gonna bench Glowinski though, just given his contract. And I don't know, man. But Glowinski has underperformed. So to answer your question, if healthy, I'm going Thomas, Ben Bredesen, Nick Gates, Josh Azudu, and Evan Neal. Cause look, Feliciano ain't gonna be here. Um, Glowinski probably ain't gonna be here maybe another year. You got these young guys. The line is bad with the veterans in it. So you might as well just turn the keys over to the young cats, man, and let them sink or swim because the line's bad either way it goes. So what are the coaches running from? Throw Azudu in there, throw Bredesen in there. These are young guys. This is a young line. Who knows? Maybe they could grow together. Maybe this could be the start of something. You know what I'm saying? You let these guys get in there and gel if they healthy. Gates, I'm a little bit worried about because I don't think he's fully healthy back from that leg injury. Um, and I think that's obvious in his play. But I would definitely go Thomas, Bredesen is healthy. Um, Nick Gates, give him a shot because Feliciano's bad. He's not going to be here next season anyway. And then you go Evan Neal. What y'all think?
Yeah, I would go. Well, I would flip Bredesen and Neal. Bredesen and Zudu. I don't know how I feel about putting two rookies next to each other on the offensive line. Both of them
They
still
all
learning the
playing like
NFL
rookies,
game.
man.
I know, but
So
still, we're talking about a playoff race, and you're putting two rookies, especially one that's been out a lot. That's
yeah.
speaking disaster by doing that. Neal
Mm,
has been up and down since he's come back, so I get it. Throw out the bunch of young guys, let them sink or swim. That's true. And Bredesen seems to be comfortable at left guard, but yeah, I'd probably go Thomas, Azudu at left guard, Gates at center, Bredesen at right guard, because I believe he's played right guard before, and
mm.
Neal at right tackle, and see what they can do. That's the best five I think on the team right now,
Is this for long term or just for this weekend?
just for this year.
He said Sunday, yeah. Just Sunday.
Okay, I'm going with what Jeff said then, because
Yeah.
it's it gives you your best option to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yep.
if you're talking about developing for the future, then I'm with you with Uzudu and Neil. They're rookies, but sometimes that's when they step up because they know they're by themselves in that regard. They have to rely on each other, and they build a certain level of continuity.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, I'm not going to lie to you because I'm really intrigued about McKeithen for the future. And I know he's coming off of a big injury. He's a big boy. Hopefully
Mm-hmm.
he's getting the weight training. He's lost some weight and he's ready to go because, just going back to looking at, early, I mean, other than working his hands inside, um, when he gets his hands on you and locks on you, he can move two men at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I'm very intrigued by. Now his lateral movement, does need to work on, but I think long term, McKeith and Neal on their right side, if what I've looked at holds true, that could be a very solid piece to help not only in the run game but also in the pass game. And then you can leave Azudu on the other side with Thomas, and then it's just finding a either draftable or even finding a suitable veteran center to man the middle and help build help stabilize the line. But if it's just for this weekend, I'm going with Jeff because they give us the best opportunity to win.
And I agree with you, Coach. I'm actually a little bit higher on McKeithen than I am Azudu. I think McKeithen, if he's healthy,
Mm.
could be something on that offensive line. It's just going into next year and expecting him to be the type of player that we think he could be off a serious injury, even though he's going to have all of off season to get healthy. It's going to be pretty much his rookie year. So I'm waiting to see maybe in that third year what he can do. Maybe like the end of the second year and into his third year. But I think that his talent could be something over there on their right side. And I'm a little bit higher than on McKeith than I am Azudu. I don't know. I'm still on the fence with Azudu. I like his run blocking, but is he going to be another Lemieux? Is he going to be another Shane Lemieux where he's a great run blocker, but he can't pass protect? Because his pass protection at least something to desire. So that's what I just wonder about him over time, especially with a neck injury. I don't even know if we're going to see him the rest of this year because he's really not done anything in practice, and I'm not really expecting him to go to play this weekend either. I think that neck injury is something serious because he hasn't done anything in the past few weeks. So I got to see. The jury's out on Azudu right now, and that's the problem. Not trying to make injuries an excuse, but for our young guys, that's really been the problem is that the jury's been out because all of them have been injured. It's been a very injury-filled rookie year.
Wifey says, yeah, but I was looking for more pushback, Jeffy, from the Giants. So that's what she's saying that, and I agree with her. And that was my thing. I'm like, they didn't compete. And when you playing a division opponent, you want to at least compete. They did not compete. And I don't know if any other team in the division has been beat down like this. So
Washington did. Earlier in the year, they got beat down by Philadelphia. Philadelphia laid about 40 or even close to 50 on them in the first game.
Well, they turned around and beat them. So maybe that's something the Giants can look forward to, man. But I'm not counting on it right now.
In Philadelphia, I'm not counting on it. Not in that stadium.
I'm not counting on it.
No.
Levance, happy holidays to you, brother, man. Happy holidays to you, man.
Happy holidays, everyone. Sincerely. How you doing, Bookends?
Bookends, what's good? Bookends. Tommy, he says we missed some deep passes and open passes. Jones need to elevate to another level and get more creative in our team. Has players coming back. This Washington bump shit be a get good back. Yeah, man. I'm hoping that's the case. I really am. Like I said, I'm giving the Giants one more chance. To really, and I mean, I think this is it, man. You don't beat Washington. It's gonna be, not saying you could still do it, but really, I would not feel confident in this team after that. If you lose Washington to Washington, I think that's it, man. I really do. I think it's a wrap.
In terms of the Jets, the biggest difference for me with the Jets and the Giants is that the Jets are just a more talented team. It's evident as day because they're further along in their rebuild than we are. We're in our first year. They're in their second or third year with Joe Douglas there. Their talent is their talent is more superior than ours is. They've been competing in most of these games. It's just the quarterback position with the Zach Wilson situation with Mike White, who I think has actually played pretty well. He got beaten up in that game against Buffalo. I mean, the running back situation, they probably missed Breece Hall a hell of a lot. They obviously missed Elijah Vera-Tucker a lot, but and no injuries, no excuses. I think the Jets are around the same position we expected they to be in. It's just the AFC is a little bit more of a competitive conference with better teams than the NFC is, and I think the Jets, they got to get that quarterback situation situated. double entendre. And I mean, I love their wide receivers. I think they got tremendous wide receivers. Garrett Wilson, I think that dude is the offensive rookie of the year. I think that guy's been tremendous so far this year.
Yeah, he's
Elijah
been good.
Moore, he's fantastic. Elijah Moore is a very good slot receiver. He's starting to get involved in the offensive game. Corey Davis, thanks, number 19. They actually have a wide receiver they signed that same offseason that's doing something. Their running backs.
What's good, Breezy? What's good, man?
What up, Breezy?
I'm gonna tap in with you with the Nets, man. I like what I'm seeing, man. I want you to chime in later. Just hang tight. But go ahead. We're gonna keep back with the Jets, man. I do want to get into the Jets, man.
But yeah, the
It's
Jets.
football, y'all. Hit that like button, man. We got the Jets and the Giants, man. The playoff chase, man. In the middle of December, man. That's something that's crazy, man. That's wild, man. So, man, let's enjoy it for a hot minute, man. But we fans, man. We can be optimistic. We can be pessimistic, man. We fans, man. We allowed to do that.
Fucking God.
Go ahead.
And
got some breaking news, Coach?
Are you fucking kidding me?
What?
I'm sorry, guys. No, I'm looking at Brian Baldinger, and he's breaking down the stunt with on Glowinski, Evan Neal, and Bellinger, and it's the coaching me. It's just little things that I'm noticing. First of all, your foot alignment with Glowinski. Yeah, never mind. I don't want to talk about it right now.
Glowinski, yeah.
I don't even see high school kids with stances like this.
So what is it from Glowinski that is, because remember earlier we broke down film this year, man. Remember he was getting that little arm bar. So what are you seeing now? What's he getting beat with now?
Here, it's not just him. It's not him alone. So please don't.
It's Evan Neal
was
too.
Bad too. Yeah, Evan Neal. Here, I'm going to show you real quick. Sorry.
Well, that's okay.
All right.
Let me know you got it.
You got it.
Let me see.
Okay. First things first, his foot. If you notice everyone's alignment with their foot, even Gates on the backside, your outside leg is always supposed to be staggered. His is almost it's slightly, but it's more almost even balanced. So that helps you. And then his spacing. If you look at this, because when he takes what is known as his 6-inch step to go to the right, it's really limited. Where you see Neal kick out, you see Bellinger slide out, you start to see the gap, because look at the gap between them. And then when Fletcher Cox starts up, he'll start here and then come up, because the spacing is so wide, he's attacking. Now Neal needs to do a better job with his inside hand, getting a good punch on Cox, because what they're doing is stunting and bringing this right up inside, and he's caught up in it. I mean, I didn't even go all the way. I just looked at that and I knew it was done. And I'll play it for you. You see how wide he is? He's he's wide, so he's setting it up. But look at their spacing. Watch when they start to
disengage.
Just like watch each of their step to the outside. Watch how wide theirs is. You see that? You see how little his is, and you see the space. You see that space, like they're opening up. And there's a space right there. He's not. And then with his dropping back, he's literally turning. And now he has to do a better job getting hands on Cox. Eyes are here, but hands need to do a better job. That spacing allowed Fletcher Cox to beat them. And that caused chaos right there. I don't even have to listen to Baldinger to see that. I don't have to listen to it to see that. And look what you see.
Wow. And Hassan Reddick just went right on the inside and beat the both of them.
Exactly. And like I said, this is the first piece of film I'm seeing from this game.
You know what that looks like, Coach?
That's what it was. Wow.
You know what that looks like, Coach? That looks like three guys that haven't played together in weeks. They just like their chemistry is all off point.
Neal and Glowinski played at the beginning of the season. They have a certain level of chemistry.
But they were, but
That's
Neil was out for a while, so
no,
might have thrown it
yes,
off.
yes, yes. Okay, that's fine. But the thing I'm getting at is that's a slide. Glowinski didn't
What's good,
slide.
Alex? What's good, bro?
He didn't slide.
Hey,
Oh my
Alex.
god, I don't want because it's starting to hurt my head. I'm done. I'm done.
let's
I can't. I
let's
can't.
take a breather,
I'm
man.
sorry.
And hear a word from our sponsor, man.
From
Shadow Worlds
Glowinski.
Radio, man. That feel good experience that connects the community and reflects life. With Shadow Worlds, you're able to listen to great music, find us out in the community, positively impacting lives, addressing important social issues which affect our communities, and bring an interactive approach to life, love, sports, and family. If you're looking for great DJ services, contact Shadow Worlds. To listen to powerful talk radio, tune in to the Unconcealed Show, where it's all about making strong and positive moves. For great sports talk, man, check us out, Heart of the City, where we kick it up to another gear, man. Check us out 8 to 10 every Friday and every Saturday, man. On Shadow Worlds Radio, man. It's a recap of this very show. And it's dope, man. Check it out, man. Y'all can wake up with us, man, on Friday and Saturday mornings from 8 to 10. You could also take it back in the days, man. Listen to Di Smith, man, one of my favorite shows personally, and the retro show where he brings you classic 80s music from down under, man. All those 80s tunes, man, that good old school music. You know what I mean? Shadow Worlds is bringing you everything you're looking for from online radio to the media outlet. To visit Shadow Worlds, check out the website at www.shadowworlds.com. That's www.shadowworlds with a Z.com, or the Facebook page at www.facebook.com/Shadow Worlds Radio. So,
We please bench Mark Lewinsky. I'm so tired of watching him perform on the offensive line. He sucks. He gets overpowered and beaten all the time. His footwork is horrendous. I'm just so tired of watching him and
but
Feliciano.
who you
Let's.
putting there? But who you putting there?
If
Because
Azudu's healthy, I'm
it's
throwing him in there. I'm throwing him in there.
Tommy says definitely put a Zudu in at guard.
That's what I said before. Put him in left guard.
Was big for our running game. This is where I agree with
Bredesen
Tommy
definitely is.
and you guys. Bredesen and the Zudu being out, our running game has taken a step back with Gates and Feliciano in
Yes,
there.
yes.
That's a fact. Tommy says Jones and the offensive unit had to get in sync. If you see the film, the whole Eagles line gets out of the stance at the same time and steps in sync while our O line looks out of practice. Yup, coach just showed you.
Yeah.
Facts, man.
That
Facts,
Eagles
man.
offensive line's been together for years too. They've had been the same offensive line for at least a couple of years, so they've been able to develop that chemistry with one another, so they know where one another is going to go on their stances. Where the Giants, they're a mismatched offensive line that have had pieces come in and out of the lineup, so they've never been able to develop that chemistry together as a unit. The Eagles have, the Giants have it, and that's why you're seeing the results that you're seeing right now compared with both offensive lines.
Yeah, I'm calm now. So you guys are right.
Okay.
It's just
Nah.
no.
That's okay.
It's like I said. It's just little things like that because that's critical. That's key. Your timing. That's a right slide. And either you man up and Neil is not going to slide and jump out that far. He's more going to protect the inside and force Fletcher Cox up to his out to his outside shoulder and ride him or fight him that way. But that just was that just it. I mean, when I first saw the stance, I'm like, this is an NFL guy. I don't know. I'm too picky, especially when it comes to offensive linemen. You have to have a stagger stance. You can't be too balanced because you're going to play unbalanced. As you saw right there, he's literally jumping and almost falling over and turning his body almost to the sideline as opposed to sliding because that's what you're supposed to do. If you slide, even if he jumps you to the inside, you're still able to readjust and come back and fight it. Or that stunt, you're able to pass off where, you hold it, Neil can come back down, regain control, and then you can go off into Reddick, who, you know what, you just want to ride him and wash him down that way anyway. So it's like I said, and Glowinski's been playing all season. But
Yeah.
again, he's this is what we've gotten out of him all year. So
And it's so crazy because remember, you know what I'm saying? The beginning of the season, we was all saying that the offensive line would be fixed. It wouldn't be an
Mm-hmm.
excuse. I was one of the ones out there with my unpopular ass, pumping out my chest saying that it was going to be top 5 line. You know what I'm saying? And clearly, Philadelphia and the Cowboys showed you that it wasn't. So, the Giants have got to protect better. No matter who's out there at quarterback, man, they have got to protect whoever's out there at quarterback better. Now we could argue whether a different quarterback could have turned some of those plays into bigger plays or at least positive plays. You can argue that, man, but I'm not here to do that, man, because at the end of the day, it don't matter what I think. It's about what the owner and the
Mm-hmm.
the general manager thinks about Jones and Barkley or whatever. I gave you my opinion. If they make the playoffs, I bring them back. If they don't, I push the reset button. That's been my stance. I'm sticking to it. I'm not going to waver on that. So these guys got to the end of the season. I'm all for bringing them back, man. But you got to show me something. And so far, you haven't showed me anything. And in 2 crucial games, 3 if you want to count the Detroit game, it just it hasn't been good. It
Mm-hmm.
has not been good, and I do not want to see this team continue to struggle, man. Just to give 1 or 2 players a big contract because you got some type of sentimental value towards them. I mean, we need talent, man, and
Yeah.
you can see the talent is not there.
You
Um,
you want to know where our leading rusher was in that game against the
right,
Eagles? You're
who
gonna you're
Gary
gonna laugh when
Brightwell?
you're gonna laugh when you hear it. Tyrod Taylor. I'm
Oh,
not
because you
even
got them
joking.
garbage time
In the middle
minutes or
of the
whatever.
fourth quarter, Tyrod
Yeah.
Taylor was our leading rusher. That's a problem.
And
That's a major problem.
people saying Tyrod Taylor. Look, Tyrod Taylor's not the answer either. Let's just chill. I mean, Tyrod Taylor is a backup quarterback. And
Hmm.
I'm for one saying I do not want to see
Mm.
Tyrod Taylor as my starting quarterback going into next season. I don't care
No,
if you got to bring Daniel Jones back. I don't care if you got to draft a rookie and start him right away. I don't care if you got to trade for a quarterback, a better quarterback. I don't want to see Tyrod Taylor as my quarterback starting in
he
2023.
fumbled twice when he came in the game.
He's not
Fumbled this
good.
past weekend, and he fumbled the first time he
He's
came and
not
got
good.
knocked himself out. I don't
Richie
want
James.
Tyrod Taylor.
Richie James is in concussion protocol.
Yep, yep.
Wow.
And
Mm.
Bellinger's really banged
Yeah.
up, and it's not trending. It's not looking good for him. So
3B
Worked out.
Had Jones take what the defense gives him and let
Mm.
it loose. Yeah, man. But the
Mm.
thing about it is, and you know what I'm saying. We could all have a discussion if we want, but the thing about it is these guys, Brian Dable and Joe Shane. I mean, Mike Kafka do not have confidence in this offense. That's what I think's going on. I don't think they.
Mm-hmm.
I think they only have confidence in the offense when they absolutely have to, when they're down by 2 or 3 scores, and they
yeah,
have to open up the playbook and give Daniel Jones and this offense a little more leeway to do what they need to do. Um, I think the reins have been on Daniel Jones since he got here, and I don't think they're coming off, man, because I think it's something that they seeing this guy that they don't believe now. Shout out to Tommy, not Tommy in the chat, but Tommy G on Twitter
Mm-hmm.
posted something. And this is kind of how I felt. And I posed this question. Was it? Yeah, I think last week on Heart of the City, or we talked about it, but I think you draft a quarterback and bring Daniel Jones back. Um, I think that is the best course of action that you can do to kind of ease your way out of a situation that you didn't have nothing to do with. These guys didn't draft these guys that are here. Jeffrey talks about it all the time. So I think if that's what they're trying to do, and to me, just with my senses and the way I feel about things and my instinct, I I do feel with people say about Jones, but I also feel that these guys probably feel like they can get an upgrade at that position. And they're gonna do what they can do to make that happen. But first and foremost, you got to build the team up. So at least you will be putting a competent quarterback in that position that knows your offense, that can be because Daniel Jones is a good guy. I don't see Daniel Jones being an asshole. Like, I'm not going to teach the new quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like he will be a good teammate in that aspect. Um, and you just let them learn and grow together, man. And if Daniel Jones elevates his game and turns into whatever, cool. You still got a rookie. Maybe you flip that rookie for a draft pick, or vice versa. If the rookie elevates his play over Daniel Jones, then you trade Daniel Jones, trade out, and you recoup some of the assets that you probably lost for getting said quarterback in the first, second, third round, whatever it may be.
It's sort of
I think that's to me, that's the best course of action.
it sort of reminds me of 2004 a little bit when we got Kurt Warner in there with
Mm-hmm.
the limited guys we had on offense, and it was clear as day we needed wide receiver help that year too because Toomer was no longer a number one wide receiver at that point. He was probably like a high end number two. And Hilliard, just all the
Yes.
beating that he took over the years, he just wasn't the same guy. And that was Eli's rookie year when Kurt Warner came in. We were off to a good start, but they decided that it was best to get the rookie, put him in there, and see what he could do. And then the year after, what did we do? We got Plexico Burris, and he elevated that offense to a new level, along with Shockey and Toomer and Barber. We had arguably our most explosive offense we might have ever had with those four guys with Eli Manning. So, and that offensive line was starting to be built together, and the defensive line from drafting all these guys over the past few years. Strahan, Umenyiora, Kiwanuka, even Tollefson, and the defensive tackles we brought in. And then obviously the offensive line getting built up with free agent key acquisitions. Remember, we got Kareem McKenzie and Antonio Pierce.
Yep.
That same year, we got Burris. Those were three of the biggest acquisitions, and every single one of them were a major hit for us. So, I mean, those all tied in together, and maybe that could be something similar they look at too in the offseason, but maybe not through a free agency in terms of a wide receiver, maybe a trade, and then we'll see what's going to happen. But I could see something like that.
Let's get to a couple comments, and then we're gonna have to move the show along. Whatever well, let's read Tommy's before I skip over that. Tommy says the problem with the Jets, they have stopped running the ball. Yeah. We're going to wrap up the Jets conversation here in just a second. I haven't forgot about the Jets. I do want to touch on all teams, y'all, and then we can round the convo back into the Giants or whatever we feeling froggy. The problem with our lines, they get out of their stance too late. Yeah. That's a question for Coach. Why do you feel like the line would be getting out of their stance too late? Is it snap count? I mean, what is it, Coach?
One, continuity, like Jeff said, working together. Confidence could also be another factor. Your techniques, just like I just showed you with Golinski and Neal and Bellinger, with the slide. I mean, Neal and Bellinger looks like they're literally exploding out to get out because they're in a wide stance, defensive stance, while Glowinski is halfway going out. Now, either Neal and Bellinger attacked too fast and got out too wide too quickly, and then Glowinski was just playing it short because he was expecting a stunt, or he just really didn't explode to get out there, and he's not able to, in a slide situation. So it comes back down to continuity, working together. What were you doing in practice this week? Because, stuff like that is on film. I don't think it's something that you haven't seen before, especially, with that wide 5 and a wide 9. So if you have that wide 5 and a wide 9, you're sliding that way, then that whole line, those three should have been sliding together to get out there. So it's your continuity, it's working together, and that situation is just it doesn't look good, man. It just doesn't look good. There's not much I can say else I can say. That's what are we as coaches picking up? What are we doing to help these guys get better? And if it is, the rookies, now, I mean, I don't want to just say it's not them. If it is the rookies, then he has to get on them to, what? You can't explode too fast. You can't, panic to get out there, because that's what you saw what just happened to you. So
Facts.
Well said, Coach.
Booking says whatever the staff decides, I'm good with. Yeah.
Same thing.
I'm good with it too, man. As long as they keep the foundational pieces on the lines, they got to make changes at these skill positions, man. That includes the quarterback and possibly the running back. So we'll see.
The wide receiver position's a joke. We need a
we know
true
yeah.
game breakers. We have not had game breakers since 2018. Saquon, I mean, Odell Beckham Jr. and Sterling Shepard, when they were healthy, they were a very, very, very good combo. That offense was really good. It's just the offensive line sucked. That's why the offense wasn't as good, because the offensive line was a disaster. But that offense with those two and Saquon, that was a really good offense. It's just we haven't had explosive wide receivers since those two in their prime in 2018. We need explosive wide receivers. That's what Dallas has. That's what Philly has. That's what Washington has. We're the only team in this division that does not have explosive outside wide receivers like they all do, because they all have it, really good ones, and we don't. And that's the reason why we're in the position we're in.
Tommy says Dable and company know they could only do so much. So to keep Jones from letting loose, I don't blame it. But I do believe leaves too many plays out on the field. Jones needs to get more creative. Yeah, that's the complaint. That he's leaving too many plays on the field. Some big plays at that. Everybody in their mama then broke it down on film. We know the situation, we know the line, we know the receivers, but quarterback's got to up his game up too. He does leave plays out there on the field. He hesitates a lot. I still see him holding the ball a little too long for my liking. So that's the flaws. With more time in the pocket, with better receivers and better tight ends and different things like that. Can the cat be better? Sure. I believe that. I'm not going to hate, you know what I'm saying? But I also believe that an upgrade can be made at that position, because I just still don't see the instincts consistently with Daniel Jones that I want to see. You know what I'm saying? He hesitates too much. He doesn't trust himself. Whatever the case is, he's leaving too many plays out there. He's playing it safe. He's not turning the ball over, but he's also not making plays. So that's the give and take, with a quarterback. You're either going to let it loose, no risk it, no biscuit, you know what I'm saying? Or you're going to play coward ball, as the Lions say. So, yeah, they don't. Wouldn't trade up for. I don't necessarily know if they got to trade up for one bookends. What I'm saying is get a quarterback that you can develop. And the examples were made, with Mahomes, with Rodgers. Now you see teams doing it with, the Patriots. They had Brock Purdy. I mean, the 49ers had Brock Purdy stashed. The Patriots had the kid Zappy. Titans got Malik Willis. Panthers got Corral. I mean, you see teams, the Washington, they got Sam Howell. So you see teams start to draft some of these quarterbacks on the back end that may need a lot of time to develop, and kind of bury them on a depth chart a little bit, man, and let them sit, let them learn. And if you're going to keep Daniel Jones and Tyrod Taylor, yeah, I know that's a lot of money to tie up into the quarterback position, but what you gonna do? You gonna roll with the guys you got here, or you gonna try to swing and get an upgrade, man, and get somebody that you can groom for the system that you want to run? Because I feel like they don't have the guys that they want to run the system that they want to run. You know what I'm saying? And you can go down the list and point to what guys they may need, but I think they look at it as we need to blow the whole thing up. Um, Offensively, just from a skill position standpoint, from a running back standpoint, that could be the position that they take. Or they could run it back, if the Giants make a late push, man. But you got to see something. That's the thing. It's about how it looks, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us just point to stats and say, look, he's 8 for 10. Da 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 da. He's got 60 yards, but that 60 yards might have been on one dump off play where the running back made 10 people miss. You know what I'm saying? Went in for a touchdown. So it's all about how it looks, man, to me. That's why I go with the eye test a lot. A lot of people don't like to do that. They get into analytics and get into all this other shit. I go by the eye test. And to me, the eye test tells me that they're not confident in this offense. And that starts with the quarterback. But what do I know? I'm just a fan.
And I just want to say this real quickly. Shout out to Kyler Murray. It's unfortunate what happened to him last night. I saw the replays where he was literally just running and he blew up his knee, and it was revealed he had a torn ACL. So one of Daniel Jones' classmates is got a long and arduous rehab coming forward. But I hate seeing that stuff like that happen. No matter how you feel about Kyler Murray, the player, his work ethic or anything, you don't ever like to see a player go down like that. And just so early in that football game. So I just want to give a special shout out to Kyler Murray because I saw the replay on it later on when I got home, and that's just tough to see. So I just had to come out and say that. Tough break for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I see so many holes to throw away draft capital this year. Like I said, you can make the argument either way, but what you can't make the argument for me is that you're running it back with this same team. So you're gonna have to make a major change. Either you're gonna have to figure some hellified things to do with the offensive line, because like Jeffy says, you can't just plug 3 rookies in there next year and expect this to be better because we already tried that this year. It didn't work. So you need some type of continuity on the offensive line. Your receivers, you got 1 receiver signed on your roster. So you're going to need receivers to bring in here. And you need somebody to throw on the ball. So if you want to spend money on Daniel Jones, yeah, it's got to be reasonable. I'm with the people on that. Like come on. I'm not throwing away a big contract to Daniel Jones. I don't see that as reasonable. If that's what he's willing to do, then yeah, take a reasonable contract, bring him back. But if he wants to play, hardball pause and think he can go out and get bigger money from, somebody else on the market, then see you later, DJ. I'm sorry, but got to move on, man. But I don't think it's going to play out like that. I think Jones knows that this is probably his best situation as far as what he's going to get on the market because the Giants need him. He needs the Giants, unfortunately, but whatever. It's true. McKinney, Leo, Bredesen impact our teams. Leo definitely hurt our run defense. Especially with the players that wouldn't even run team. Yeah, man. A lot of these players are new. A lot of these players are haven't been on the team, man. Like we are swapping in a lot of young talent, man. But you got to overcome some things if you want to be a good team. If you want to be a mediocre team, then let injuries and other excuses get in your way. Because I don't see Philly doing that. I don't see none of these other teams doing that has injuries and different spots. You know what I'm saying? And yet we've had our top guys, man. Barkley, Jones, whatever you feel about them, Thomas. Those are our top players, but our offense still stinks.
I'm throwing Julian Love in there too. Julian Love to me has become a player. No matter what you think about that play on Sunday with him olaying against Smith, Julian Love has been terrific this year. I actually value him right now more than I do McKinney. shoot me if you want. I actually value
Nah,
Julian
that was
Love.
I made that unpopular opinion
Yeah.
too, Jeffy. But
I
you know
think
what
he's
I'm saying?
terrific. He's got over 100 tackles. He's the
Um,
only He's got the most tackles for a
he's
safety in the league.
playing out of position. That's Julian Love's issue right now. He's playing out of position. That free safety is not his position. Um, he's the strong safety. That's McKinney's position, and so him playing out of position, I think, is contributing maybe to some of his lapses that he's been having recently, man. But dude's still solid. I would definitely sign him. Um, is he a cornerstone piece? I don't think so. I think he can be replaced.
Yeah.
Um, but he's definitely a guy I want back on this team. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Anybody in
Some
that
guys just
secondary can be
add value
replaced.
some guys add more value to a particular team than they would on the market.
Some guys in key positions like they're playing eventually become depth pieces. And that's
Mm-hmm.
really
That
what it
too.
becomes.
That
So,
too.
it's important not to forget that, okay, yes, sign him, but, if you bring him back and you get someone else who's of more talent, he becomes an important depth piece.
Mm-hmm.
This is fine.
Bookins says, yeah, that's only if somebody falls to you. Um, if they fall to you, yeah, but I mean, if the Giants are 23rd or 22nd or something like that, and they need to get up to, I don't know, 15 to get Anthony Richardson, I'd do it. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to give up some draft capital, but you got 11 picks. What's the use of accumulating the draft capital if you're gonna be scared to use it and scared to take a chance on a player that you think can be a difference maker for your team?
Mm-hmm.
If you draft Anthony Richardson in the first round, then there's no reason to bring back Daniel Jones. I'm sorry.
I agree. I agree.
I'm
I
sorry, bro.
disagree.
Mm-mm.
I disagree. And it's the same reason why I made a case for Malik Willis last year. Look, you don't want to necessarily have somebody come in to this situation to go out there and have to start immediately.
That's why you have Tyrod Taylor.
You can look. Tyrod Taylor might not make it through a practice before he gets hurt, and you're gonna have to have this kid start. I'm saying give the rookie some cushion. If you got Jones and Tyrod Taylor here, then why would you not?
You're wasting the value. See, that's the thing. All right, let's take the quarterback position out of the equation right now. All right, your GM has stated that he goes by positional value. So if you're drafting a quarterback, positional value is you want to get him in on his rookie contract and capitalize as fast as possible, because you're going to have to sign Daniel Jones to something, not a big time money, but you're still going to have to give him some big money. So now you're wasting a rookie contract. In a sense, it's kind of what now Daniel Jones, I'm not saying he's not like
Why can't you do a one-on-one?
Aaron Rodgers.
Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you be wasting a contract if you're only gonna have the guy for 1 or 2 years?
Because of the way the NFL is with rookie quarterbacks. You want to get them in when they're first round draft picks as soon as possible, let them develop, but also build pieces around them because of the money, because eventually you're going to have to pay them
But you
in that
can't
time.
develop them if you.
Yes, you're right.
You see what I'm saying? If you
No,
just throwing
you're
them right
right.
into the fire.
But that's what I'm saying. Because of this team and this situation, you need a first round draft pick that's going to contribute right away, because you're saying you're going to have to let him sit and develop. There's too many holes. There's too many holes on this team. So a first round draft pick has to play. He has to. He can't come in and sit and develop. He has to. And the NFL doesn't. KC is the case in point, but KC was a serious playoff contender, and you had Alex Smith, who was already a developed quarterback. I mean, he wasn't the elitist of elitists, but Mahomes could sit behind him and develop. This team is not in that position. I get what you're saying. Yes, in theory, I'm for that.
I don't necessarily think you got to waste the first, but
Okay,
it's about
then
opportunity to me.
yes, okay. No,
If a
you said
quarterback
straight.
is if a quarterback is sliding and you can get him, get him. If it's the second round, okay. If it's
Okay,
the
yeah,
back end of the
okay,
first round, I
okay.
say you could do that too. I say you could trade your second back up into the first round and get a
That's
quarterback that
different.
way.
That's different. Now
See
you're
what I'm
taking
saying?
this. Yeah, that's different. Now I'm with you there. But
Yeah.
I'm saying like if because you said if he's in the 15ish, the teenage range, you trade up
I was just
there.
making an example.
Yeah, no,
Sometimes
I
I
got
don't
you.
make good examples, but what I'm saying is if it's a couple spots you got to trade up wherever you're picking,
Mhm.
I do it, man. Just because look, and I get everybody making good points. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
with you. We need talent on this team.
Mm-hmm.
Fact of the matter. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is if your quarterback that's on the team now and you really feel like he's not a long-term answer, you should start looking for who is that long-term answer in your opinion. Because they draft a quarterback, that's when the clock starts for Brian Dable and Joe Shane. So
Mm-hmm. That's another point. So you once you do that, you start the clock and you're losing even a half a year. You're losing that time to get that quarterback truly
what's
developed and
good,
get him
Mitch?
on
What's
the
good,
field.
man? How you doing, man?
So Mitch.
How you doing,
So
Mitch?
I get you. I know what you mean, NYG. I really do. And you're right in that sense. But the way this system is set up now, especially when it comes to the quarterback, when you draft them, you got to give them a field because case in point is look at Green Bay. They're going to have to get rid of Love because of
Yeah,
Rodgers.
yeah,
And you don't want a chance. Then Jones starts to have a great year.
yeah.
Then you're stuck. Now you have to pay him, and you wasted a first round draft pick because now you're not going to get equal value for him. That's why if you do a first round draft pick right now, it has to be something that's going to really contribute right away. I mean, a quarterback, only quarterback I
I
say.
get torn on this thing because again, when I when I came into this year,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
and I had battles with Pat, Lou, Joe, other guys on Twitter about Daniel Jones. And I humbled myself and I said, look, you guys make good points. You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? Let me chill out on the slander, on the bashing, yada yada yada. But what I said definitively, this is it. Ain't
Yes,
no more excuses.
that's fine.
So that being said, my criteria was if these guys make the playoffs, bring them back. If
Mm-hmm,
they don't, move on. Um, and I made this criteria when the Giants were like what 3-1, 4-1, I think 4-1,
mm-hmm,
5-1, something like
mm-hmm,
that.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So there wasn't even a stipulation coming into this season for me. So I think I'm being very, very fair when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to Daniel Jones and this Giants offense. Um, these guys don't get into the playoffs, given the way you started, given the totality of this team, and knowing we need upgrades at various positions. Yeah, the quarterback can be a position that you can upgrade at if the situation is right. And I'm saying if the situation is right, pull the
Mm-hmm.
trigger. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying mortgage the future to go up to the top 5 to get Bryce Young. That
It's
would be retarded. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on that type of tip. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I'm saying if you get in striking position to where a quarterback you like,
in the first
Anthony
round.
Richardson, whether
In
it's
the first
first,
round.
second, or third round, if you're in position to where you can make a solid, reasonable trade, say
If
you
you
trade up 4,
okay,
3, 4, 5 spots, wherever you're picking at,
okay, okay,
I'm doing it.
that's fine. I get what you're saying. I'm saying if it's in the first round, no matter
Even if
what,
it's in the first round. Yeah.
even no, what I'm saying to you is if it's in the first round, you're playing him. You might not play him the first game, maybe even the second game, but after that point in time, you got to play him.
Well,
You
yeah,
have to.
he's
But
gonna play, but
then
it's
that means you're
about.
blowing up the system. That's what I'm getting at. If you're doing that, you're
I
blowing
don't
up.
agree with that. I think you're
Do we
playing
have
this.
the pieces?
I
Do we
think
have the pieces to compete if you're putting a rookie quarterback and you have the pieces around him?
why does spending one draft pack ruin? That's this what I understand about
That's
people.
the NFL. No, it's not people.
Why does that? Why does
NYG.
drafting a
That's the
quarterback ruin
NFL.
everything else you have to do
That's the
around?
NFL. That's what I'm saying to
Mm,
you. That's the way the NFL is set up. The quarterback is the most important. What have I said to you? I said the quarterback is not the most important position. I said your offense and your defensive lines are the
yeah,
most
I'm
important.
thinking long term too.
Yeah, but now if you're drafting a quarterback in the first round, you have to get him in as soon as possible.
And there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is, I pulled this article up last week
Hmm.
from BB View. What
Hmm.
you're doing is
Setting your
you're
franchise
taking out
back.
and you're taking out insurance on your draft pick by keeping Daniel Jones. That's what you're doing. And you've seen them do that with Alex Smith. You've seen them do that with Jimmy Garoppolo. You're taking out insurance on your draft pick so you don't look stupid. This is why the San Francisco 49ers don't look
Okay.
crazy right now for taking
Stop,
Trey
stop, stop,
Lance.
stop, stop. You're
See what I'm
right, but
saying?
look at the team that's built around them. That's what I'm getting at. We
And you
don't.
can build it. You can build a team
Okay.
around a rookie quarterback. You don't
I
need to.
didn't say
It
you
does not.
can't. I didn't say
Right.
you can't. But what I'm getting at is more than like. Let me rephrase it then. More than
Mm-hmm.
likely, you're blowing it up. You really are. Jacksonville. What did they do last year? They really blew it up. Even though they got rid of the
Mm.
coach, they blew it up. They still
Okay.
put pieces around them, but you still blew it up.
So let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do a what would you do? Okay. Because I'm trying to follow, but I'm having a little bit of trouble here because
I get you. I get you.
I don't think that one drafting one player in the first round is going means you can't put a team together. Because this is what people told me, and it's not just you, coach. That's what I'm saying. This is the same thing I was told
Okay.
last year about Malik Willis. You draft Malik Willis, you can't put a team around Daniel Jones. Well,
Okay.
we did not draft Malik Willis. We tried to build a team. Shit didn't work. Sometimes you gotta fucking go outside the box. Excuse my language, but
No.
if you
Yes. Yes.
you gotta take a damn risk sometimes. If you take a risk, if it fails, so be it. That you're gonna be out of a job. That's the NFL. But
Hmm.
god damn it, stop playing scared. The Giants as a
That's not playing
franchise are
scared.
scared. They're
That's what
playing
I'm.
scared.
Oh
They're
no,
not
playing,
taking
playing.
a
I'm
risk.
talking. I'm talking about just the front. I'm not talking about on field, because right now this is front office talk that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So,
And that
so
would be playing
that's
scared to
that's
say that,
not
oh,
because of the system. What I'm saying is, if you look at the NFL and the way it's structured, yes, you're right. Build it. You get a quarterback. If you have those pieces around him, okay, fine. Yeah, get him. If he's that piece, if you can get like a Ben Roethlisberger type of a deal, sure, I'm with you, bro. I'm 1,000% with you. But what I'm saying is, this team, the way it's constructed, it's too many pieces. It takes
mm.
too many pieces, and there's too much money already tied up to certain positions. I mean, we could finagle some things. Maybe you can, Leonard Williams. You
So
still have to get other pieces in here.
let's start here.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're talking about the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Make or miss the playoffs. You bringing Daniel Jones back? Is there a stipulation? Are you set on bringing him back? Or you set on moving on? What would you
Yeah,
do?
I'm looking at the
And
market. You see,
what
that's
would you do? Just
where
you.
where we drafting in the first place. Because if you're talking about we just barely missed the playoffs, I have no choice. Because you're based on what you're saying, there is no quarterback in that position in the draft that you can get.
And
There
I'm
is
not
no
sold
quarterback.
necessarily on the quarterbacks. Just to keep it 100 with you,
No. Mhm.
I'm a little annoyed with the position that if you take a quarterback, you can't build your team. Like what the
I'm
hell?
not saying you can't build your team. It's when I say blow it up, I'm talking about based on the money and the way the NFL is built. Yeah, you can build a team. You can get some pieces. Some things you have to be very creative. I trust Shane.
Our
He's very
team is not
creative.
bad. It's we missing some pieces. I agree, but
We
it's not
missing a
like
lot of
we're
pieces.
breath of talent. We're not the Houston Texans. You know what I'm saying? We got
Tell
solid
me
pieces.
what talent we have on offense that you really right now, not including Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones, because right now after this year they're not
Evan
under
Neal,
contract.
Daniel Bellinger, Andrew
Andrew and
Thomas,
Thomas,
of
okay,
course.
okay,
Um, Wandale Robinson can be a piece.
okay.
Darius Slayton can be a piece.
Mm-hmm. Darius Slayton
So
is not
yeah,
Slayton, so you're saying you're bringing back Darius Slayton now?
I'm saying he can be a piece.
Okay, okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he has to come back. I'm just saying you asked me what pieces we got on
Mm-hmm,
offense, and
mm-hmm,
that this is what I'm telling you. Those
mm-hmm.
guys are pieces that can be long term answers. They're young and they're ascending, in my opinion. But
I mean, I get what you're saying. You make a lot of valid points. What I'm saying is the way this system is. It's all everyone talks about: the quarterback, the quarterback, the quarterback. Everything is built around the quarterback. It's built
I
around the
agree.
quarterback. So yes, you have some pieces, but now you just named a few. We still have more. You didn't even talk about wide receivers. You didn't even talk about the wide
I gave you
receivers.
two. I gave you Wanda Robinson and Darius Slayton.
Are
Oh,
they
okay.
even both sure things though? Because Wanda
Nothing on this
Robinson,
team is a look.
that but that
Nothing in the NFL is a sure
but
thing. You
then
know
then
what I mean?
that shoots down your argument a little bit about the guys like who is a definite that you could count on. I don't even count Evan Neal because he's got to show more to me. And they say they were Bellinger and Robinson's
You
coming off
gotta
major
build
injuries.
guys and you gotta
Mhm.
coach guys up.
I
Yes,
This is
you
know
what we're
do.
that's
talking about.
true, but they're not even
Mm.
100% guarantees yet.
But nothing's
The only guy to
guaranteed.
me is the
Nothing.
only guy that's close to it, and I wouldn't even say he's 100%, but the closest is Andrew Thomas.
Andrew
That's
Thomas is
it.
not a guarantee. Andrew
He
I'm
said
Thomas
saying
can break
closest.
his
closest,
leg tomorrow.
closest,
He said
closest
Okay,
closest.
right.
because of his
But
because
that's
of his
but
track
what I'm
record.
saying. So let's rephrase the question different. Who you have most confidence in building your team around moving forward? Because to say that guys are not guaranteed, I agree with you because ain't none of these guys
Mm.
guaranteed. Ain't no
Andrew Thomas and Evan Neal.
Jalen Hurts ain't guaranteed in Philadelphia. Dak Prescott ain't guaranteed in
Yeah, we
Dallas.
know that. We know that.
See
We
what
know
I'm
that.
saying? We can do that.
What I'm saying is when I go to the quarterback based on what you're saying, because what your whole premise is in the first round, and I'm only talking first round.
Success.
In the first round, if a quarterback is within 4 to 5 positions of where you're drafting, so if you're drafting at 20, if he's at 15, trade up to go get him.
If it's
Now,
a guy that I identify as a franchise quarterback, meaning me, as in I'm the general manager, Joe Shane, and
mhm,
if it's a guy I identify, and these
yes.
guys are good at evaluating talent, so far
Hmm.
so good.
Hmm.
Why not spend the marginal draft pick?
Okay,
Now,
that's fine.
if you're
That's
talking
fine.
about like trading up into the top 10 from 20
No,
and you
I'm
got
not
to
talking
give
about
up
that.
3 or 4
No,
picks,
no, no,
no.
no, 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 no. I'm
That's
going
not
based
what
on.
NYG is saying.
No, I
So
know that.
don't get it
You
twisted.
said 4 or 5 spots. So
Yeah.
I'm going to say even if it's 3 spots. What
Mhm.
I'm saying is you're trading up. So first round draft pick, when you draft a first round draft pick in today's NFL, 9 times out of 10, you expect that player to be on the field day one in training camp, going up into the regular season. The quarterback, okay, I say, well, if you have a veteran starter in front of him, maybe the veteran starter is just holding it until he's ready. 2, maybe 3 games into the season. From there, you got to start the clock on him developing and learning right away. You're saying hold him because that's what San Francisco did with Jimmy G. San Francisco also has one of the elitist defenses. They also have a talented running attack. They do have some skilled wide receivers. So it does afford a rookie
Tennessee
quarterback.
with Malik Willis, they got all that you name. They are top notch team.
Malik
The
Willis
Giants beat them.
is Malik Willis. When the Giants beat him, was Malik Willis the starting quarterback?
But what I'm saying is
And
to your
Malik
point,
Willis was also a third round
but you're
draft pick.
saying that the 49ers can afford to do that, but the Giants can't. And I'm saying they can because
Well,
the
I
Titans are
respectfully
doing it
disagree.
with Malik Willis. You
Malik
see what I'm
Willis
saying?
is not a first round. We're talking about first round draft picks. I'm not talking
Mm-hmm.
about Malik Willis. I'm not talking about second round down. I'm only talking about the first round. And what my point is, when you draft a quarterback in the first round, you have to get him on the clock as soon as possible, early in the season, if at all possible. unless you have an Alex Smith, a Jimmy Garoppolo, and you have the team that's built around it, the talent. Let me stop saying team. The talent. You've said it yourself, we are bereft of talent.
That's true.
So we don't have the talent to sit here and draft a first round quarterback. Now, if you want to say after next year and we get the pieces, yes, I'm
Okay,
with you.
so I need to know how you getting this quarterback, because this is where I get a little frustrated, because people keep talking about this quarterback, and I'm like, all right, you guys don't want to run it back with Daniel Jones. Okay, how are we getting a quarterback? Well, you can't take him. You can't take him in the first round. Okay, well, how are you getting them? If you don't make the playoffs, are you going to run it back with these same guys? Well, how are you progressing? Jeffy says it. We all say it. At some point, this team got to make a change. So,
yes, I'm not saying that.
You know what I mean?
And as quarterback, you said it before, in the second, third, fourth round. I'm with you there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only talking about
just saying
the
it's the first round.
Yes, that's all I keep saying.
So what if all right, peep game. I play this game. What if the Giants trade Saquon Barkley and get a first round draft pick from Buffalo or somebody?
Him? You can't trade him.
Hypothetically speaking, you can
you
tag
can't
and trade him. You can tag and trade him.
Tag and trade. Okay.
Right. So, and they get a first round draft pick.
Well, with the tag,
follow me.
The tag is, first of all, what tag you giving them, because some tags give up 2 first round draft picks. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying that. See, I get what you're saying, NYG. I do. It's just that there's too many mixing parts, and this team needs a lot of talent. We talked about it.
What I don't want though is, and this is what I'm tired of, and I'm really fucking tired of it. I do not want this team to come back in here again next year with the same narrative of, but if we get this and we get that, Daniel Jones can be like, I don't.
No.
The ifs are done.
The ifs are done. The ifs are done after this year.
We're all there.
No more excuses.
I'm with you, Jeffy. I'm with you, and that's why I'm saying to make it make this less messy. To me, is them drafting a quarterback behind Daniel Jones, keeping him as a bridge and moving forward.
Yes.
That's my whole position. Whether you do it in the first round, second round, or 7th round, I don't care. Just get the guy, develop him. Let's keep this fucking train rolling. Because I'm tired of this Daniel Jones narrative.
I'm with you there.
This funky shit, man.
Let's not. All I'm saying is, if it's Daniel Jones and you sign him for 2 years and you get a quarterback in the second, third, or fourth round, okay, I'm with you there. If you're getting them on the first round, me personally, the way this system is set up, based on the contract also, because that factors in. No matter how you want to spin it, the contracts do have to be factored in. You don't think the owner's going to be sitting there saying, I want that quarterback in as soon as possible because I'm going to be paying that money and I want to make sure he develops, and I don't want to go through the same bullshit that we went through with Daniel Jones. So if you're drafting him in the first round, then that quarterback needs to get on the field that same year. Now you're saying half the year. I'll even back down to that. But my whole thing is the way the system, the NFL is. Go look at all the quarterbacks. Go look at them, the top quarterbacks, other than Mahomes, because Mahomes had Alex Smith in front of him, and when Mahomes was ready,
Tommy G pulled up, man. Just want to salute this brother, man. You know what I'm saying?
So Tommy.
Tommy's a good content creator, man. I appreciate his content, man, and he's kind of one of the people that inspired me to talk about this, man. But I've been talking about this, man. You guys know, it's about balance, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's at the end of the day, Tommy says he wants to run it back with Jones. Let's do it. If he wants to move on, then we ride with that. And I'm good with that. I really am. I'm good with it. I'm not sitting here making a case either way. I'm saying strategically, if you can somehow keep Jones as a bridge and get a guy that you can develop that you think is that one of those next level type dudes, then you do it. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that makes sense. It also makes sense to bring Jones back if your team is on the rise and they making the playoffs and you can build around him. Both of those things make sense. But what I don't want the Giants to do is be complacent. And say, like, look, we got this team right here. Let's run everything back. And then you see what I'm saying? You got to make changes somewhere, somewhere along the lines. It don't got to be Daniel Jones, but somewhere you got to make some.
No, go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm just gonna say, like, for me, it doesn't even matter if we make the playoffs or not. I have to see how Daniel Jones, how Saquon Barkley, and these guys operate at the end of the season. Because if we make the playoffs, but the offense is not the reason why, and these guys are not performing to the level that we think, I don't care if we make the playoffs or not. I'm still evaluating those positions and looking to see if we can either upgrade or go with different options. The playoffs to me don't matter because this team still has a whole bunch of holes overall. So in terms of the whole Daniel Jones thing, like I mean, we've already like beaten this conversation already, like too much. I mean, and you also have to think about too, the public perception comes a big part of everything. If you draft a quarterback in the first round, you know what the public is going to want. They're going to want to see that new shiny toy out there on the football field. And who are we? We are the consumers. We pay the salaries. We help the owner. We bring the money. If we want to see the rookie quarterback and Daniel Jones is lighting up on the beginning of the season, guess what? His ass is going to be put on the bench. And do you really want to pay that type of money to bring back a guy when you could just throw out a bridge quarterback, which Tyrod Taylor is? And why did you sign him to a 2-year deal no matter what you think of him? Why would you sign Tyrod Taylor to be here so you could have 2 bridge quarterbacks on the team and fill up that quarterback position?
What can you do with Tyrod Taylor? Can you let him go?
I don't think so. I think we're paying
his contract is guaranteed for 5 million, I believe.
Yeah, it's guaranteed. So he's here. He's here no matter what.
For 2023?
Yep, he's here.
Let me double check.
I believe so, yes.
Pro Track NFL. Hold on, I'll tell you in 1 second.
Let me read some comments while you do that. Looking says, I'm not even talking about Jones being back. Are we bringing a temporary quarterback and let Jones get his money elsewhere? I think we wait till the following year to trade up. I mean, everybody got their opinion on this situation. Like I said, I'm actually in the middle of it all. That's why I'm a component of doing both. And that's why I'm trying to bridge the gap, but I'm getting pushed back, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no. That's what I think you're misinterpreting. No, not me. NYJ, I'm talking about you and me. I'm talking about you and me. I'm with you. Yeah. I'm with you. I understand where you're going. It's just that the way this system is made to Tyrod Taylor. How much is workout? Tyrod Taylor's dead cap hit is $6.9 million. I'm sorry. His dead cap hit is $5.525 million next year. So you're on the hook for $5 million.
Okay.
It's cap money that we shouldn't get. So he's here. He's pretty much here as a backup quarterback. Do you really want 2 bridge quarterbacks on your team with a rookie?
Okay, well then that's what it's going to be then. It's going to be Tyrod Taylor going in there next year. And probably, I don't know. I mean, say he makes it through 6 games. And
that's different. Now you're talking about that. That's a different ball game because to bring back Daniel Jones, you're looking at anywhere from 20 whatever to $30 million.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm getting that because now even if let's say you tag him, say what is the franchise, 28 million? And then you have a rookie now coming in. So 28 and then 5. So that's what, $34 million between the two sitting on the bench. So that's why I say the market, the way the NFL is set, it's hard. I'm with you. I'd rather, if you're going to go that route with a quarterback in the first round, only the first round, then you have to play him as soon as possible that same year. If you're drafting second all the way down, I'm with you.
That's why when I said at the beginning of the season, when everybody's saying Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley are 100% locks to come back, I kept saying, depends on what type of money they're going to make in free agency. It's going to be that could determine a lot of things. And also this team
it's determined on how this team finishes. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I think it's determined on how
All right,
this.
Tommy.
I honestly disagree, but yeah, it could be. But I disagree a little bit. I think it doesn't matter if we make the playoffs or not.
Appreciate you, Tommy, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man.
They're
Thanks
still
for
going to
your insight,
evaluate
bro.
these guys no matter what. What's going on, Tommy? Thank you for pulling up.
Yeah, I definitely agree with a lot of the points everybody made. My thing is I'm trying to tie both things in together. I'm being
It's hard.
I'm
It's
being
hard,
real.
bro.
You know what I'm
It's
saying?
tough.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
It's not easy.
I want to build, and I want to kind of see
Kinda
what
stick with-
what Jones got with
Mhm.
another. But I also
That's why we're in
I
such
want
a
that
tough
next
position.
guy in the wing as well.
Exactly.
That's
I
why
do.
we're in
I
such
really
a
do.
tough
It's a tough
position because we're
position.
nowhere
Yeah.
land. We're in the middle. What we've done this year is put us in nowhere land. We're not good enough to be a championship team, but we're not bad enough to be a top pick.
Our success has been our failure.
Exactly.
It has.
That's a good way to put it.
And that's why a first round draft pick on this team has to play next year.
Yes.
They have to play. There is no doubt about it. That's why it's hard to me. I'm with you though. If you can get Anthony Jones and trade up one spot, okay, and in the first round, fine. But
I'm with Richardson too, man. I think he's gonna slide. I do think he's gonna slide, man, because
it depends on his pro day and the combine.
I think it's a lot to do with what I'm saying. How teams view certain quarterbacks, man. So I do think he's gonna slide. I don't know how far, but they pumping up Will Levis, man. If you guys been paying attention, they pumping up Will Levis and Bryce Young. So,
well, Anthony Richardson. Somebody posted a picture that he was at the Giants game this Sunday.
Yeah, I think the Giants like him. I think they do like him. I think it's about like we've been talking about. I think it's about value. If you can get this guy in the mid to late round or even in the second, I don't think he's going to slip like
NYG. I hope your scenario did come true, though. That they get him in the first. You get Daniel Jones. You can survive. You can build other pieces. You can bring in certain free agents who take
they can
a
still
value
do
contract.
Things. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They can still do things. They can still get. Use their second, third round picks to beef up the lines. They still got money in free agency that they can take. They still got like you said, they still got options to trade. You know what I'm saying? If they want to do that. And they still got guys that are here that are solid. We've been naming them. So this team is on the rise.
This is my Giants public service announcement. This is my Giants public service announcement. Put your sentimental values away for this team, for the players, when it comes to the offseason, because this is going to be a monster, very, very off kilter. This is going to be one of those off seasons that is going to be for organizational changing in terms of the roster. And you might not like some of the things that are going to happen a lot more than this past off season. But guess what? We root for the New York Giants. Doesn't matter who's on the team and who's not on the team. So I'm just saying, get prepared. This is going to be one of those off seasons where some things you're not going to like, but you got to deal with it because it's all about the future as well as the present. It's not just about the present. You got to put those sentimental values to the side. And I've been saying that since the beginning. You have to put your sentimental feelings aside, no matter who it is. Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, whoever it is. It's just it's going to be different, and it doesn't matter whatever happens. We're still Giants fans in the end, so just be prepared. It's going to be a crazy off season in every way, shape, and form.
And I can't wait, man. And we're gonna be in the middle of it, man. You know what I'm saying? Because we got plans. We got major plans over here at Unpopular Opinion Sports. Also with Coach Ed, with Jeffy T. We got big plans here, man. So y'all rock with us. Y'all stick with us, man. You know what I'm saying? Especially on the NFL, man. I'm going to start digging into some draft content. We're going to do some mock drafts. We're going to do some live stuff. We're going to do some crossover shows. We're going to be talking to other content creators and bringing them on. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see them pop in and out the chat. Guys that I building relationships with. So we're going to do some big things over here, man. But just rock with us, man. But let's get into our basketball teams, man. We can't ignore them. They've been hot, man. They've been
Okay.
hot, man.
Coach isn't confident. Coach don't care about that Knicks 4-game winning
Mm,
streak.
mm,
It's
mm,
always great, man. It's always great, man. When we talk
mm.
basketball over here, man. I'm gonna start off with the Brooklyn Nets, man, because
Thank you.
the Brooklyn Nets, they won 8 out of 9, man. Currently sitting in fourth. Um, the Nets have gotten it done with offense, defense. They played a game with their reserves and won. They have gotten contributions from guys like Seth Curry, um, guys like Markieff Morris starting to come on a little bit.
Mm,
Edward
mm.
Sumner, um,
TJ Warren.
TJ Warren, your guy. Shout out to Jeffy T on that one. He called that in the beginning of the season. TJ Warren was going to play a big factor in his team, and the Nets have been looking a lot better in their second unit since TJ Warren has gotten back. As well as Ben Simmons, man. You know, that was my X factor. He's come back. And I think they beat the Celtics with Ben Simmons. I honestly do, man. His defense is something that you got to pay attention to. You know what I'm saying? They need somebody that can guard some of these top-notch scorers, you know, like Jason Tatum. You know what I'm saying? So Simmons would have been good in that game. I thought the Nets competed. I'm not too upset that they lost, but I do want to see them get a signature win, in my opinion. I don't think the Pacers, teams like the Hawks, I don't think they're signature wins. You got to beat the teams that's ahead of you. And it's the same thing. I the same measuring stick that I got with the Giants, and with the Jets. You know, all these teams, man. Beat the teams in your division. Beat the teams in your conference. Show us that you belong. You know what I'm saying? So far, the Nets haven't done that necessarily, but what they have done is stayed afloat. They've weathered the storm as far as controversy is concerned. They weathered the storm as far as injuries concerned, and they're just starting to look like they're actually finding an identity, um, which is passing the ball, spreading the ball around the court, getting open looks, being unselfish, sometimes to a fault where they get turnovers and shit. But they're being unselfish. They're playing solid defense. This team is, and I got an article here that we can go through, but the Nets are like second in the league in true shooting. It's this true shooting metric. And I'm gonna bring that up later, but let's let Jeffy go in. What you been seeing from this Brooklyn Nets team so far, Jeffy? What is your thoughts, and do you think this team is finally starting to elevate themselves into the contender that we all thought that they could be?
Well, the first thing I see with this team, and the thing that I just talked about even before the season started, was depth. And the one thing I'm starting to see with this team now is depth. Because the one thing that really made me believe this team has a lot of strong depth on this roster was that Indiana game on Saturday, where they pretty much sat all their guys, and you had guys like Day'Ron Sharpe, Cam Thomas, Breezy's guy, Kessler Edwards, Patty Mills. You know, all these guys that have been either on the bench, on the G League, limited minutes, they went out there and they put on a hell of a performance and showed that if they get an opportunity to play, they can go out there and contribute for this basketball team. But passing the ball has been great. The rebounding has actually gotten a little better. They held the Wizards to 100 points the other night when that team, even without Bradley Beal, shocker, he's always hurt. They even held him to about 100 points. The shooting has been better and it's been more consistent. The fouling and the turnovers still aggravate me because this team still fouls way too much.
Way too much.
Way too much, and they still turn it over too much.
Way too much.
I like the depth on this roster, and I don't know if you heard the rumor. I'm sure you did about the Hawks declining to take on Joe Harris's contract because they didn't want to take his contract in a swap for John Collins. I'm not surprised. Joe Harris is still, to me, a piece on this team I don't want to get rid of because since he's played better, the team has started to play better. Getting Yuta Watanabe back has helped. TJ Warren, since he's really got his feet under him, he's been a key piece to this bench. Edmund Sumner, I'm starting to like his play, even though it's been up and down. He's been playing better. I like Sumner a lot. I like Watanabe. I like Warren. I like these kids they brought in the offseason. Markieff Morris, when he had his opportunity, played well. I love the depth on this roster. I really do. And what is it going to do? It's going to help Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving lighten the load on their minutes, which is the ultimate goal that should be helping this team out, is you want Durant and Irving to be a lot more fresh when it gets towards the postseason. Do I still think this team is on the level of a Boston or a Milwaukee? No. I still think that those two teams are still the elite teams in the East. I think the Nets are a short tier below them because I do believe the front court is still where those two teams have the advantage. And I think if the Nets can get some more front court help around the trade deadline, then I would say they're at that level because I do believe when Boston and Milwaukee are healthy, they still propose that problem in the front court that I don't think the Nets ultimately can handle. But at the same time, I do believe this team is right where we expect them to be, and that's where I wanted this Nets team to be, is towards the top of the Eastern Conference, showcasing that depth, showcasing that this team can go to multiple different players, and that's exactly what it's been. Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, every single night have been good. I mean, Durant's been at an MVP level this year. That's how good he's played.
Man, he's been on a tear.
He's been unbelievable. He's been unbelievable this year. And Kyrie Irving, I'll give credit where credit is due. Since he's come back, he has really been playing on another level too in terms of his play. And I mean, at different nights, Simmons sometimes gets it done. Harris gets it done. Curry gets it done. Sumner, Warren, Watanabe, Mills, Sharp, Claxton, O'Neal. I mean, Cam Thomas, Sharp, whoever it is. It seems like a different guy or guys on this team show, like, you know, they really help this team out in terms of the depth.
Cam Thomas was impressive in that Pacers game.
Sharp impressed me.
I just want to shout out to my man Big Fan Breezy, because we as fans and as content creators, you know what I'm saying, we go back and forth, man, but I'm going to always be the man of content creators. And you know what I'm saying? I'm going to give props where props is due. I'm going to always humble myself and give respect where respect is due, and always honor everybody's opinion. And hopefully they can do the same for me. You know what I'm saying? This man has been boosting up Cam Thomas for a while now. I major pushback on it. You know, but he's right. If Cam Thomas is a starter on another team, I think he's probably doing this on a more consistent basis. He's just buried on the depth chart right now because the Nets, like you said, have so much depth in front of him. If he was giving this opportunity, I think he can be more consistent. I think he still does have a lot of developing to do. Very raw young player, but I definitely see the potential now, and I definitely think he can be a piece moving forward when you got to rest guys like KD and Kyrie. You know, you got a guy like Cam Thomas that can shoulder the load from a scoring perspective, and that's what he is. He's a scorer. I don't look for him to do much rebounding. I don't look for him to do much facilitating. Just take it to the bucket, Cam Thomas, and he does that very well. So, shout out to Breezy, man.
It wasn't even Cam Thomas that impressed me. It was Day'Ron Sharp too. I thought Sharp really came in and he had a presence in the middle of that court. I mean, the dude had 20 points and 12 rebounds, and he was blocking shots. He was becoming a force in the inside, and I'm thinking, why is this guy not playing them? We complain about this team having no front court depth.
Rebounding,
you have a guy that's sitting on the bench that's going out
and
there.
Markieff Morris. You see what Markieff Morris was? He was all over the rebounds, man.
Yeah, Markieff Morris and Day'Ron Sharp, but that's another guy. Not just Cam Thomas, but I want to see Day'Ron Sharp more. Gives Claxton a little bit of a breather because Claxton. I like Claxton a lot. but the dude fouls so much every single game. He got in foul trouble the other night against Washington. He committed 3 fouls in like the first 5 minutes of the game. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, you need to have guys out there that can be able to fill in those minutes consistently in the front court. And that's where a guy like Day'Ron Sharp could come in. And it was interesting what Jacques Vaughn said in his press conference. He's like, I'm still going to go out there and play the players that have been playing consistently, even after the performance that, like, even a Patty Mills, who's been buried on the bench, he went out there and scored 20-plus points in that game against Indiana.
I seen that. Yeah.
That's what I say about the depth.
The bench got off, though.
Deep.
Yeah, the bench got off in that game.
The depth on this roster is the thing that got me the most excited about going into the season, NYG, and the chat and Coach, because the fact that we had guys that we can count on.
Hold me down for 2 seconds, Jeff. I'll be back.
No problem, man. But that's the thing that got me the most excited about this Brooklyn Nets squad, is because the amount of depth we had on this roster is that there was multiple guys on this team that you could count on to go out there and be able to contribute, 10, 15, even sometimes 20-plus minutes in a game. Whether it's the defensive end of the court, whether it's rebounding, whether it's shooting, three-point, or just jump shots, putbacks, whatever it is. You needed guys to go out there and be able to contribute on the court and give you the type of minutes that you're looking for. And that's what I've been seeing from this basketball team. And also, I believe a lot of it has to do with continuity, because this basketball team has been up and down in terms of the injuries. A lot of guys have been in and out of the lineup at the beginning of the season, so they never really got the chance to build that chemistry and the continuity with this team. But now, guys like TJ Warren, who's played in the last 6, 7, 8 games, he's been able to get his feet under him. Edmund Sumner's been able to get his feet under him. You have Markieff Morris playing some more minutes. Simmons has now been in the game a little bit more. O'Neal, all these, Yuta Watanabe, you're getting all these guys in there, and they're being able to build chemistry with their teammates. And that's why I thought it would take at least about 20, 25, maybe even 30 games for this team to really start showing where it is. And I'll give a credit with Tabrizi, because he said at the beginning of the season when you and I were pretty much crushing this team, NYG, that you need to give this team time to, gel together and become a team, be able to learn how to play with one another and get that chemistry down. You know what? Since this team has been able to gel together, you see that they're starting to pass the ball better. They're starting to know where each other is on the court. The shooting has improved. The defense has gotten better. I mean, the coaching has been night and day better than what it was before. But I really believe the chemistry on this team needed to start being built, and now you're seeing it. And I love what I'm seeing for this basketball team, but there's still a long way to go. It's only been about 27, 28 games. We still got a long way to go. But either way, 8 of the last 9, and we're going up against a team on Friday in Toronto who we've handled 3 times so far this year. So I love what the direction this team is going. Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving leading the way. Love the depth on this roster. Love what the head coach is bringing. The defensive mentality, even the rebounding has gotten better over the past few games. Let's keep it rolling, Brooklyn. Nets world, Nets nation, we go hard. Let's go, Brooklyn.
Let's do it, man. Good shit, Jeffy, man. I like it, man. I'm gonna let Coach chime in here. What's your thoughts, since you don't talk about your team? What's your thoughts?
No, I'll talk
Brooklyn
about
Nets.
what I'm just. I mean, it's just still early. I mean, are they? That's not right, man. Because that's an era. That's a time frame that that team had played with a lot of passion, was tough.
Nah, shout out to the Knicks. I grew up in that era, man. You know what I'm saying? So, that's when I was a Knicks fan, man. You know what I'm saying? But I
But as far as the Nets right now, I mean, when I do peek in a little bit, I mean, they do look a little bit different. They do look like they're working hard. It does still seem like they're relying too much on KD and Kyrie right now, and
I can agree to a point.
They need to develop other guys to help. You were talking about Joe Harris. Where's that Joe Harris in the past that was that deadly shooter and put fear in other teams that no matter what, when he was out there, you had to really, play true. You had to stay true to him. So, and Curry, those guys really have to step up their games. I mean, you did talk about Morris and Warren. So, maybe that's, the team developing, and you've also been through a lot, changing coaches
Yeah.
and trying to find balance and continuity. So you know they're trending upwards, but yeah, you guys have said it. They don't look tough when it comes down to the low post, and that's what
Yeah.
it come playoff time. I mean, let's be real. The Greek Freak is going to attack that middle, and
Mm-hmm.
what are you going to do to stop that? And even Brown and what you called up in Boston,
Tatum.
they'll still take it. And then you got old man who can play inside outside. So they rebound hard, and come playoff times, that's where you really win and lose the game with your rebounds.
That's
And
true.
that's what frustrates me about the Knicks, because they do have the potential to be a good rebounding team, but they're too damn inconsistent with it. I mean, and
Let me show you.
I'm looking at numbers now too. So,
Let me show you something.
hmm
And this applies to the and we're gonna look at the difference between the Knicks and the Nets.
Are we looking at basketball film? I like this.
Shout
I'm
out.
excited.
Well, not exactly film.
Okay.
But I can do that, but I gotta set it up.
No, it's all good. By the way,
But
Coach, just quickly, I really like the fact that they're playing the younger guys on this team, especially guys
hmm
like Grimes and McBride.
hmm
As a Nets fan, I'm like, why are the Knicks not playing these
hmm
young guys? And look what they've
Ex-
done. Grimes has played well, and so has McBride. Both of them have helped your team out in a big way.
exactly, and that's the
so
whole point.
y'all see this?
hmm
This is from
Uh,
the Athletic
is
Law
it okay if you
Murphy.
could zoom in a little bit, please?
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
y'all good now?
A little bit more, please. My eyes are going. I
You
apologize.
good? Straight. If I go any more, I won't be able to see the screen.
All right, yes, that's fine.
Um, so right here, this is a kind of a metric that they came up right here. It says teams average 34.1% from 3 points per game, making an average of 12 threes a game. Both are slight drops from last season when teams averaged a record high 35.2% from threes attempted per game. Well, that's threes attempted, my bad. But so what this thing is, to keep a long story short, what this thing is looking at shooting percentage. So he says, I took the following average of shooting categories to November 30th to rank all 30 teams. So this is a little bit behind, but it's still relevant. Mid-range field goals, mid-range field goal percentage, 3 points made, 3-point percentage. So this is shooting. This is a shooting metric.
hmm
Okay.
hmm Which is
The Celtics are first.
hmm
Average rank 20th and field goal attempted. Second in percentage, first in threes attempted, first in 3-point percentage. He's got this make or miss league based on if shooting is equated to success. So them being first has equated to their success. So which means they agree. If it hasn't, they disagree. You'll see the difference when we get to the Nets, who are second. The best team in the NBA to start the season also happens to be the best shooting team in the NBA. No team makes more threes than the Celtics. No team has been more accurate. But even though the Celtics don't live in mid-range as much as they've been elite on 2-point jump shots as well, in the case of the Celtics, their shooting prowess has been a top factor for their hot start. Shooting matters.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Nets are right behind them. And this is what threw me off. I'm like, damn, the Nets are actually second in this metric, which combines mid-range and 3-point shooting attempt, makes and percentage. So they're third in makes, they're first in percentage, they're 13th in threes, and 8th in 3-point percentage.
Mm-hmm.
So make a misleague disagree. and this is why. Brooklyn's expectations are high because the shooting ability is off the charts. With Kevin Durant leading the way, the Nets have been the most accurate mid-range shooting team in the league. But it's not just Durant. Kyrie Irving is even more accurate mid-range shooter than Durant. Seth Curry also mixes in plenty of mid-range shots to go with his accurate three-point shooting. The Nets have been an average team to start the season overall, though due in large part to their rebounding issues.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what we're talking about. If this team can fix the rebounding, they should be competing here.
Yeah.
This
It
is
doesn't
why
surprise me.
I said that earlier, but this is why, because I'm the type of person when I'm making an argument, I like to make facts behind it because people might look at somebody like me myself, figuring that I'm not an expert or anything. I don't have no knowledge of what I'm talking about. So I bring you stats, but I don't look at stats. I'm not a stat person. I look at the eye test, but I bring
Yeah.
you stats because my eyes is matching up with the stats. I don't even have to look at the stats to tell you the Nets have been good shooting, not good rebounding.
I'm not surprised they're a good shooting team. Look at the players on their team. You have Joe
Mhm.
Harris, you have Seth Curry, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, Yuta Watanabe. I mean, these guys are three-point shooters, and they're top of the league three-point shooters. This is what you should be getting when you put together the roster that they did with a whole bunch of three-point shooters that are, top of the league guys for many years around two superstars. This is the type of shooting you should be getting from this Brooklyn Nets team. They were put together as a lot of three-point shooters around your superstars. It's just they're lacking in the rebounding. That's what a lot of Nets fans were saying, is that we're worried about the front court, but in terms of the shooting, we should be good there because of the guys we have on this team. And Joe Harris hasn't even fully gotten going. Imagine when he really gets going, how good this shooting could be. I mean, that's not a surprise at all.
So let's find the Knicks on this metric real quick.
They're not 30th.
So we're gonna see where they're at. I'm looking for them.
Clippers,
Bucks.
Bucks. I thought the Bucks would be higher.
Kings have played well.
I like the Kings a lot.
Yeah,
and the Pelicans have really been good.
Played well.
They're number one in the West, I
Wizards.
believe. Cavs. Ugh.
Mavs.
Oklahoma
Thunder.
City,
Wizards.
Washington.
Still looking for the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta Hawks. Pacers.
Pacers. What? The Pacers are above the Knicks?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pacers have been good this year.
They've been good. They haven't shot well though.
Mm-hmm.
Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
Are you at least top 25?
Mm-hmm.
Miami.
Nope.
No.
Not even top 25.
Oh,
Yeesh.
God. Houston.
26, 27.
Raptors.
Oh, my Lord. 28,
Mhm.
29.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh
30.
my God.
Almost. Oh, my God. They are worse.
Oh my God.
Coach, how do you feel about that?
Yikes.
I mean, come on.
Yikes.
It's just like I was just saying. I mean, it's. I mean, I was just looking at some of the basic stats, and it's matching up to this. I mean, it really is. I mean, I was just looking
They're
at some
30th in 3-point percentage. In
Mhm.
this day and age,
Mm-hmm.
if you can't make threes, I mean,
No, you're screwed.
you're not gonna win.
Yeah,
You're not gonna win.
their total 3-point percentage is 31.9.
Let's see what he says about the Knicks. Make a misleague disagree, obviously. The Knicks are the NBA's worst shooting team to start the season. New York's presence in the mid-range has been comparable to the Rockets, that there is no presence in the mid-range. No presence in the mid-range. That has been especially disappointing for Jalen Brunson, the team's top offseason acquisition, who has also shot below 30% from the break from three. Julius Randle has started to come around with his shooting, but RJ Barrett was well under 30% from three to start the season. Evan Fournier, who we talked about as a possible trade partner, who set the franchise record last year for threes in the season, lost his rotation spot. Obi Toppin is the team's best shooting big, but he is underused when healthy, which he isn't now. And Emmanuel Quickly, the team's top bench scorer, has struggled to shoot efficiently as well. Fortunately for the New York, shooting isn't everything, it grabs enough offensive rebounds and defends well enough to stay afloat in the East. So the rebounding has been the
Mm-hmm.
Knicks' strength. It's been the Nets' weakness.
We're the opposite of them.
The shooting has been the
Mm-hmm.
Nets' strength. Has been the Knicks' weakness.
Mm-hmm.
And
Ten.
dig on my homie right there, right on schedule, man. What's good with you, Breezy?
I mean, yo, shout out to the king, salute the champ. I pulled at a great time. Pulled up at a great time, man. But
Yeah, man.
respectfully, both of us on a 4-game win streak, Nets and Knicks. So
Mm-hmm.
we'll see how that plays out. But we don't play until Friday, so well deserved rest. But yeah, what's going on, man? What I miss?
I was just going over the shooting stats, and let me get to
Mhm.
Tommy real quick. Tommy says Nets should have kept Dinwiddie. Yep, totally agree with that. He says my Rockets just took out the Suns here in the city. We young and building some great ballers. Yeah, the Rockets do have a long way to go, but they do got some talent. You know what I'm saying? And they got talent from a lot of the trades that teams like the Nets made. So,
Mm.
um,
Yeah.
so yeah, shout out to the Rockets, man. You know what I'm saying, for making major moves down there in Old Town, man. You know what I'm saying? Got no animosity towards the Rockets, but the thing about the Nets we was talking about, Breezy, is the shooting, and the difference between the Nets and the Celtics and a lot of these upper echelon NBA teams is rebounding.
Right.
And that's where we're lacking in. So what do you think we need to do from a rebounding standpoint? Do you think we need to make a trade, or do you think we need to give as Jeffy pointed out, Day'Ron Sharp and some of these other guys some more minutes?
Shout out to Jeffy. I think what he said is valid. I feel like that pace of game said a lot. We had 59 rebounds, 29 offensive rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
And Jack Vaughn, he got big balls. Of course, I don't know how else to put it, man. I never seen a coach sit all 8 starters for low management and
Yeah.
win the game. Nah.
That was
So
It's the best one of the season. To
that
me,
was
best one of the
that was
season.
I enjoyed that. Man.
Yeah, I already went crazy about Cam Thomas. I'll say a little more, but without to the to the conversation. Yeah, Day'Ron Sharp. A lot of Nets fans call him Double Double Day Day. I listened to Day'Ron Sharp post game interview, and he said, "Yo, we all pros." You know what I'm saying? I was just waiting for my chance, and the Nets kept me ready by keeping me in the G League. So I want to say that the G League keeps these guys warm, keep them ready. I'm gonna jump back. I'm on a path, but I'm gonna jump back in when I get on the other side.
All right.
Okay, do
But
that, man.
I agree with
Yeah,
Jeff, and
I want to hear some more from you, man.
Yeah, I'm definitely coming back. I'll leave off saying that I want to sign DeMarcus Cousins or somebody like that before I want to trade who we have, because we are winning with who we have. So I don't want to trade who we have because we winning with them. If we were losing with them, then I say, yeah, trade them. But I don't want to trade pieces that's helping us win. I just want to add maybe a DeMarcus Cousins or somebody that's gritty, that is there for that specific reason to grab rebounds. But I will roll a dice with Day'Ron Sharp. I like what we building. I like that group that was out there with the Pacers. And I think Jack Vaughn as a head coach, if he builds with that same group, it'll be successful for his coaching career. So we'll see. I'll be right back, though.
All right, man. All right, cool, man. I agree with that too, man. That's good shit, man, because you make valid points. You should not necessarily have to make a trade if you feel like that you got what you need on your roster. You just need to make adjustments. With a lot of these teams we talk about, they lack talent, but the Nets are the one team that doesn't lack talent. And I personally didn't realize the talent that they actually had on the back end of their roster was that good. And they play with cohesion, and so that's a salute to the coach. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Jock Vaughn.
That's what got me excited. That's what got me excited about this
Yeah.
season is the talent. The
Yeah,
depth of this roster has really got me excited.
They have talent, and they should they should be expected, man. Now at this point, man, to finish in the top 4, man, which is what we ultimately picked them. Me and Breezy in our preview show, but it didn't look great to start. You know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of turmoil, and that's what we didn't want to see. So, shout out to Jock Vaughn, man, for bringing this team together, man, and making them more consistent, man. So we actually got somebody that we could really talk about here, man. So Tommy makes up a good point. And we're gonna bounce it around to the New York Knicks. Knicks have to buy in the Thibs system and get more consistent with shot making. Nets need to get more defense. Yeah. Now with the Knicks, I'm sick of the Knicks, man. Only because I'm sick of the Knicks, just the fans and the way that they complain about this team. The New York Knicks. Let me see.
Can you blame them though?
Where's my NBA shit? No, I'm not holding them, and it's not a shot at coach or anybody like that. I'm just saying, look, they 6 in the East. They're 14-13. They got a better record than the Hawks, Pacers, Raptors, Heat, Bulls, Wizards. I think they're better than all those teams.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
So they not better than the Hawks and Pacers,
Nope.
Didn't they beat? Who did they just
so
beat?
What you beat them? I'm not talking. You could beat anybody. The Knicks could beat the Celtics. Okay, does that mean they're better than them? What I'm getting at when I say them is they are not properly constructed because they are trying to do so many different things.
For a championship coach, I agree, but just the Knicks getting in the playoffs, which is my expectation of them was, because we all know they're not nowhere near no championship team. That's the expectations we all put for the Nets. The Knicks to get into the playoffs, they right where they need to be.
But that's the problem.
I would be happy.
No,
if I was a Knicks
because
fan.
Okay, if they just get into the playoffs, what is their long-term projection? Because number one, Tibbs, we all know it. Tibbs does not like playing younger guys. He's doing it now. I don't know if he's being forced.
Knicks play too much street ball. You agree with that? I think they do at times. Tommy,
it's too much ISO.
They get a little ISO.
They don't. They
that's
don't
what
play
he's
in.
About,
yes, they don't
ISO.
have a true system, and that's the problem. You know, it's and look. Let me make sure I say this. I don't get to watch the Knicks, but I get to hear it. And the man that I trust has been following the Knicks since 1956. He knows this team inside and out, and he says the same thing. It's poorly constructed because we thought they were, trying to build through the draft in a sense to add pieces here or there. But then you bring Tibbs in, and what does Tibbs want to do? He wants to win to get into the playoffs and win a championship. I can't blame the man. This team is not constructed like that. And then where's the consistent three-point shooting? It was supposed to be Evan Fournier, but we saw how that turned out. And, you brought in Kemba Walker to supposedly help the point guard situation, but, you have a rookie GM who has no experience. He was a former agent. And, you kept over the GM from the previous regime, which was so screwed up. It's like this team is just so dysfunctional. And then if you add in the last 20 years, like you talk about the Giants fans for 6 years. Try this shit for over 20 years.
Shit, it's been like
that's the problem.
It's the Knicks. The Knicks are teetering on basically they're Dallas. They're the Dallas Cowboys of the NBA.
No, they're worse. They're worse.
But that's what I'm saying. Without the marginal success. So basically, how the Cowboys have marginal.
Dallas still has talent. Dallas still has talent.
But what I'm saying from an organizational standpoint, they have these high expectations.
Okay, fair.
And they never lose, and they haven't been relevant since the mid '90s. So that's
fair.
That's both the Giants and the Cowboys, and they both are one of the two top drawing fan bases in the NBA and NFL.
And that is what hurts the Knicks more than anything, because when do you really see true effective change? When you're hurt in owners' pockets.
Yep.
And
That's what you're
no
saying with the Giants
disrespect,
right now.
if you're selling out every day, what is he supposed to really say? Well, these fools coming every day. They're buying the merchandise. Yeah, they're ranting and raving, but they still coming and they making me money. So hey, they don't really want a championship. So, but and look, I'm not saying Knicks fans don't go to the games. That's
I
not what I'm
agree,
saying.
Tommy. They should have bought Mark Jackson in.
Yes,
He would have changed that organization completely,
Dolan would have never done that though.
completely. Because he's Dolan, and
he's
this is why I
Dolan.
don't
That's
like the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? This is my main gripe against the Knicks. It's that mother.
yes.
He's Fred Well. He's Fred
man.
Wilpon. That's why I couldn't stand the Mets for years. Why Mets fans were going nuts with the Wilpons, because the Wilpons were the same exact way, and everybody hated those guys as owners.
Because even John Mara, as much as he's messed up, he's always tried to do shit the right way. He's always cared about football. You don't feel like John Dolan gives two craps about whether the Knicks win, lose,
But that's
or
the
draw.
problem, because
He
he doesn't care about the Knicks, but he puts emphasis, or the perception is he puts great emphasis into the Rangers.
The Rangers
who win a lot more,
right.
And it's like, well, what is it? Why is it that you don't? Is it because your panties are up in a bunch because your daddy did a better job in running the team than you did? It's like, because
sometimes
I don't
it ends
get
up like that.
Well, he probably get more revenue off the Knicks, though.
He does.
So he probably feels complacent. That, like you said, it's going back to your point. If the Knicks fans quit filling up the Garden every single season, every single game, John Dolan would change his.
But that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen, because you can't tell.
That's why, because these
fans will never stop doing that, because they're
these fans are blind loyalty. But some fan bases do. Them Giants fans start selling them season tickets, and John Mara knew that, and the fans is the ones that put
Dolan's
the pressure
not going to care about that.
But I'm telling you the difference. I'm telling y'all.
Yeah, you're right.
This is harder decisions. So we talking New York
Here's
City.
The difference too. You have people coming out from all different places, and Madison Square Garden is more than just an arena for sports. It's a spectacle. It's a big time place to go, and people from out of the country go to visit Madison Square Garden because of the name. So that's where you also have that reason too, is that people go to Madison Square Garden because it's Madison Square Garden, more than the Giants Stadium, more than the Jets, more than all these other stadiums. It's Madison Square Garden in the middle of New York City, and people look at that as like this big iconic place to go when you're going to visit the city. That's why it also is like that, because you have people that are not from the city that go to there because it's a landmark in that city. And that's also a problem too, is that you don't have a lot of fans only going. You have people out of the state and out of the country going to visit.
And that's where he knows he has his money. And he doesn't have to do anything until he's not going to sell it. Why would he? As a businessman, it's making him money hand over foot. So, and the power that he has, look where he's competing with Comcast. And he shut down a segment of his fan base from seeing the game. Why? Because a smart businessman will come to some type of negotiation agreement. You have to. That's basic negotiation. He wants to play hardball, and he doesn't care about the Knicks fans. He doesn't. Which is why that's why it's frustrating. I don't like being like this. I'm not normally like this, but I can't stand that man, because it's always something. He's bringing in the wrong people, and I think he does this on purpose just to get a rile, because he don't care. What did they always say? He's out there doing concerts because that's what's more important to him than the Knicks.
I don't know why they got rid of Tim Hardaway Jr. I don't know. I thought he was one of the. You know what I'm saying?
Porzingis over there in Washington, how he's looking.
Because
I can't be mad at that trade though.
I know. I'm just saying though.
He was banged up. Then he got banged up in Dallas. He'll probably be banged up again. So I mean, he is what he is, man.
Fans are still going to start complaining about that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coach.
No, it's with the, like I said, with the Knicks, and you don't really go out and, when you have the opportunity to have a superstar and build the right way, you go and interject and screw it up. When you had the most competent GM in Donnie Walsh, or president of operations, who knew that if he just hold out, didn't have to trade his pieces, You could have had those pieces along with Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
And you go and you know, I want him now because why? It's just the prestige, and he has a superstar on his roster, which was dumb. Where a lot of those guys would have been good complementary pieces because Melo really didn't have. I mean, stats in the beginning, but then
Yeah,
he broke down, but he never had any true talent. You
he
know,
did.
I mean, like I said, he just always finds a way, or even if it's the perception of screwing it up. Now you hire a rookie president who really, because he was an agent and he's powerful and worldwide West and all this and that. Where are basketball people? Where are
Well,
sound basketball people coming
Right.
into? Mm,
I'll make this comparison here, and this is going to relate to Heart of the City. If you guys haven't hit that like button, Heart of the City here, we're
Facts.
represent for you guys. But what are the three most tortured franchises in New York City in terms of sports? The New York Jets, the New York Mets, and the New York Knicks. Because of what? Ownership. And I'm talking about prior to Steve Cohen taking over for the Mets. Before. What is every single one of those fan bases have been complaining for years? The ownership.
Mhm.
The
Yep.
Jets. I'm going to go to what the Jets did a couple of years ago. They
mhm,
hired Adam Gase as their head
mhm,
coach, thinking that that guy was
mhm,
going to be the solution. And they had Mike McCagan there. Mike McCagan. Draft and sign free agents. And then they
Wow.
fired him in May. The GM, after he drafts and signs free agents back in 2019. I was listening to Joe Beninko and Evan Roberts on that stream, and I heard the both of them blow a gasket after that one because that just shows how incompetent the Johnson brothers are as owners when they did that. Thank God they got it right with the GM they have right now, Joe Douglas.
Douglas
The
is dope.
Mets. Do you remember what the Mets did? They hired an agent, Brody Van Wagenen, as
Brody
their
Van,
fucking
yeah, I remember
GM. As their
that.
GM. That's
It
what the
was terrible.
Wilpons had in their minds. Let's hire an agent as their GM. And Mets fans went crazy when they decided to trade for Robinson Cano and Edwin Diaz.
mhm,
Thank God Diaz has actually turned out well, but they traded for Robinson
That
Cano's
no, it was
albatross
horrible. That was a
contract.
horrible trade.
Yeah,
I'm glad
and
the
that.
Yankees got out good.
But it's
Like,
just like, dude,
mhm,
that's what I mean. Like, and then you talk about the Knicks, the most tortured franchise in this entire city when it comes to their
mhm,
fan base, because at least the Mets
yeah,
and the Jets have had some success in the last 10 years. The Knicks have been the epitome
mhm.
of a disaster for 2+ decades. And I mean, I understand their frustration. That's why I feel bad. And I don't like the Knicks. As a Nets fan, I don't like the Knicks. But I actually feel bad for that franchise because of what that owner has done to that fan base. What that owner
Mhm.
has done to that fan base, that organization, that entire feel around the New York Knicks. And you don't think the NBA is wanting the Knicks to be a good team, having the New York market being
Mhm.
in the top of the NBA, and you've had 2+ decades of disaster. But that's why I say the Knicks, the Mets, and the Jets. And I know some people that are fans of all three of those teams. And I'm like, God bless you. You have had a lot of torturous moments over the years. Giants fans and us complain. At least we've got to experience 4 Super Bowls and 5 years in the Super Bowl. What the hell have the
Mhm.
Knicks? What the hell have the Knicks, the Mets, and the Jets fans had to experience? Except 1973 was the last time Knicks won a championship. 1969 was the last time the Jets won a Super Bowl. The last time they were in a Super Bowl, and 1986 is the last time the Mets won a World Series. And I've already put the correlation together. The Knicks have been to the championship twice, and Coach Weave even said it. The Knicks should have won the championship against the Rockets that one year. If
oh
Charles
Mhm.
Smith,
yeah, oh
if
yeah,
Charles Smith knew how to put a putback back, and John Starks was shooting a little bit better in that last game.
man.
If the
Mhm.
Mets didn't make the decision that they made in 2015, and by leaving Harvey in way too long, and Collins was being too sentimental about it, and I got to see Moustakas hit a key hit in the game, and we lost that game. We lost the series. And the Jets, not once, but twice make it to the AFC Championship, and they get blown out both times. How the hell do you think those fan bases feel? At least the Giants have made it to the top and won it. I mean, the Nets I could actually loop in there too, because we've been tortured as well with the shit that we've had to see over the years.
It's about the expectations for each fan base, though. You know what I'm saying? Because when you go into a season for me, with the New York Giants, given as bad as they've been, I don't never look at the Giants like a team that I'm just okay with just getting to the playoffs, or like I want to see this team be good. Like my expectations have always been higher for the Giants than a lot of other teams. You know what I'm saying? With the Yankees, it's the same thing. As a Yankee fan, you expect the Yankees to go in and win a championship. So we seem like spoiled Yankee fans. It's only because they're not matching up to our expectations. Yeah, a lot of fan bases would be happy to get into the playoffs. But what are you building on if you're just getting to the playoffs every year? You're trying to be the best. You're trying to be the New York Yankees. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the Giants. You're trying to be the New York Giants. You're trying to get to 5. You're trying to match Dallas. You're trying to with Super Bowls. You know what I'm saying? This is the competition from a franchise standpoint. We can go season to season and say, yeah, this season it will be nice just to get to the playoffs to give these guys some confidence. But ultimately, we're looking at Super Bowls and championships here. You know what I'm saying? With the Mets, the Jets, and the Knicks, they just want to be relevant.
Oh no! I have to disagree. I have to disagree with that one, because the Mets relevance is not. It's out of the window now. This owner took over.
At this point, yeah.
When the owner took over, when Stevie Cohen took over, at this point, yeah, expectations with the Mets shot up.
The season, yeah, that's what I'm saying. At this
I'm
point,
expecting a World Series now with this team. It's World Series or bust with the Mets, with what they've done.
But most Mets fans prior to this season, they were not expecting that. They just wanted this team to be relevant, just to get in, just to get to the dance. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, I disagree.
That's been a lot of Mets. That's what been a lot of Mets fans I talked to have been that way. I'm saying prior to them getting this new owner, like that's been a team.
That's true. You're right then.
Yes, you know what I mean? Then. Like recently, yeah, the expectations have shot through the roof. I agree with you, but historically, we talking about historics, right? You know what I mean?
Because the Wilpons would be shopping in the department stores, while the Yankees would be at the point they'd be shopping at like say if we're going food shopping, the Yankees would be shopping at like Whole Foods, and the Mets would be shopping at Krauser's or something like that, like a little gift shop. Now it's like flipped the other way. Now the Mets are starting to shop at like the high priced supermarkets, while the Yankees.
Yeah, I mean we don't talk about almost. I mean the Texans should have won that game. I have a lot of suspicion about some of these Dallas Cowboy games because it don't look right to me. It's like I mean, come on, you went for it on the whatever, man. But continue, Jeff.
I'm sorry. I mean, I just that's been the perception for a long time, and that's why I feel bad. I understand why Coach feels the way he does. I mean, I don't blame Knicks fans for feeling the way they do. When you see pretty much losing for 2+ decades, how the hell can you blame this fan base for feeling the way they do? Because it's like the owner doesn't care as long as people keep continuing to line his pockets, and that's all they're going to keep doing. Because, like I said, Madison Square Garden is a spectacle now. It is a place to go because it's like an iconic landmark place to go in New York City. It's more than just the basketball and the hockey team. And that's why it's so crazy that the hockey team, and by the way, shout out to the Rangers. They had a big win.
The Rangers for beating
big
the
win
Devils.
Against the Devils. With that upset me. I don't watch the Devils much, but that upset me.
Yeah.
The Devils were winning that game 3-1, and they should have finished it off. So, I mean, it's like amazing that the Rangers have been so consistently good, even though they should have won a championship. because they've had a great team for a while, but they've been so consistently good for the
But I
past
think
2 decades. And the Knicks have been a disaster.
I think Lundqvist, Henrik Lundqvist, I think the transition from the goalie, I think
To Igor,
it's taken a little bit of time to get used to. I think, and I think he's starting to get better. But I do think the Rangers, from an overall standpoint, they do got a lot of work to do, man. Because that Eastern Conference is packed, man. You know what I mean? Because you got the Devils, you got the Bruins, who are always good. You know what I'm
yes.
saying? You got the Islanders in your city who are pesky. They always in it. You know what I mean? The Capitals have been good in recent
Shout out
years.
to Alex Ovechkin. He just scored his
Ovechkin,
800th goal. He scored
you
his
know what I'm
800th
saying?
goal tonight. The third player in NHL history to have 800 plus goals. Alex Ovechkin.
So you really got to look at the NHL from that standpoint. Is that anybody can come out of look what happened with Vegas. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah, the
went all
first
the
year
way.
they went to the
The
championship.
first year, you know what I'm saying? And that was the year I do believe that was the year that the Rangers made it to like the Eastern Conference Finals, but couldn't. Damn, I
I
can't
think they
remember who
lost to
they lost to.
Tampa. I think they lost to
Yeah,
Tampa. Because
yeah,
Tampa was like
yeah.
won two or
That was
three
the
in the
Tampa
last
year.
4 years.
Because I think they lost to Tampa and the Yankees lost to them in the same season. It was the Tampa two step. So or on New York.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
yeah,
Tampa's been on a roll
I'm
lately.
starting to have some animosity towards Tampa teams too. They've been a little
They've been
thorn in our
great.
sides.
Yeah, they've been great. The Bucks too. They've been
the
winning a
Bucks.
lot
Yeah,
lately.
we haven't had no real clashes with the Bucks. But you had some game. Daniel Jones's first game with the Bucks. So
Yeah.
we had some instances with the Bucks too, man. But it hasn't been at that magnitude like it has been with the Yankees and the Rangers and the Lightning. But
No, it's different. They're like the divisional rivals, and they're in you see them a lot more than you see the Bucks see the Giants. It's only
mhm.
depending on schedule matchup as well as when you play that certain division. So I mean, it's a little different. Whereas in the Eastern Conference, the Rangers and the Lightning have actually matched up quite often in the past few years. In fact, I think they met up in the finals 2 or 3 times in the past 4 or 5 years, I believe. And obviously, the
Mhm.
Lightning have had the advantage both times, but the Rangers, it's all about the young players. They got to get more from the young players like Capo
Yeah.
Caco and Lafreniere and those
And this
guys. And like the
coach
Devils too.
hasn't been there, but and he's done well, but I think he's still, he's still growing, you know what I'm saying, with the team or whatever, man, because they
Yeah.
fired their coach, I think 2 seasons ago. I think this coach has only
Yes.
been here Gallant. I think he's only been here like 2 seasons. So, he's still trying to get things together. So we'll see, man. We'll see, man, if they can get it together, man. But shout out to the hockey teams, man. You know what I'm saying? Like
I'm
I
not going to
said,
complain about the Devils. They're
we
finally
plug
becoming a good
all
team again.
sports. You know what I'm saying? For real, man. So we gotta give love to our hockey teams. The hockey teams, a lot of years, have held this city down. Because I remember in the '90s, this what made me a Rangers fan, man. When the Rangers won it, the Knicks couldn't get it done. The Rangers got it done. You know what I'm saying? So,
I hate to say it with NYG, the Devils were the team in the 90s. The Rangers won that 1 year. The Devils were the
yeah,
most dominant team in hockey.
the Devils definitely were. You know what I'm
Won
saying?
three
But
times in that 8 year span from
mhm,
1995 to 2003. I remember those
right,
old school Devils teams too.
the Devils with Martin Brodeur.
Yep. Scott Stevens, Scott Niedermeyer, Patrick
Yep.
Elias, Alexander
Mhm,
Mobley, Stefan
mhm,
Richer. I remember all those guys when I was a huge
yep.
hockey fan back in the day, and I was a huge
Mhm,
Devils fan.
yeah. So I mean, so shout out to the Devils, man. You know what I'm saying? I like the Devils too. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Rangers fan though. So when it comes down to the rivalries, I'm always going to root for the Rangers, man. So I'm glad
I
they
got a
got that
question for
dub
you though, MYG.
against the Devils. What
How
up?
did you go from being a Knicks fan to a Nets fan? Because that's a little weird to me. I don't know why. Like you go from one team in the city to the other. Like why you didn't stay loyal as a Knicks
I
fan?
didn't necessarily become a Nets fan after being a Nets fan. I stopped
Okay.
being a Knicks fan. And I wasn't really a fan of any team. Um, and I started rooting for the Nets in the Jason Kidd era.
Okay.
In the mid 90s, in the mid 2000, early 2000s, when they had that Kerry Kittles team, and they went to those back-to-back titles. That's when I really
Hmm.
became a Nets fan. And then when they moved to Brooklyn, which is where I'm from, I mean that just solidified it. Like now I'm a
Okay.
fan. You know what I mean? Because
So
that's
you were like a
now
casual fan at the time, like
you
you were
know
still young enough where you're like, going back
yeah,
and
no
forth.
doubt.
Okay.
I'm not gonna hold you, man, because I grew up a Knicks fan because that was basketball. And in
Mm.
New York and Brooklyn, it wasn't no other team. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah, and
were
for
a Knicks
me, growing
fan
up in
or you
Jersey,
didn't
I
like
was a Nets
basketball.
fan.
You know what I'm
For me,
saying? So
growing up in New Jersey, I was a Nets fan because they were the team
wasn't no
here. It was
really.
not that
You
far
had
from my
some Bulls
house.
fans here and there, but they was
Oh
far and few
God.
between.
Yeah.
Only because they was, and a lot of fans, and that's how I was. I became like a Kobe Bryant fan. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't really. I kind of just became a fan of the NBA, man. But I took on the Nets really in the 2000 era. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I really start liking that team because look, I like basketball. I'm more of a basketball fan. Like when it comes to football, it's Giants. There's no other team. You know what I'm saying? But like basketball, I analyze it differently just because I played the sport. Much like coach
Mm.
does with football. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of the Nets and I'm a fan of a team, but I also have the ability to be analyze and appreciate other things in the game. You know what I mean? I'm not like this hardcore fan to where like in football, it's like the Giants, that's it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not rooting for nobody else. I don't want to watch no other team. You know what I mean? But in basketball, it's a little different for me just because I played it, I broke it down. I lived that adventure, I lived that dream of wanting to play in the NBA. So
It's the
it's
same thing.
different.
I played the game as well. I played basketball. I mean, I lived through it. I've watched through it as well. But at the same time, I treat my Nets like I treat my Giants. I'm a diehard Nets fan. I've lived and died with this team since I first started watching them at the Brendan Byrne Arena back in the early '90s with Derek Coleman, coach's guy
Mm.
Kenny Anderson, those guys, Drazen Petrovic. I
Mhm.
read up on him. Kendall Gill, Armin Gilliam, all
Yeah,
those
I
guys
remember
back
those
in the
teams.
day.
Derek Coleman. Yeah, I remember.
They're,
Yeah, you know what I'm
those are the
saying.
first guys I saw when I
I
was like
remember
young.
all those teams. You know what I'm saying. And I was
I
a
was
fan
at
of
the
those
arena.
teams too.
Hmm.
I wasn't like really like. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't like this hardcore go hard fan. You know what I'm saying? Like
Oh, I
I
became
stopped
that
being
early.
I stopped being that man with the New York Knicks. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say I stopped really being a fan of a team with the Knicks. Like I didn't really rock with no team because the Knicks, what the Knicks do is destroy fans. You hear a lot of you hear a
As
lot of
coach.
they do. They destroy fans because most fans, like me, you, coach, most of us in the chat, we're a fan of a team, and that's the team we're a fan of. It don't matter, no matter what. You know what I'm saying? And you root for that team and you pull for that team and you watch that team. You know what I'm saying? Like when you've been beat up so much as a fan base and you don't even want to watch the team and you have no expectations at all, like they destroy fans. They really do. The Knicks destroy fans, man. And I'm not about to be destroyed by no sports team. So I'd rather not engage in that type of activity because we already know that James Dolan is not going to ever,
Mm.
as long as he's the owner, put a championship, which is what the Knicks fans want, which is what they deserve, in the forefront over his
Holy
money.
crap. Oh, by the way, a little breaking baseball news. You guys aren't getting Carlos Correa. He's a giant. 13-year, $350 million deal with the San Francisco
I don't want to
Giants.
pay him that. That's cool. Give
Yeah.
me Rodon and let's keep it moving. Because that's what we could do now. We could transition to the baseball. Good. Jeffy, you segue really good. So
It literally just popped up on my thing.
nah,
And
it's a good
The
segue.
Mets were actually interested in Correa, too, which would be nuts. But
Mm-hmm.
I'll be fine with either like a JD Martinez or hell. Let's bring back Michael Conforto if we really want to DH. Or just rely on some of these kids. I can't complain. I'm having a happy off season. I'm happy. I'm thrilled with my team.
You're having a good off season, and we're having a necessary off season. And the two necessary moves that we got to make is getting Bettini back and getting Rodon in here, because that's what we need. We need to fix left field. You can't try Aaron Hicks out there. And what's this Cabrera? You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't do that. We need to get Bettini back in the Yankees uniform, and we need to solidify our starting rotation. If we get Rodon, who was one of the better starting pitchers in the league last year,
let's see his numbers.
Got Cole. I mean, he was like 14-7, 2.8 ERA. I think. I don't know the deep baseball stats. I don't get into the analytics. But if you got some more information, let me know. But he was the top pitcher. And he's gonna solidify this rotation. And with him, Cole, Cortez, you got Sevy. If he's right, I mean, now you cooking. Now you can really compete with that pitching staff, man. And we just need to get our lineup more consistent as far as putting the
I'm a little worried about him. I gotta be honest, I'm a little worried about him. Before 2021, he was very inconsistent. His ERA was very high from 2015 to 2020.
But he's only 30. I mean, right?
That's true.
That's young for pitching in MLB. See, fans, people that don't watch Major League Baseball, you know, when you got guys like Justin Verlander, Scherzer up there in their late 30s pitching the way they pitch, this is common. So a player in their or near in their 30s or in their 30s, you know, like Rodon and even Aaron Judge. I mean, yeah, that's right in your prime, and I want him in his prime when he's ascending before he outprices himself. Let's get him. Let's build him up. You know, let's put some pieces around him. Let's strengthen his bullpen. I want this Yankees bullpen to be solid, man. You know, they've been up and down, especially in the playoffs. They've been, you know, disappointing. So,
you need more players in the lineup too. You need more contact hitters in the lineup.
Contact hitters. We need more switch hitters, man. What happened to the switch hitters in Major League Baseball? You know, remember the days we had all them switch hitters in the lineup, man. They used to have
Teixeira and Swisher on your team back in the day.
Martinez was a switch. Yeah, like even way back then. I think it was Martinez.
Bernie Williams.
Bernie Williams was a switch hitter. Yeah. Coach know what I'm talking about. So that's what I want, man. Let's get some switch hitters, man, out there, man. For real, man. Go find some
contact hitters. You need guys that can put the ball on the play and not just like, you know, all or nothing players, which, you know, a lot of the guys on your team right now, that's what they have. They're all or nothing. And that's why I like Benintendi, but can you do better? That's the problem. There's really nobody left. Everybody's pretty much unsigned. I mean, would you go after a Dansby Swanson? But then you have Volpe and you have a Peraza in your infield that are going to be coming up soon. So
that
you have
is
those
true,
guys.
Tommy. They do spend a lot of money on players, and they do end up being overpaid, man. You know what I'm saying? That's been a knock on Cashman, which is why I was, and he's slated to be your starting left fielder right now. Like, you gotta get Bettini back in here or find somebody else, man. Because I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
Bader back?
Bader's back, but he's playing center. So,
okay. So Judge would be right field.
You got Judge it right, him at center, and then you need a left fielder. So
and what about your infield? How's your infield constructed?
Was it LeMahieu?
Is IKF starting or no?
I guess it's him and Torres.
You got Donaldson at third.
And Donaldson at third. Yeah.
You got Rizzo at first. So
Rizzo at first. So.
Or
you could put LeMahieu at third. Then you
That's
got Rizzo,
it's a lot to be desired. To be honest, that's a
but
lot to be desired.
it is. And that's where I think they got to make a move at. They need to get some more contact. So
Yeah,
the problem is you can't do anything with Stanton because of the contract. Um,
yeah.
that's the player I would look to move because you
What
got
is his contract?
too much redundancy there. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody's going
Him,
to take his
Judge,
contract.
Yeah,
Rizzo. I
no,
mean, you don't need
yeah.
all them cats, and
I
all he
agree.
plays is DH. So
Hasn't he
you know
played
what I'm saying?
outfield a little bit?
He's garbage. Yeah, you don't want him out there. He can't do it consistently.
Let me see.
Like he can do it in spot
2023.
duty.
Holy crap!
Yeah, his
He's
contract
got
is
$32 million signing bonus. Holy crap!
yeah,
His
it's
contract
bad.
runs all the way out until 2000. Oh my god, 2028 is the end of his contract.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You guys are pretty much stuck with him and Judge as your two guys in the middle of that lineup for like the next 4 or 5 years.
And
Nobody's
that's
trading
why
them.
you gotta put different cats around them because
Yeah,
they swing and miss guys. So you need. Then you got Rizzo. There's another swing and miss guy. So you need some of these, more contact hitters. Now I do like Bader. I like what Bader has to offer.
I agree.
We'll see, if he can be a little more consistent, but he does offer that contact, that speed. The Yankees, I do think, need more speed, especially on the base paths. Um, so, but that we'll see with the Yankees, man. But I do think that they got to make a move at starting pitching and at left field. That's
Stanton wasn't horrible. He had back-to-back 30 home run
nah.
seasons. He's not terrible.
He hasn't been horrible. I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
that's the easy path to improve your team because you got redundancy there. You have wiggle room. You see what I'm saying? Like
Oh, I hear you. A lot of Yankees fans have said that.
some of these other guys. I mean, you know what I'm saying. They don't offer any value. To really get you anybody that's. Well, I won't say they don't offer no value. It's you kind of need some of those guys
Yeah.
more than you need Stanton. Let's put it like that.
Oh yeah, Stan's pretty much a less athletic Aaron Judge. That's what he is. He's a less athletic Aaron Judge. They're pretty much the same type of player.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's just Aaron Judge can bring you the value in defense because Aaron Judge is actually a really good defensive player. Whereas Stanton, you throw him out there sometimes, it's like it's an adventure. Like you're like worried he's not gonna get pulling a hamstring, run a fly ball or something. That's
I
the
don't want to
problem.
see him out there. You know what I'm saying? And he can't play no other position. So basically, that's what I'm saying. He's the player that needs to go. If you
Yeah.
really want to make a big splash move and really turn this team around from being half-ass contending to actually contending and beating the Astros, because I don't see it right now. Even with the moves they made, I just think
Yeah.
they more the
Oh,
same
you guys
thing.
are the same. You're just the same exact team you were last year. You brought back the one guy you needed, Aaron Judge, and now you're right back to square one. You got your same team you had last year. Now you got to wonder, well, where's this team improving?
Right.
That's what the Yankees
and
are.
Where's
right
the
now.
improvement at?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And the only thing you can really do, to me, I feel like is just improve by spending money and going and get players. Because, I mean, the Yankees make trades all the time. Some of them work out. A lot of them don't. So at some point, you got to either start trusting your young guys and getting these guys more incorporated into the lineup and seeing what you got in your farm system and building up young players like you did with Aaron Judge, or you gotta find some way to make a splash to where you can get a guy that's gonna put you over the top. Because the Yankees aren't far off. It ain't like this is a bum squad. They just need a little tweaking. You know what I mean? Like
they need their kids from the farm system to step up and help them out too. They need help.
Something needs to go right.
Yeah.
They need to either make a trade that goes right, or somebody needs to wake up and snap out of a slump and make some noise this year, Donaldson, or you know
Oh,
what I'm saying?
he's over the hill. If you're relying
He's
on
done,
Josh
ain't he?
Donaldson, yeah,
I know.
he's like
I
what
know.
40 now, 39, 40. He's not the same
He's
Josh
Kenny
Donaldson.
Galladay. Yeah, he's Kenny.
Oh yeah. Well, do we really have to say that name? Like, did that name
Might as
had to be
well.
spoken?
We said every other forbidden name on
The
this show.
biggest Giants disaster for a contract in franchise history will be Kenny Galladay. Not even a question. The biggest. He's even worse than Nate Solder.
No Solder.
No, he's worse. At least Solder gave us some production over his Giants career in the first year or two. What the hell has Kenny Galladay given us in 2 years? Remember, 4 catches for 50 yards and 4 drops for 13 games.
Yeah.
Let that sink in. That's pretty bad. Just
Tommy says Stroh's ready to go back to back. Much love to MLB. It's going to be another good year. Yankees have to get off stand. I agree, man.
they can't,
Tommy, but they can't. And that's the problem. And they just add more fuel to the fire because now you got Judge with a big contract. You probably gonna have to go get this Rodon guy with a big contract. You
And
traded
the Astros
for
just got that Abreu
Frankie
kid from the
Montas.
White Sox.
Man,
They just got a great DH to add onto their
the
team.
Astros to
they
me.
just got Abreu.
The Astros to me remind me of what the Eagles just did to the Giants. It's just like you just they're in your head now.
Or the Celtics and the Bucks to the Nets.
They're in your head. I think more so the Yankees and Astros. You know what I'm saying? Because both the Giants and Eagles just really got into contention. You know, the Eagles were last year, but they took off this year. The Giants, they just got respectable this year. So that rivalry is just about to start picking back up. But the Astros and Yankees, this shit has been going on for a minute now. And I'm, for one, am a little annoyed and tired of the Astros. To put it nicely. Now they haven't hit Red Sox level, because Red Sox, don't say the name Red. Don't even say don't do it.
So you don't want me to say 2004?
Don't even move your mouth. No.
Oh, it's all right. It's like the Braves with us. I hate that team, and they do it to us every year. I hate people when they say Braves. That makes my skin crawl. What that team has done to me over the years. Friggin' baseball team.
The Astros are creeping up there though, man, with their antics and their shenanigans and all this scandalous stuff they've been doing. So, but you got to give them props. They've been winning. We just gotta prove that we better than them. Same thing with the Giants and the Eagles. You know, we just gotta prove we better than them, man. And until then, we ain't ready. But we'll get there though. We'll get there.
It's the same thing I say about the Nets when it comes to the Bucks and the Celtics, because those two teams have had the Nets number the past couple of years when they've all been good. And the Nets, to me, they haven't really gotten over the top until they could beat those two teams. Until they could beat the Celtics and the Bucks, the Nets aren't in the position I think they should be in. Go out there and beat those two, because I got venom for those two franchises.
I think they're closer to the Bucks than they are the Celtics. I just think the Celtics are just a bad matchup for most any team in the NBA. That team is
and Tatum and Brown are just playing on another level right now.
Because they can do it on both ends of the court.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what they're essentially like Philly and even to a degree Buffalo. I'd say Buffalo more so than Philly, where they can beat you up on both sides of the ball.
Yeah. And YG, can I go on a little bit of a mini rant here, if it's all right?
Go ahead, do your thing, man.
This is what pisses me off about Mr. Billy King. A name that should never be spoken that much ever in Nets history, because we could have had Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown as Brooklyn Nets, and that dumbass GM traded every single draft pick and a bunch of good young players for freaking broken down Kevin Garnett, broken down Paul Pierce and broken down Jason Terry, and we could have had Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And the Nets were abysmal. We actually still have the record for the least amount of wins in a season. If anybody didn't know, I think we're 12-70 or like 10-72 one season. That's how bad we were. And we actually had the chance to get the number one pick for the year John Wall was coming out. And we didn't get the number one pick. We got Derek Favors, who sucked as a net.
Oh,
Derek Favors, who sucked, and then we traded him for a guy that sucked even worse, Mr. Darren Williams. See, that's why, like, I'm different when it comes to UNYG. No, he sucked. He sucked. Don't get me started with Darren Williams. Do not get me started with Darren Williams. That guy's name has like venom when it comes to Nets fans. That guy sucked as a net. For as much as we gave up to get him, and as much as we paid to keep him.
He was better than Jason Kidd.
Darren Williams? No. I'm
yes,
sorry,
Coach.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Coach, stop it. Stop it, Coach. Stop it, Coach.
He was better.
He was not better, Coach.
Better than him.
He was not better, Coach.
Darren Williams is a Hall of Famer as a net.
Shut up, Coach. He was not a Hall of Famer.
Wow.
Coach, you want to set me off. You're going to set me off on that one. Darren Williams is a Oh,
Let's
God.
leave it alone, Jeff. I did that because if you notice, there's no almighty finesse in here today.
I know. Well, he'll show up now because you just said his name. I got that. That's the thing. I mean, that's what makes me different from you, NYG. I mean, you're like you like the Nets, but you're not like that diehard Nets fan like I am. Like I treat the Nets like I treat.
Yeah, I'm not as hardcore as you.
I treat
the
Nets like I treat the Giants and the Mets too. Like I'm diehard with those three teams.
I'm a little more objective with the Nets than I am with the Giants. I'm more, if I'm delusional with the Giants more than any other team. Like I'm
delusional with all three.
I'm real objective with the Yankees. Not so much the Yankees, but more so the Nets than the Yankees. I see this team as a team that has a lot to prove. And they got to prove it, man. They got to prove to me. They got to prove to all us as fans. You know, whether you're casual, die hard, or somewhere in the middle, they got to prove to us as fans that they are a team to be respected. The Nets haven't got to an Eastern Conference Championship game with this squad. And I can respect the Nets history. Yeah, I can respect the Nets history. But again, like we talk about with a lot of these teams, history's history. What have you done for me lately? And unfortunately, that's what it is. How long can you hold on to the history of what the Giants did in 2011 and 2007? How long can you hold on to the history of what the Yankees did in 2009? How long can you hold on to the history of the recent New York Met runs to the World Series, or the Rangers runs, or the Devils runs? Like New York is lacking a solidified champion. We've been getting beat up and knocked around by our tri-state rivals, Boston and Philadelphia, in all sports to a degree. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm talking about, and this is why I make Heart of the City.
You cannot say we've been getting smacked around by Boston in all sports, because Boston hasn't smacked around the Giants in the Super Bowl. Sorry.
They have the Jets, though.
I'm not talking.
And this is Heart of the City, though, Coach.
I get you.
We talking about, and then the Giants, they got to deal with Philadelphia. This is what I'm saying. I'm comparing your direct rivals. Super Bowls, that's different.
I get you.
See what I'm saying?
I get you. I get where you're going. I always just say, when it comes to New England, we smacked them in the face 2 times and won the chip. Mm-hmm. And with Philly, okay, you won the most recent Super Bowl, but I just always say the same thing, no matter what. Bling, 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 bling.
All that money.
Yeah, he did.
Definitely would agree.
Yeah, oh, yes, he did. Oh my God, Tommy, did he? Did he steal that money and then some? Thank you. I forgot who that was. That Billy King.
Did
Oh
he
yeah.
steal it
Thank
or
you,
was
Billy
it
King.
thrown at him? Did he steal it or,
What's
like you
good,
said, it
Taj?
was
What's
GM?
good, bro?
He
He
threw it
threw it
at
at
him,
him.
Coach. He
Okay,
threw it at him.
so
So it's
it's
Billy
not
King's fault.
exactly,
Oh
exactly. But I know
God,
what
that
you. I
name
know what
makes
you
my
mean.
skin
I
crawl.
know what you meant. I
Oh,
know what you meant.
oh,
So
that name makes my skin
okay,
crawl.
well, you want to screw you? All right, I'm gonna do something. Wait a minute. What you got left? What you got next to do, NYG?
um, that's it, man. We talked about every team, man. We even
All
touched on
right,
the hockey, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna.
Good segment, by the way, Jeffy, man. You know what I'm saying? We got to talk a little hockey, man. You know what I'm saying? Showing our versatility here on
Yes,
Heart of the
sir.
City. All
And
right, let's
I'll just
go.
say, I'll
What you
say it
got
about
for
the
us?
Mets real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I was the Mets.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have to be. I'm very happy about what the Mets did. I mean, bring back Brandon Nimmo was a great acquisition. We needed him back on this team for multiple reasons. The contract was ridiculous, but his importance to the team was much. It was much needed. So I'm happy we brought him back. I love the Quintana move. I love the Senga move. Obviously, I like Justin Verlander. I actually love the David Robertson move. That was a big one for the bullpen. But this team still needs help in the lineup. I don't trust this lineup because with you guys bringing back Judge, all we did was bring back Nimmo. We're status quo, and our offense is worse than yours. I want this team to go out there and get some more bats on this lineup because you got Nimmo, Marte, you got Alonso, McNeil, and Lindor. The bottom half of that lineup is a disaster. We have nothing from the DH, nothing from third base, nothing from catcher, and they're putting a lot of faith in some of these kids that they're bringing up from the minor leagues, like Alvarez, like a
Mm.
Mauricio, like a Beatty, like a Vientos. I want them to bring in an established guy to help out boost this lineup, whether it's a JD Martinez, you guys obviously know very familiar with on the Red Sox, or
Mm-hmm.
even like bringing back a guy like Michael Conforto and giving him another shot with the Mets. But I'm happy with the Mets offseason, but I still believe there's work to be get done because I'm not 100% in faith with this pitching staff because they're up there in age. But I definitely believe that it's a better pitching staff than it will be last year because I trust these pitchers more than I did with the ones last year. But the lineup has still got to get better. Go ahead and you guys can play the tape.
All right. Just to give you some context, this is a tight formation. They also have to the right two guys. They're gonna it's gonna be like a tight bunch. So you're gonna have a receiver on and an outside wing guy
Mm.
against you could say seven. There's a hang guy over here, 8 men, and there's probably a 9 guy, and then you have basically a 10th guy right here. I'm just gonna play it, and you're hopefully you guys get what I'm saying.
Mm.
Hey, look at big man Trent Williams,
Mm.
number 71.
Look at that seal. Mm.
Yeah, was that Kittle? Yeah, it was Kittle on the
Hmm.
outside too. It was Kittle and Trent
Now,
Williams that got the seal.
wait. Now, there's one thing. The reason why I played this is it's creative. It to me is genius. All right, right here, number one. Usually, when you have a double team, you take this lineman right here to this linebacker. They didn't do that. They took this double team to this linebacker. They brought they're bringing this guy across to crack this guy out here, and this guy, 85 Kittles, is coming around to get him, and he's not expecting it. And that's what because you're used to this right here, and when you just don't see them come off, you're like, okay, I got the tackle. But then when you got Kittles coming right in your face, it
Mm.
gives you that alley. And you know why I'm playing this because this is something that people have said the Giants, you said it, NYG, the Giants need to get more creative in the run game.
Yeah.
Was that
And this
use check
is,
too? That
yeah,
was
that's
use check, the
Juszczyk and
fullback.
Kittle.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you have the
Yep.
other receiver over here, even though he's not getting his block, he's still here.
Yeah.
He's at least trying. So that's 11 guys right here in a tight formation,
Mm-hmm.
taking control of the line of scrimmage. This, I have to admit, is genius. because I wouldn't have prepared for this
That block
defensively.
though.
Look at Ayuk on the
Exactly.
outside too. Good blocking by him on the outside.
Exactly. That's my point. It's like you see that this double team to right there just gave him the alley. Just gave him the alley. And then you don't expect this. You watch this linebacker come across. He's reading the run. He's not expecting that. And what does he see? Oh, shit. And there it goes. There's the alley.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that I'm like, that's something that you could use for any of our backs, but especially Saquon. So I was just, you know me, I'm looking at film.
Good shit, man.
And
no,
I'm just
good.
like,
yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
wow,
like
that's that's something. I'm like, yo, we need to do shit like that. And that it's simple. You don't have to have a whole lot of wide receivers in. They literally had 12 personnel in there. That's 12 personnel, 2 tight ends who are both off.
That's what Tommy been saying. Tommy
yes.
that.
So it's like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, and then I saw that, and I'm like, why the fuck are we not doing shit like this?
Do they trust their personnel to be able to execute that play?
They don't trust them. That's what I've been saying.
The double team, you don't need to really trust because the double team helps you. Because that's two guys on one.
If they can't execute because they keep getting false starts or what's the penalty they always getting? Illegal motion. They getting all these penalties.
Ineligible man downfield.
Because they're not disciplined enough to execute those type of plays that you're showing us. But that's excellent. That's excellent though.
But that's my point. This really it doesn't take a lot. You seal the backside. The 2 offensive linemen are still on the backside. The only one you got to worry about is the center because he was going one-on-one with the nose tackle. That's the only thing. So, but if it's Gates, I trust Gates going one-on-one as long as it's not a beast of a nose tackle.
That's true.
So
I think they can do it, Coach. I don't think they can do it consistently. So
that's
something that you have to sprinkle in. I agree with you. I can see
what that does.
With it. Yeah.
Now you do things where you can get the passing game off of that. Yeah. Where you can now sneak somebody and you can sneak a receiver. So I'm like, and a lot of you guys have been talking about that. And I'm like, that doesn't take a whole lot of great talent. This takes basic, a slightly below average to average offensive line play, because the whole thing and whatchamacallit Williams is Andrew Thomas, and he'll hold that point of attack in a situation like that. And then you're attacking the backside, inside linebacker, and surprising the front side. So, and I mean, you can have Bellinger, you can have whoever, Myrick, wham the defensive end, and Bellinger surprise the other. Shit like this that just now I'm starting to see what some people are complaining about.
I mean, if they could do something like that and execute it, then throw it out there and see how it does. I mean, it's just what maybe some fans have been worried about is that you might you look at a play like that and it looks really awesome. It looks like something that could definitely work for this offense, but at the same time, maybe they just don't think that this offensive line and these players out there could execute it because you're looking at the guys that was executing that play. Trent Williams is probably the best left tackle in football. Kyle Juszczyk has been a phenomenal blocking.
Fullback,
phenomenal blocking fullback. And Kittle is one of the best two-way tight ends in football. So you trust your guys to go out there and you thinking about a play like
Kyle
that.
Shanahan
and Ayuk
and versus Mike Kafka. You know what I'm saying? And coaching and style is different too. So you might have the same play, but you might have a different variation or a different way of teaching it.
Exactly.
See what I'm saying? So that could play into a factor too. Also, you
gonna
have
McCaffrey
different
was
talent.
Gonna blow by that. I thought McCaffrey was going to score touching on that.
Man, look.
Oh wow, I've got a different one too from the Eagles game against us, and they just ran it right down our throat.
The Eagles' offensive line is terrific. I mean, the Eagles' offensive line is absolutely terrific, and the continuity of that offensive line. They've been playing as a unit for 2 years. They've had that same offensive line for 2 years.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's about up front.
Yeah. I mean, Mailata, Dickerson, Kelsey, Sayamalu, and Lane Johnson have been playing together as a unit the whole time. They know where they're going.
Look at the running back.
That's what I'm
Look at
saying.
and they're
Yeah, Miles
controlling the
Sanders with a
middle.
great block.
Bomb, bomb. They
They just ran it right down, and they Kelsey took the lead on Dexter by himself,
mm-hmm.
Let me see.
and
They had Mylott
whoever
against
was
Gibbs. They had look at that. It's beautifully executed.
who is 90.
That's Jordan Date
That
is
was it.
on the Giants.
Yeah.
Is that Verdon
So
Butler?
okay. Because
Let me
he
see.
cracked Z's. That's Z's.
Aziz, that was not good. That's what I
Yeah.
He
was
got
looking at. Aziz. I'm looking straight at Aziz right there, getting blown up by a running back.
what's Smith. Smith
Thibodeau
is
was taken
is
completely out.
cracked.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
taken out.
Thibodeau. What the hell is he
But look at
doing?
Aziz get
Thibodeau looks
blown
like
up
he's
by the running
Yeah.
back.
dancing. Yeah.
I'm.
Mylott just took Thibodeau completely out of that play.
Because he's confused. Because he's a rookie. He don't know what's going on. Look.
Yeah.
Look. You see, he think it's coming that way. Nope, he's going that
no
way.
action. There's no action coming the way. He should have been attacking that.
But
Is
that's
that
what I'm
Jalen
saying. That's
Smith?
his
Yes,
inexperience.
that's Jalen Smith right
I'm glad
there.
And he
you
got
showing
taken
that.
out by Dickerson,
Yeah,
and Dickerson
look.
took him out of the play.
And this is
But look
right
at
in your
Thibodeau
heart.
though. See, you
Yeah.
don't see That's what I'm saying.
And
That's
there's
why
no guys
that's why he got
really
washed.
getting off blocks. No guys getting off blocks.
No.
And you have, oh wow, McFadden got smashed.
Even Julian Love got washed in the play by the tight end. He chipped
Exactly.
off on the outside. He chipped the outside against Ojolari, and then he went right over there towards Love. Number 89, Stoll. I saw that. He chipped off against Ojolari, boom, and then he went right off
Yeah.
against Love and took him out of the play.
See, well, this in coaching is they took your heart. So now what do you do to get it back? So thanks for letting me share that, guys. But
No, I love seeing
helping me
stuff like
speak.
that.
Yeah, man. I wish you would do it more. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what I've been waiting
Just so
for.
you know, just so if you guys want to see more, well, you want more, I can give you more because
That's the thing that frustrated me is that everybody was crapping on the Eagles, like the Eagles' O-line was not that great. I'm like, this Eagles' offensive line is really good for a reason.
Yeah,
They're really good because they've had continuity for years. They're a good offensive line. And when Giants fans were poo-pooing him, I'm like, guys, be careful. This offensive line is really good. And guess what? They manhandled our defensive line in the running game. Manhandled it. Our linebackers too.
Hesitant. They hesitant. This team plays with a lot of hesitancy. And you know what I also seen a big difference
They're afraid of
in?
giving up the big play.
I seen a big difference in speed. The Giants, to me, play slow. And I don't know if that's from a talent standpoint or if that's from a reactional and an instinct standpoint, like Tommy was saying, and the hesitancy. You know what I'm saying? But they play very, very slow out there. You know what I'm saying? And you see it in the plays that coach just showed you, even in the play earlier where the Eagles linemen were just getting off the snap faster.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Offensively and defensively. So it's a thing here. You know what I'm saying? The Giants are playing slow. Why are they playing slow? That's the question. Why are they playing so slow? Is it because it's just not just the lines, it's the corners, it's everything. The linebackers, the team plays slow. So is it them not having no speed or agility on the field, or is it scheme, or is it coaching?
Play recognition. You're not picking up
What
the
is it?
plays quick. You're not picking up plays quick enough.
It's a combo of everything.
So they're not in sync with what the coaching is teaching them. Then
They're not
plays.
No, it's not that. You can go into the classroom and know the playbook. It's identifying it while you're on the field quickly, processing the information and reacting as quick as possible.
So that's on the players or the coaches?
That's on the play. It can't be on the coaches because if they put you in the position to make the play.
So then we need more I mean, that's what we need. That's what we're missing. Then we just need better players.
Now
That's
this
I
one
mean, you
is
know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
this is from Washington the week before last, and what they're doing 2x2, and they're actually no 2x3. Sorry, they're actually attacking right here, and what you see right here is with all of this, they're attacking the middle of this field, and what you're going to see is these guys clear it out to open it up. Just watch the middle guy right here. Delay. See the field open up, and then we got missed tackles.
Is that Darnay Holmes again?
That's Darnay Holmes.
Yeah.
And this is what you can't have come this week because you see how they
but
cleared
look at
that
his,
out.
Go back.
Look at his technique, his
right.
footwork.
That's what I was
all
looking
at.
It's going to go back. It's going to go back. Yes,
his footwork
his
was
footwork.
A mess.
His footwork, the way he's it looks like he's about ready to fall on his ass.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's not truly staying in balance in his technique. And then he just did
a bad
simple
corner, man. He's just a bad
simple moves.
He's a bad cornerback. There's no
very
way that
bad
dude should have got that wide open.
And
in my opinion.
all they did is clear this out right here. Clear this out because that's who they were attacking.
It was the Dotson touchdown when he broke a couple of tackles. That was the Dotson one that tied the game.
And this is called 2 deep man under. So that's my other concern because this safety, because you have two safeties deep, are they jumping both that? Why is he reacting so slow?
Mm-hmm.
The cornerback over here, bad tackle, bad angle. Let me go back to the tackle. Let me see.
Who's on the other side?
Look
at the tackling. They going for
going
for the arm tackling. They're trying to get these strips, these fumbles, and they're not look at how they're tackling. They're trying to arm tackle. They're trying to go for the fumble. They're reaching.
He's in proper position. He cannot let him juke him and bounce.
Yeah, that was the safety.
So no, that's the safety. This is 44. That's
That's 27. And that's Pinnock.
No, right
the
here.
The other safety on the I think that's Pinnock.
That's 44. Right here. That's 27. That's 44.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, that was
McLeod.
McLeod. Yeah, that was McLeod.
So what he did is he went and he tried to give him the as you said, the chicken wing because he's right here.
Mm-hmm.
And when he comes, because they're clearing out, this safety should have been more over this way. If he's over this way, I don't think he scores because you had inside help. But see what he did? He took the wrong angle.
Yeah.
You had upfield help. So it's just little things like that you know what? You can't have this week because if I'm Washington, I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm trying to do the same thing.
That was a terrific play. Put Dotson against Holmes. Dotson's the speed guy. He can beat Darnay Holmes in press coverage. That was a smart move by them. Dotson's the guy. Actually, it's not even McLaurin that makes me the most worried on that team in terms of the skill position players. It's Dotson because of his deep speed. Especially if we don't get a Dory and McKinney back, Dotson could become a problem. And he was really cooking at the beginning of the season. So Dotson's the guy that worries me the most on that offense.
Oh, that's that same play. That's the same play from the end zone.
What is Darnay Holmes doing in that coverage?
You see him grab. Look at, you can see a better hit. Look how they tackle.
Ugh.
Yes, look, he's going. That's the wrong angle. That's what I mean. If he attacks the hip and stays to the backside of that hip, you had inside help.
Tackling.
So it's cleared. It's cleared. Man. Boom. He hits it right here. He has to hit him right on that inside because you had inside help.
Yeah.
So with that inside help, there it is. And you can't do that this week. You can't. You can't. No. You cannot do that. So yeah, I'll give y'all more of this, man.
They're gonna put Dotson in the slot against Holmes to take advantage of his speed.
I already went over this one. Over this one.
Just watch, guys. Watch.
That was right here. That was the whole play. They attacked him, Glowinski. Because here it is, 101, outside.
Too.
Yep, and all he did was a simple swim with a rip. That's it. And
every time we sign an offensive lineman in free agency, it backfires.
Yep.
So what we're going to have to do is play these young guys.
But yeah, bro, I'll give
That's
you more
my
of this, man.
unpopular opinion. You know what I'm saying?
And y'all want more, I'll keep doing it. So, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
Man,
coach. You got
how
it,
is our
at
man.
interior offensive line again going to be able to handle Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen when they abused us that first game?
well, guys,
Those two
number one
guys
have to step up.
abused us
They
in the
have
middle.
to step up. They
They're gonna have to
have to
get that
step
shit
up.
out their heads, man. At
Yes.
some point,
Can
you
they?
gotta compete. I don't know, Jeffy. I don't
That's the
know. I'm
problem. I don't know
starting
if
to
these guys
doubt
Yeah.
it.
can.
I am starting to doubt it because of what we've seen the last 4 weeks.
So, and that's why I just said simple things like I showed you with Frisco. If you start hitting the defensive lineman consistently with double teams, it takes away his aggressiveness and his
They can
confidence.
do it. This team was running the football
And
very effectively in the first half of that first Washington game, and
that's
they went away
that
from it. They
and
gotta
that's
stay
why
on
I said
course.
what I just said about running the rock. And little things, and not always trying to attack the outside, but go right at them, punch them in the face, force them to. All right, they're starting to come up inside. Let's adjust because they're coming up inside, which will open up the outside.
The Giants have
So,
got outcoached in all these division games.
exactly,
That's what I'm
exactly.
saying. They're not ready.
That's fair. And if it's is it a matter of
And
they
that's
trust?
okay. I'm actually okay with that, coach. But go ahead.
No, you made a great point. You guys just said it. Do they trust their players? Because now it's starting to. I don't like thinking like this as a coach, but it's leaving me wondering, do they? Because there are some things that I'm sitting here saying, okay, just like I
It
said, I
don't
looked
look
at that
right.
play.
And these coaches ain't stupid. We know that. We've been
Exactly.
applauding them
I'm being
for one of being
honest.
the best coaches in the staffs in the NFL. We applauded them just a few weeks ago, but now we saying they garbage.
No,
Come
I'm
on
not
now,
saying they're
y'all.
garbage.
No,
One,
not
No,
yeah,
you.
no, not
Not
yeah.
you. It's
you.
just like
I'm not.
Oh,
like
okay.
as
When I
overall
speak, I'm never
perspective.
attacking
Yeah.
you. I'm just
No,
saying
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
it's
I'm sorry.
because we be on Twitter a lot, and I see a
Hmm.
lot of this shit going around.
Ugh.
I got you.
The fan base is in. Like I said, this is content creating. You know what I'm saying? We doing this for the fans. I'm doing this for the people in the chat, the people
Yeah.
that watch this video, the people that listen to it on Shadow Worlds Radio. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Plug.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
this is what we do it for, the fans. You know what I'm saying? And the
I
fans
got you.
feel like that Mike Kafka and Brian Dable have failed us in the last few weeks. Not overall, but just the temperature of the fans is they feel like they've been the one that made mistakes and cost us games. And I'm saying that we don't have the horses. I'm with you, coach. You know what I'm saying? But you
Mm-hmm.
can explain it. You know what I'm
But
saying? That's why we say
Mm-hmm.
do these film breakdowns and stuff
But
like
it's
that.
the thing too. At the beginning of the season, you can write up the best plays in the world. You can have these cool concepts on offense and defense. It's can your players execute it? And that's what I said at the beginning of the season. When everybody was talking about these plays look great, everything looks nice on the field, but can your players execute those plays when it comes down to it? And right now, what we've been seeing the last couple of weeks, the firm answer by a long shot is no. And I think that in a way, I don't think this coaching staff trusts some of these guys on this field, offensively and defensively, and they've had to
They
dial
don't.
back a little bit. I don't think
And
they
that's
can
the
trust these
same
guys to
thing that
execute it.
But that's the same thing that Joe Judge and Patrick Graham went through. And you know what? They criticized those guys, and those guys got fired.
Yep.
That's just keeping it 100. It's
Mm-hmm.
the same thing that Joe Judge and people wonder why Joe Judge and them was playing that stupid offense, the same stupid offense we complaining about this year. Y'all hit that like button, man. Y'all need to talk. Let's get this shit out in the air. This the same offense that you've been complaining about, that you was complaining about last year. Is the offense any better than it was last year?
I think
Yeah,
it's
we
worse.
scoring a couple more points, but big fucking deal. You still getting blown out.
I think it's worse.
You know what I'm saying? Because you can't be consistent. So
I don't. I
that's the
can't.
thing.
Last year, when you got Joe Judge going from your own quarterback sneak
Let
two
me
times in a row,
let
that's to
me
me.
let me cook for a minute, coach,
Yeah, go ahead.
because it's not just that. It's the fact that the Giants aren't scoring points. It looks better, but the results aren't marginally better. They're better, but they're not they're better enough to be 7-5-1. I agree, but we're still complaining about the offense. The offense is still the reason the team is not progressing like everybody wants them to see. So this is the thing. Everybody keeps complaining about this offense, and I'm saying this is the offense that we was complaining about last year. So what is the consistency with the offense? Why are we still complaining about the offense? Why isn't the offense fixed?
We have not scored 30 points or more since week 4 of 2020
We
against the
don't score
Cowboys.
points.
We can't
There's not a
score.
we can't score, and that's the thing. You need to be able to score to win games. Yeah, you can get by with certain teams that you just have more coaching, better coaching, but when it comes down to pure talent and you going up against teams that have greater talent than you, it's going to show, and it's showing on the field,
Because
and
our
this is what we're
offense
seeing.
because our offense has pretty much just been the past couple of years. Pray that we can run the ball effectively. Saquon goes out there and has monster rushing numbers. And pray that our wide receivers can actually stay healthy and do something. Well, guess what? That ain't working for 3 years. 3 years we've done this thing. We have no wide receiver talent to open up anything on the outside to be able to get those big plays on the outside. And that's the one thing that's been holding this offense back for years is we don't have wide receiver talent that can cause, those double teams on the outside to be able to open things up for the running game, to be able to make big plays, to score points. Our wide receiver talent has been so damn abysmal for so many years. That's why we have the type of offense we have, because we have nothing on the perimeter. We are so bad at the wide receiver position for years, since 2018 is when we had our, maybe even 2019 to a small degree, when Slayton was going off in that first year, when Shepard was healthy, and when Tate was there. That was probably our best offensive time, best offensive team. 2018 was probably our best one since then. Our wide receiver talent has killed us for so many years. I'm sorry, but our wide receiver position has been so bereft of talent. It's been that pathetic that we're saying that Darius Slayton is the savior. And I like Slayton. I've always thought Slayton was a solid player, but let's just be real. The dude is a number 2 or probably a number 3 at best, and we're counting him as our savior. That's when you know we have a serious issue there. And I feel bad for Barkley and I feel bad for Jones because they can't open it up because there's nobody out there to command the double teams to be able to get those big plays in the passing game. And all I had to look for, NYG and coach, is the last 3 games when we had to go up against the opposing team's offenses, and Dallas had guys like CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup that were torching our secondary that we wish would be on our team, or A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, as well as Terry McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, and Jahan Dotson. And I looked at right there, I'm like, that's why those teams are at the point where they are right now on the offensive side. That's why they can put up points, is because they have the talent at that wide receiver position that we don't have to open up things on the outside. And we need that so badly to help open up this offense along with the offensive line. We need game breakers at the wide receiver position because, hater like not, the league has become a passing league, and you need top-tier wide receivers to get it done. Look at Cincinnati. They did it. Not just Burrow. They got T. Higgins. They got Jamar Chase, and they got Tyler Boyd. And look at that offense. Look at the Tampa Bay Bucks when they were winning. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. Look at the Minnesota Vikings while they're so good too. Justin Jefferson. Look at the Bills. Stephon Diggs transformed that offense. The Eagles. The Eagles were where we were a couple of years ago. They draft Devontae Smith. They bring in A.J. Brown. Look at them now. You need players on the outside. You need players on the outside to open things up.
Is a wide receiver what's going to put the Giants over the top?
No.
It's not going to put them over the top, but it's going to help open up this offense where we can score more consistent points.
So that's the question. Are you comfortable? Is fans comfortable with going and getting a wide receiver and running it back with this same squad? Because that's what you're doing. That's what you're going to be
Well,
doing.
see, you're saying a wide receivers. To me, we need more pieces because you need more than one wide receiver. Let's be honest.
You need like three or like, I'd probably say
You
two or like three or four.
Right.
But you also need some depth pieces. We still need interior offensive linemen, better play from there. You still need a tight end, probably. So there are I get where you're going as far as a wide receiver, because your point is opening up the offense. If you have that type of receiver who can command at least two sets of eyes, yes, it does. It does help open up the offense. Is it going to make it that much more dynamic? No. You still need those other pieces. Any quarterback needs time. And I'm not just talking about Daniel Jones. I don't care if it's a rookie quarterback. I don't care if it's Tom Brady. I don't care if it's Mahomes in this offense. They're not going to be able to produce if they're getting pressure consistently. You may be able to get out there and make a throw off the cuff, but consistently, no quarterback is going to be successful doing that. So that's why, to me, that's why when we were talking earlier, you need more in this offense than just one wide receiver, a quarterback. You need a whole
You
lot
need
more.
multiple wide receivers. You need multiple at
Yeah,
least.
I
Well,
mean,
that's why I would just counter with you real quickly, Coach.
mm-hmm,
Cincinnati Bengals. Their
mm-hmm.
offensive line was abysmal last year, and that team still made it to the Super Bowl. And we all have argued they could have won that Super Bowl because Jamar Chase was streaking down the sideline, and that
But
team had a bad offensive line, and they still made it all the way to
Did
the
they have
Super
a
Bowl.
bad offensive line,
Yes,
or
their offensive line was bad. They were not good. They destroyed that offensive line in the offseason. They signed three
no, I'm not
guys.
saying. I'm not
Three
saying
guys
that.
in the offseason to
Okay, let
fix
me
that
let me let
offensive
me, let
line.
me rephrase it. That offensive line last year, is it equivalent to our offensive line right now?
It was not. No, it's not on our level, but it was not much
That's
better.
my
It was
point.
a little bit
That's my
better.
point.
A little bit better.
Yes, it was a little bit better, and that's where I'm getting. Like, we need.
do you feel like the line as it is right now has been the major problem with the offense?
The major, no.
No.
Okay.
I've seen the
Do you feel
offensive
like
line
do
at
you feel
times
like it
protect.
okay, I agree. Do you feel like it's improved from last year?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
So,
It's
given
slightly improved. I'm not going to say it's that big of a difference,
I
but yes.
agree.
Yeah, it's
I agree.
exactly. I agree too.
Given that and with that the passing game, but we talking about the running game too because they significantly improved in the running game. If the coaching would just stay consistent with it, but never mind that for a minute. So the offensive line has improved. We agree there. Now, the wide receivers and the quarterback and the coaching, where do you rank those as far as issues with the offense?
Wide receivers first. And it's not even close to me. Wide receivers first. I think this wide receiver core is holding this offense back from potentially being better. Because I still think Daniel. I think as much as I would not be opposed to moving on from Daniel Jones, there's still that argument out there: can this guy actually have some capable wide receivers that can open up the offense that he can get the ball to consistently to give him a chance at least? Have put up big games. That's the thing. It's like it's like what Daniel Jones has had garbage as wide receivers. As much as we like Slayton, as much as we like Shepard and these guys, let's just be real. They're twos, maybe threes at best. Daniel Jones has never had the dynamic wide receivers and wide receivers that some of these other quarterbacks have had. Like we made the argument about Josh Allen. Josh Allen really never went to that next level until he got Stephon Diggs, until they drafted Gabriel Davis. Yes. Joe Burrow has Jamar Chase, who's like a human highlight reel out there. And the same thing with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. Do you think Kirk Cousins would be talked about any way he is if he didn't have Justin freaking Jefferson, who had 223 yards the other game? Even Mike
So
White on the Jets.
do
He's
you
got
think
Garrett Wilson out there making plays.
do you think bringing in Beckham and running it back with these cats would help?
Okay, when you say run it back, let me.
If they got another receiver?
When you say run, you're talking about the receivers running back with the same cast of receivers, just adding Beckham.
No, I'm not talking about the receivers. I'm talking about the quarterback and the running back specifically, because those are the two
Excuse me.
points in question right
Okay,
now with this team.
see, because if now are we going with the same offensive line? The
I mean,
very same offensive
you
line that we
going
had.
with the offensive line that you got right now, but it's going to be pending who you sign in the offseason. Obviously, this is all
Okay.
hypothetical.
See,
That's what I'm saying. But you're going to have to make those decisions probably before you get your offensive line together. You see what I'm saying? So are you running it back with these same cats?
it's not. You don't have to make that decision first.
Okay.
Because you're going to look at the whole thing. Who's coming out of the draft?
Yes.
Who's coming out in free agency? That's why when it comes to being a general manager, like we could be armchair general managers and this and that. We have to really add in everything.
Yep.
You really do have to add in everything, because right now, if I'm saying I'm not going to bring Daniel Jones and Saquon back, do I have to give them some other pieces? I still believe we have to give them some interior line help, better interior line help. They still need a wide receiver or two. Whether you bring Odell Beckham Jr. in, you still need other wide receivers to go along with it to make it that much more of a dynamic offense. I mean, you want to attack, well, not you. People want to attack Daniel Jones, but look at Jared Goff. When they killed him out in L.A., right?
Mm-hmm.
Look what he's doing now in Detroit with that offense.
With St. Brown.
And he has a better
that
offensive line.
And they got Jameson Williams back and DJ Chark is going to get together.
That offense is different, man. You know what I'm
that's
saying?
my point. But no.
The problem is, though, we spent money and picks and things on wide receivers to where those didn't pan out, and now our wide receivers are trash, as they want to say, and which I don't want to call them that, because these guys are professionals.
That was panic moves.
And Slayton did what they can, given their talent level. They're playing up to what they can do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but shout out to those guys, man. But given that, you got to look at the fact that the Giants, they don't have but one wide receiver on the roster. So what are they going to do? What are they going to do at quarterback? What are they going to do at running back? And what are they going to do at wide receiver? That's my thing to bringing this team back. Are you going to bring it back, or are you just going to scrap and you're going to find you a new quarterback? You're going to find you a new wide receiver? Because me and Jeffy, I'm with Jeffy on this one. I think Saquon and Daniel Jones is a package deal.
I've always said that, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by running. If you're running it back with these cats, and you want to bring in Odell Beckham Jr. into the fold, would you rather do that, or would you rather go out?
You'll have to add more pieces. I mean, you're just telling me 3 pieces, and what I'm saying is you still have to add more to that offense. Those 3 alone are not going to make you a more explosive offense. So no, based on the way you're skewing the question,
but like you saying, you spending money on those dudes. So now your money is limited.
And not really, because there are things you can do within the salary cap.
Right, but then that's
you got the draft.
That's a give and a take. That's a give and a take too.
No, I'm not even talking about that. Don't forget, we don't even include the TV money. No one includes that, so you don't know if teams are getting 20 additional million.
I don't know the money.
No,
but what I'm saying is tying it up, like you saying, positional value, and people kicking these different things out here like this. So you want to tying all this money up, and then you have to go out and draft a receiver in the first round to pair with whatever you got, if that's the route you
And
go.
we need wide
Or
receivers
maybe
because the people that
or
Tommy
maybe you
lists.
don't, or maybe you go wide receiver in the second round. My point being is that a better strategy than doing it without signing some of these guys, building the team through the lines, going out and getting a quarterback and rolling with it that way?
And two, the people that Tommy listed,
That's what I'm saying.
Robinson and Colin Johnson might not even start the season. Robinson's definitely not going to start the season, coming off an ACL tear. Late in the season it was, and I was saying there with Colin Johnson. So you might hope that they can come back, but are they even going to be ready? I mean, that's a year injury for the both of them. Robinson might lose his second year coming off that injury. So,
right.
I mean, you can't even rely on those guys. Essentially, you might be going into this year with a clean slate at wide receiver because you can't trust Wan'Dale Robinson to even be ready.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Slayton's a free agent. I'm not even going to talk about Shepard. I mean, he's not even in the picture. Galladay, goodbye. Tony's not even here anymore. And, this wide receiver position, I've said from the beginning, this wide receiver position need to be just wiped out completely and revamped because nobody on this team could be back next year. And now with Robinson getting hurt, he was the only guy I thought could be back. And now with him getting hurt as late as he did in the season, he's probably not even going to start the season. He'll probably start on pup list, so you're going to lose him for the beginning of the season. So essentially, you have to go out there and completely revamp this wide receiver position. And in terms of last year, let's just be real. Gettleman panicked. He knew he needed to get a wide receiver, and the fan base put the pressure on him. So he said, you know what? There's that big fish out there, Kenny Galladay. The fan base, and we're all guilty of it. We said, go get Kenny Galladay, especially with the fact of coming off a serious injury. He had a hip injury that he missed the entire season.
But that's what happens when you desperate, and look at where we at now.
And we were desperate.
In the same position.
But
we got desperate.
But the thing is, see, you're saying desperate. I don't think Shane is a desperate GM. So I don't think he's going to make desperate moves. I don't think he is
either.
Because he would have made a trade at the trade deadline for a receiver.
Exactly.
Showed he wasn't desperate because he didn't do it.
That's what I'm saying. I think this is why I'm asking this question. It's stirring up conversation.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Because, okay, what do you do? What's the best course of action if you Joe Shane? You know what I'm saying? Or do you feel like you want to invest more money into Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones, and potentially Odell Beckham Jr.? Because I don't think Odell Beckham Jr. is coming here, man, for a rebuild with a rookie quarterback.
First of all, I don't think Odell is coming here. I don't. Even next year, I don't.
Okay. Well, say it ain't Odell. Say you go out and you spend a pick or something on a wide receiver, and you bring back Slayton, and maybe you mix in Hodges and one of these low round picks in there. You know what I'm saying? And see what you got. So say maybe you build a wide receiver core like that. Is that enough with Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley to get you over the hump? That's what I'm saying. Just from a skill position standpoint, we just talking about because I know where you're going with. I know where you're going. I understand that. But I'm just saying from an offensive standpoint, we're all saying that this offense is more held back by the skill position players, and some say the quarterback. I'm not arguing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying the skill position players and some of these decisions that you got to make with the players now. Are you willing to put money into those guys, or are you willing to, given what you've seen thus far, if the season ended today, let me be specific. If the season ended today, given what you've seen thus far, are you willing to put money into Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones to bring them back and try to build something around those guys? Or are you willing to not go that route, save your money, plug more holes on the team, and then roll with Tyrod Taylor and a rookie quarterback?
No. Just like you said, am I bringing back Saquon and Daniel Jones? Yes. I'm bringing them back to build interior offensive line. It does not have to be high draft picks. You can get them in the third round with a couple of guys and still have some of the guys you have already on the team that you can. Lewinsky's going to be here. No matter how we skew it, he's going to be here. So you're going to have to try and get something out of him. Do you put something behind him?
Start him.
Okay. You don't have to start him. Okay,
You
that's
don't.
fine. That's fine. But
I'm good
still,
with him as a depth piece. Hell yeah.
okay, that's fine. I mean, you still have Bredesen. I mean, like I said, you have McKeithen. You could still draft an interior offensive lineman in the draft, second, third round, whatever. You don't have to draft a receiver in the first round either. I mean, if you want to go get a cornerback or an inside linebacker in the first round and he's worth it, then go get them if that's the case to also help your defense. You have 11 draft picks, but to attack the offense, and then bring some of these guys in. Yes,
We
Robinson
gotta
is
get this
hurt.
offense better.
I
We
get
do.
that. I get that. The offense
I'm
will help
tired
the
of it. Yeah.
yes, the offense will help the defense. I get that. But what I'm saying is, in terms of strategy, in the first round, I'm looking at cornerback, inside linebacker, offensive lineman, wide receiver. And I'm rating the board. I'm also going to do intel because you're going to find out how some teams, if not everyone, kind of skews their board. So you have a general idea that also goes into your scouting. How do you scout it? You look at free agency. Is there somebody maybe in the offensive line who's going to break free? Jeff has said it before. There's always somebody who pops free.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to pop free, so you can still build and do what you want to do and
You
need to
want to go to
do.
free agency again though?
That's not
With
what I'm
the O
saying.
line? I'm just saying,
To
yeah.
get a piece, one piece to contribute, even if he's on the back end. I'm
What
not
about
saying
Tremaine Edmonds? What if they just went and spent that money on that route on the linebacker position?
what is the
I'd
money.
almost rather do that because
Yeah, how
we've
much
actually
money?
had success with spending money on free agent linebackers. Remember, was it Antonio Pierce? I remember Michael Boley. He played pretty well for us. So
But you're
I'm
not going to
willing.
spend $20 million on the inside linebacker. So you're still
He's not going to cost that
no.
much.
But what I'm getting at, you're saying,
Yeah.
would I rather go that route? You could still get him also. Why is it
Oh,
that
okay.
you said it earlier? You really want both. So what I'm doing is, I heard you say that earlier. I'm kind of looking at it that way. You could still get wide receivers. Now you say
Wide
Odell
receivers. I'm
Beckham.
saying old line. I was
No, no,
saying
no,
I
no.
was
I'm looking
referring
at the
to.
totality
Oh,
of
okay.
everything. I'm looking
Okay.
at everything, the whole team. I'm trying to fill all key pieces as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want Tremaine Edwards, okay, that's fine. That's fine. If we can get another backup offensive lineman who can come in and spot duty from time to time, who can help push somebody who's a
Mm,
starter, great, perfect.
mm,
Go ahead and
right.
do that. If you can draft an interior offensive lineman, because there are a few that I've been looking at, that's fine.
Mm,
You can get them later. You can still get receivers. I mean, we've talked about it. Even if you don't get Rice, if he goes in the first round, you have Perry. You have the other kid from not Hyatt, the other wide receiver from
Tillman.
Tennessee.
yeah.
Yeah,
Tillman.
so there are ways you can go
Receivers
about.
been
I
receivers
like
been
those
hitting.
Maryland kids too. I like the Maryland
Receivers
Yes,
been
kids.
hitting in the draft too lately, man.
yes,
You see a lot of these kids come in
Look
their
at Green
first
Bay.
years
They
and make
got Dobbs and they
impact,
got
man. Now
Christian
look at the
Watson.
Jets, man. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
Look at
So that's why I say to you is, I get what you're going as far as running it back with Jones
and I'm just
and
making a hypothetical
yeah,
here.
I get you.
I'm not proposing it either way. Like I said, I'm I'm kind of okay with either route that they
That's
go,
the
to be
beauty of
honest
it.
with
We
you.
don't know. That's the
Yeah,
beauty
I
of this
really
whole
am. At
season. We
this
have
point,
no
I'm
idea.
okay with either route that they go because
Me
I
too.
feel
see,
like this GM is competent, and I
exactly.
think
Me too.
you got to have a little more confidence in him that whatever route he picks, I think it's gonna be cool. I think
I
I've
we
had
gonna
mean,
be
my
all
I've
right.
had my issues with Shane. Like I've had minimal issues with Shane. Has
He's
everything
made
been perfect?
mistakes.
Yeah. Is he
Yeah,
been perfect? No. But I mean, I'm not going
I
to go out
pointed
there
him
and be
out.
like he's the end of the world. Like he's a
Yeah,
horrible
I
no,
GM.
pointed
The
him out.
guy's working with some of the pieces he had to work with. I want to see
thank
what this
you.
guy can do when he can finally have the cap space
Yeah.
necessary to make the moves
Exactly.
he wants to make, and he's got to continue to
Mm-hmm.
draft
You
players
don't,
to
and I
bring in
think
here.
what he's more likely to do, to be honest, is not so much make a big free agent signing, but make a big
Mm-hmm.
trade.
I was just about to
Okay.
say that, and do not be
I
Okay.
think
surprised,
he's
guys,
more likely to make a big trade
for a wide
and
receiver.
give up a draft pick, whether it's a first or second, more likely a second or a third, give up a draft pick
Hmm.
and pay that wide receiver that's probably, wanting to get paid, because you're going to see some wide receivers hold out in the off season, and you could see Joe Shane make that type of move. I could vision that, him
He already
making a
did it
move like
already.
that for T Higgins, or for one of these other wide receivers on other teams. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think it'd be Cooks, but you know what I'm saying? Just to throw a name out there, but
Mm-hmm.
receivers are
Mm-hmm.
going to get antsy, and they're going to want to get paid, and they're going to feel like their team is not wanting to pay them, and they're going to start getting noisy and asking for trades. And then you could see Shane pulling something like that off with when he has extra draft picks. You could see him flip Saquon Barkley in a trade like that. You never know. You
Which
know
would
what
be
I'm
fine with
saying?
me. And I
I
hate to say
mean,
it too,
that's what it's going to have to be, man, at this point, because something's got to change with this team.
and
Yes.
I think the wide receiver position is becoming a bigger premium than maybe some people thought, because you notice a lot of these top teams in the NFL. I mean, besides, well, Patrick Mahomes is just a rare breed of quarterback, but most of these people, most of these top teams, they have premier wide receivers on their team to put them over the top. A lot of them. Wide
Yeah.
receiver position is becoming a bigger
Mm-hmm.
priority, a bigger premium position than people would have thought. And you need a top wide receiver or
Mm-hmm.
two, and some teams even three, to really be in a position to be a legit threat year in and year out in the playoffs. And all we have to do is look at our divisional rivals to say that, because all three of those teams have premium wide receivers on those teams, and we don't. And that's the difference between them and us. Even Washington, they have
What
those,
we
we don't.
what we missing that fit? What we really missing, I think, to put this team in the consideration for Philly and Dallas, is really in the trenches. I mean, it's as corny as it sounds, that's where they have the biggest advantage. Because think about it. I mean,
You're not
uh,
wrong.
their wide receivers are good. I mean, and yeah, we could point to that, but I mean, we should have an advantage with our running backs, and we don't, because for some reason it's not incorporated in the offense like I think it should be. So we're not using our advantage, and we're letting them use their advantage against us. You know what I'm saying? So I think in the trenches is where we got to beef up, so where we can get and use our advantage, which has always been the Giants running game. The Giants have always built teams off running the football. So, but you can't do it consistently, because in this NFL, unlike the 1990s, you can't be one dimensional. That's the difference. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I agree with Giants fans and a lot of us old school fans. It's like, yeah, we need to run the football, Tommy in the chat, 12, 13 personnel, yada, yada, yada. Well, you still got to have the threat of a passing game, and that's where we lacking at too. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
we
Mm-hmm.
can't get that until we get them trenches fixed.
That's
You
what
know what I'm
makes the
saying?
Daniel
Mm-hmm.
Jones argument so damn tough, because the trenches have been abysmal and the wide receiver position has been abysmal. And that's why you
What I
have
want
this
the Giants
constant
to
back
start
and
doing
forth with Daniel Jones.
is doubling up. Like, I'm not gonna be mad if the Giants take a pass rusher early in this draft,
Neither will
or a
I.
defensive tackle,
Neither will
or
I.
an offensive guard. Like, double up. That's how you build depth, and that's what the Cowboys and Eagles do. They draft offensive linemen and defensive linemen every single draft.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants want to draft cornerbacks and shit, wide receivers that fucking got hamstring problems. Like, the fuck out of here, man. Drafting them
Tommy.
lines, man.
Tommy.
Tommy, get it? You know what time it is, man. That's why I
Tommy,
fuck
you
with Tommy.
said he
Pause.
said he said KG next save us about $6 million. If he's cut before June 1st, it's 6.7. If he's cut post June 1st, it's like 13 and change. So if they're going to cut when they cut him, expect it to be at post June 1st, because you
Yep.
save more money, and that actually will probably will go towards your draft picks, as well as whatever's left over towards the regular season. So That's why I say, right now, if we're 50 whatever to 60 something, maybe it even goes up to 70, and that's before the TV money. And then, if you add in KG, there's the possibility you could see us pushing close to 80 some eight I mean $80 million in cap space. I mean, there,
But what
now
you spending that on?
again, there's so many different things you can spend that money on though.
You got Barkley, Jones, and Love as your premium
But
three
Jones,
free
I
agents.
don't. It's the first question is, what do you think Jones is going to get? I think Jones will probably get around close to 20, maybe 22, tops at 25, because the market is 50 something $1 million. Because Lamar Jackson's probably going to be pushing $40 to $50 million.
Jalen
Jones
Hurts might
ain't.
actually be pushing that too.
Yeah,
If he has an
Jones
MVP
is
season.
not getting that. Jones is not getting that. So if he's the middle of the pack, middle pack is going to run you about 25. Barkley will probably get you closer to 18. Maybe you can get it to 17. And then, you still have money to play around with. Well, not play around with, but
Mm,
work with,
mm.
because
So we hold up. We signing Barkley for what, 18?
you figure he's going to get close to get what Zeke got. Zeke is at 18. So, and I'm just starting right there, to be brutally honest. I think he's going to get
And we
that,
giving Daniel Jones what, 25?
top 25. I think realistically it'd probably be closer to 22, 23. Honestly.
I don't know if he signs for that. I think
Who's
he's
going to
going
give it? Who's now?
because
Yes, you're right.
what's the tag?
Oh, wait a minute. You got transition and you got franchise.
Yeah.
Franchise is 28. I think the transition is about 23. You can
Okay.
transition tag him also. But that's
Okay,
only 1 year.
then that means he's not going to sign for 22. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
25.
There's
Give him
going to be some
25.
team
It's
out
going
there
to be
that are going to be
25.
crazy enough to offer him a big deal because they're going to look at his
And I
potential.
and I think there is going to be a team that's going to come out of
And
left field.
that's where
Same
you
thing with Barkley.
that's where you transition. You transition tag him then. Because if the transition tag is about 23, 24, because you get draft pick if he signs with someone else once you transition him or your
Yep.
franchise.
First thing in the offseason that I'm doing if I'm the New York Giants is tagging Saquon Barkley. That's
The
what,
franchise tag?
10 million?
No, the running back franchise is probably because it's the average
Is
of
it
the top.
higher?
It's wait a minute, I'll tell you
It's
right
like
now.
10 or 12 million, I think.
No, it's the top. It's the average of the tops. Wait a minute, are we talking franchise or transition?
I think you say
Franchise.
Okay, franchise. Oops.
Like, can you franchise tag one player and transition tag
Nope.
another in the same offseason?
Nah.
You have to do one or the other, right?
Yeah, one or the other.
So then either way, if you're gonna keep both, you're gonna have to sign one of them.
Tommy says
You're
16
right.
million.
It's it's as of 2022 9.570. So you're right, NYG.
10 million, right.
Quarterback, and that's a franchise. The
Right.
quarterback is 29.703.
Right.
Now,
that's
if
why I'm tagging Barkley. Yeah. That's the move.
Wait a minute. The transition is cheaper though. That's why I'm saying that.
You could do that. I wouldn't mind that. But with the
How
transition.
many draft picks would you give
franchise,
up?
I think, is 2. I think the franchise is 2.
Transition is 1, right?
And I think the transition is 1.
Okay.
Franchise. Here we go. Franchise. All right. Quarterback. All right. Franchise is 29.7. Transition is 27.1 or 27.2. Running back is 9.5 and transition is 8. So you're better off doing that.
Would Barkley take the tag? Because he can easily say, "I'm not coming back" on the tag.
I mean, he could say that, man. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, I think they'll work something out.
I'm looking at 22. I'm sorry. 23. Quarterback is 31,497,000 and the tag is 28,049. And the running back is 12,632 for the franchise, and the transition is 10,197 for the the running back is 10,197 for the transition. And that's 23, the projected.
Okay.
So
I'm
if we
still tagging
had,
him. I'm still tagging Barkley. And I think
Then you
you
get Jones because you're going to have to offer him over $30 million.
I think you just gonna have to take that risk to negotiate with the guy, man, and hopefully you can work something out, man. But I think Saquon Barkley is obviously the most important piece here because he's your only offensive weapon, man. He's the only dynamic play on your offense, whether you feel about him as a running back, whether you feel about him that he's injury prone or whatever. He's all you got foundationally, in my opinion, from a skill position
No, I got you.
standpoint,
I got you.
to
I got where
stand
you're
I
on
going.
understand.
offense. So I'm definitely running it back with Saquon. With DJ, like I said, I want to see what we get down the stretch.
Are
I
you
want to
going to
see
pay
if
him
he.
230? Are you going to pay him 2 years, $60 million? Then
It's gonna be tough, man. But if he takes the team to the playoffs and he looks competent and he looks, much like he's looked all season. I mean, outside of a few blips here and there, I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying?
That's what makes this offseason so complicated
I'm okay with
because
that.
yeah.
your two franchise players on your offense are both free agents in the same offseason. Whereas if we picked up
Yeah, I
Daniel
give him a
Jones'
2 year
option,
deal.
we would at least
That's what I'm
had him for
saying.
another
I mean,
year.
But what's the dollar amount? 2 years
years.
what? Two
He
years
said
60.
16.
Would he
I don't
accept
think
that
he.
though?
I don't think he's gonna take that. I
He
think
might
he's
want
gonna
the
try to.
years.
No,
He's going to
no.
want to get at least the franchise tag. Because why wouldn't you want to
Yeah,
get at
he'll
least
get
that?
that on the market.
You
Jones
see
will
what I'm
get that on the
saying?
market.
Yeah.
16, he's
So
not going to sign.
I don't think he'll
He's
sign
gone.
it. You probably gonna have to sign him, like Coach said, for somewhere between 25 and 30 million.
And you guys have to think about too. It's not just about
I'd
the money;
split
it's
the
the
difference.
years. The years
I
are
split.
important. They want the
Yeah.
security in the deal. They want to be around for multiple years and not just the short-term deal, so they can go right back out there. They want to be able to be secured with the team for multiple years. Sometimes years are as important, if not sometimes more important than the money itself. So you have to think
But
about that. If they're going
Jones,
to be willing
but
to accept a 2 or 3 year deal, are they going to not want a longer-term deal with that team?
I don't think the
You have to
market's
think
gonna
about
be there
that.
for. I don't think the market's gonna be there for Daniel Jones to get that type
You
of
never
deal.
know. You never know. There
You
are
never
teams out
know,
there.
right? But I'm saying if I had to
Did
bet,
anybody
I would
expect
say
Kirk
no.
Cousins to get the deal he did with the Vikings? And he's not. He's on
No,
Jones's level. Teams get
but
desperate.
Cousins, Cousins
You
did
have to
more
think about that. You have
in
to.
in Washington than Daniel Jones has done so far with this squad. But so it's a little
I know.
different. But I don't.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't. I
Mm.
don't. I don't think so. I don't think the market's there for him.
You might be right, but you got to think
He
about
he
that. Is
gets
that we don't know
he,
the market yet. We have to see.
um, but if you could work something out, that'll work. If not, then look, I'm not gonna
I'm
be
Daniel
mad, man.
Jones.
I'm not
If
gonna
I'm
be
Daniel
mad
Jones, I'm not.
if they got to go in another direction.
No, none of
Me
us
neither. Me
are. But
neither.
I
Me
think
neither.
with Daniel Jones, what he's going to do though, he's going to see what Geno Smith does. Because Geno Smith, I mean, I know he's been playing great this year. He really has. But
Oh,
if
he a
he's
free
signing
agent.
for, if Seattle
Oh.
signs him for 30 million or 30 plus, that's setting the market.
Oh yeah, because
Because
Seattle's going.
he could say exactly. He's in the same system. You're going to
Coach.
keep him,
Yeah,
Gino
you
Gino would
couldn't.
make that too. I think he would for the season he's had. I could
and
easily see Seattle
that's
paying him
why
that
it's
Yeah,
money.
like, and that's
yeah.
why I say,
Mhm.
you're probably going to have to. If anything, I could see you franchising him and paying Saquon,
Mm.
franchising or even transition him, because if he walks, you at least get something for the quarterback more than anything.
That's good stuff though, Coach. Because I didn't even think about that. If Geno Smith, the season he's having,
Mm-hmm.
he's going to command a pretty good size contract.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Whether he gets it
And
from
think about the running back
Seattle or
position
not.
too. Think about the running
And
back position too. Look how many premium running backs are on the market. You don't think Barkley's going to be monitoring what a Kareem Hunt gets, a Jamal
Mm-hmm.
Williams, a Josh Jacobs, of Miles Sanders, these guys are going to be making money too. They're going to be looking at what these guys are going to make on the market. So you got to think about for both Jones and Barkley. We're thinking from our fans' perspective on what they might want to take. But you have to think about what realistically might happen on the market. Mm-hmm. These guys might get a lot more money than we think because there are teams out there that will get desperate to offer like a Christian Kirk type contract. Wow. Like they will think that this guy is the guy that could put them over the top, or they believe in their talents that they will be willing to go out there and Christian Kirk. That's another guy. I agree.
I think Darius Slayton is outpricing himself for the Giants because
he can't afford that.
And I think what teams are seeing is that Slayton can be used, and if you have an offense like Buffalo, Kansas City, or even Seattle to a degree, or a team like that, with Geno Smith and them, they incorporate a guy like Darius Slayton into that offense. Oof. I mean, but he's just not a fit for this team because we have no structure from the receiver standpoint. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I think this guy's got a raw deal. I've been open about saying that, but ultimately, you can't overpay for a guy like Darius Slayton. If he was to come back on a team-friendly deal, which I don't think he will because he already did that this season, taking a pay cut.
He's going to want to get paid. He's going to
get paid. He should get paid. I don't see him coming back.
And you know who else might be pricing themselves out soon out of the free agency? Julian Love. Go look at his stats. His stats are really good this year. He's got over 100 tackles this year, which is the highest among safeties this year.
It just depends on how the Giants feel about McKinney. That's what
I think that they prioritize Love more than they do McKinney, like you have said. I think Love is a guy that I just don't know if they can ill afford to lose because of his value on this team. But you never know; he could be gone. We'll
I think they rather sign Love and just ride it out with McKinney and see where it goes.
Yeah, because the injury with McKinney didn't help him.
Yeah, but they don't have to make a decision on him.
You don't have to.
That's because what I'm saying. They probably would sign Love, ride it out with McKinney on the rookie deal, and see where it goes. And if he proves himself to be, at that point, maybe you can get out of Love's deal. If you do it right and go with McKinney.
Is Love restricted though? Is Love restricted free agent?
No, he's unrestricted. I believe he was drafted the same year as Daniel Jones. He's an unrestricted free agent. I think he's a 4th round pick in 2019, so he would be an unrestricted free agent.
No, it was just I was looking at because could we do a projected tender for certain players?
I mean, you could, but would he take it?
No, you're right about that too.
Because he's gonna make a good amount of money too. I mean. Remember, that whole 2019 class are free agents this year.
Yeah,
all of them. So, I mean, Zimenez is a free agent. Cam Brown and Carter Coughlin, I believe, are free agents. They've been key special teams players.
But I see them going.
They're probably gone too, but they've been special teams guys. And if McGay here, he might try to want to bring him back on some type of deal.
But that's where you can also say I can get rookies. To be honest with you,
you're right.
At a cheaper rate. So
that's what makes
it does. It makes it real hard.
That's what makes this offseason tough because look at the guys you have. A lot of these guys, I mean, you think it's so easy. It's not because they're going to be looking at the open market and they're going to see what their value can be amongst other teams. And it's just we're thinking about it from a fan's perspective. Let's just be real. We're saying, well, Daniel Jones should take like a 2 or 3 year deal worth so-and-so. Or Saquon Barkley should take this from so-and-so. We're thinking from the heart, like saying because they want to be Giants and they want to stay here. But at the same time, these guys are thinking about their big contract. This is their chance to land a big contract. So
if I was a player from the New York Giants, 50-50. I would be thinking in this aspect, like, yo, this team, y'all put me through a lot on this losing squad with this rabid-ass fan base. And, in some of these players' cases, they had to restructure deals, take pay cuts, take lesser deals, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm trying to get paid, man, at the end of the day.
So I feel too. And not everybody's like a Sterling Shepard.
I would not cut the Giants no slack because this team has been abysmal.
Yeah.
And they've hurt careers, man.
Mm,
With the damn
mm,
turf and the shit that they've done and the rabbit shit that the fan base has created and the drama and a lot of the just the poor decisions by the ownership,
mm-hmm.
they've hurt a lot of players' careers, man. So if I'm a player, mm-mm, pay me, man. Pay me, man. And if you Joe Shane and Brian Dable, and this is what I will respect, be smart, but also don't go out here and try to revamp this team totally. Pay the players that you know you can work with, that you know you can move forward with this organization. I do not want to see them let all these players go. Pay some, let some of them go, but
Yeah.
be
Don't be
smart
like
about it.
Gettleman.
Here you go.
Don't
Don't
be what
overpay.
Gettleman
Here you
did.
go.
Right.
Here you
Don't
go.
overpay. Go ahead.
Lemieux with his dead cap, you saved 923,000. Aaron Robinson, 6'3", 356 -2, 5,144. Aaron Robinson, you could save 1,086,000 and change. What you're going to see is some of the guys on the back end, especially the injured guys, because
I
they're
could rock
in
that,
they're
Tommy. Go ahead. Nah, keep
That's a
going,
pretty
Cuz.
good
so
list.
Tate Crowder, no. Tate
Crowder's a
Crowder. I'm
free
looking at Tate
agent.
Crowder now.
Yeah, he's a free agent.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think he was
Okay.
drafted in 2019. I think he's gone after this year.
No, 23.
Mm-mm.
He has a base salary.
Mm-mm.
He has a base
Oh, so
salary
he's
of
Crowder's
2020.
Crowder's
He's
1.
2020. I'm
Crowder's
sorry.
still there.
But
They might cut him,
his
but
Should.
Tate
yeah.
Crowder. No, his dead cap. His
You
dead
gotta
cap is
forgive
only
him.
saving you 18,000.
Tate Crowder's all right as a depth piece, man. He's like Slayton. We asking a lot of these guys to start and be major contributors, man. And these guys are low round draft picks, man, and they still young and they're still trying to contribute
I think I.
and trying to learn their craft, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of these guys' growth
Oh
has
yeah.
been stunted by
Yeah.
No,
bad
Tate
ownership
Crowder.
and
Yeah.
coaching.
And bad GMs.
Tate Crowder is a
Yeah, it's
captain
ownership.
of
I
16.
lump all that shit in
Yeah.
together.
I
Looking at
remember
Colin
too.
Johnson.
Remember, we haven't signed our draft picks. The last two draft picks we signed to second contracts. One of them only lasted a year, and the other one has been injured the past couple of years. We don't sign our own guys, so that's what makes it more
And I
difficult. Is
think
that
that's what
Sorry.
they're trying to change. And that's why I
yeah?
think
Injury settled.
they're going they're
Colin
they're gonna work
Johnson.
something out with Saquon Barkley.
Colin Johnson is
And
going to be an
Julian
injury
Love.
settlement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two of them. Two or three players they're gonna work something out with. Not
You could
everybody,
say
but I say three like major guys, just major contributors.
Yeah.
You know, I know a lot of the undrafted free agents and low round picks are gonna come back on undrafted, 1-year
Yeah.
deals, prove
I
it
think
deals.
Isaiah Hodgins made Colin Johnson
You know
a
what
little
I'm
bit more
saying?
expendable with how he's played.
Colin
It's the
Johnson.
same
Colin
player.
Johnson. If you cut him, if you cut Colin Johnson, it saves you It saves you $1 million, so a little over 1 million.
So
Same
he's
thing with
gone.
Tyree Phillips. If you cut him, it saves you over $1 million. So there's guys on the back end that you can cut.
What about Pear?
Hold on.
Because he's a
Sorry, I
third
was looking
round
at
pick.
Jack
How much would we
Anderson.
save for him?
Wait a minute, Jack Anderson would be 1,055,000 per. Where's Pear at?
Because I mean, he's a guy that we could
Not
consider cutting.
I think.
Unless you want him back as a
Yeah,
dead piece.
his dead cap is 208. So you're gonna sell him because he's at yeah, you're gonna save you're gonna lose only 208,000. So he's
I can
gone.
see him being cut. Yeah, he's gonna be gone.
So I'm just looking at some guys right now, and it's bumping your salary cap up. Yeah, you got to spend it, but you're still gonna it's still gonna open up.
Yeah, there's going to be some of the guys on this back end of this roster that will not be here. That we were
Right
maybe
now,
what about like a Rodarius Williams?
Wait a minute. All right, hold on. Right now, we're projected to be pick at number 23, and a number 23 draft pick is going to cost you about 2.6 mil. Now you say Rodarius Williams.
Or Darnay Holmes, either one of them, because I could see Darnay Holmes being a cap casualty.
Rodarius, his dead cap hit is $43,000.
Okay. What about Darnay Holmes?
Yeah, I'm waiting to get back to him. Darnay, where's Holmes at?
Because I could see if anybody he could become a dead cap casualty. Because I mean,
I don't think
see
it's
a
going to
position
be
with him.
for cap reasons. I think a lot of these guys just going to not make the cut. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some of these guys, Shane's just going to want his own players. He's going to want his own players. And I mean, not everybody, but some
not
of these
that,
guys won't
but-
be here.
But Wink and Dable and Kafka, you know what I'm saying? Look, these guys are trying to get head coaching jobs, meaning Kafka and Wink Martindale.
Yeah.
And a silver lining in this all, if you want to call it that, is that them underperforming, it gives us the continuity of the likelihood of them coming back next year is increasing.
Restructuring. You could restructure because Darnay Holmes is his dead cap is 197,000, and his base right now is 1,010,000. So you could restructure that the same way you did with Slayton.
I'm fine with that. Make him a
But
depth
you see what I'm
piece,
saying
not a
as
starter.
far as Wink Martindale and Kafka are concerned?
I think Wink will still get opportunities. I don't know if Kafka won't, but I think Wink might still get some calls. I don't know if we'll get it, but I think he'll still
Philly
get an
just put up
opportunity.
48 on you, man. And
I mean, it's not his fault his players couldn't execute.
It ain't his fault, but you know how the NFL is. So
I know, but he's still a good defensive coordinator.
No, he's good.
But
I'm saying that's a good thing for us, and I want him to stay here to build continuity with this defense, so this defense can grow. I'm tired of
you and I like him
after
the
coordinator.
good and bad. I hear what you're saying. Like you're saying, like the good, like we're doing a good cop, bad cop thing. Like you're saying the good things, and I'm saying like the bad things, like the what ifs in a way, because it can go either way with any of these things that can happen. That's why I'm so intrigued about this off season, because let's just be real, this is going to be the biggest off season this year because anything is possible with this off season. We can expect anybody on this roster, except for a few players and mostly the drafted players. Anybody on this roster could be gone. It doesn't matter who you are. Anybody could be gone.
We're going to need a punter next year, too.
Maybe they do something crazy and decide to trade McKinney. You never know. Maybe they decide to trade McKinney for something, like they want to get another piece or another draft pick. A high draft pick for a guy with high potential of McKinney if they decide Love is the answer and they want to roll Belton.
Maybe they trade Adoree Jackson to get off that contract.
Exactly. Can they trade Adoree, or is cap hit too big? Because they restructured his deal. Leo too, but his deal's too much as well.
Next year, Adoree's cap hit is 19,488, 33. His dead cap is 10,476, 67. So you're roughly saving about $9 million if you cut him or trade him.
And that ain't bad for a cornerback, man. A veteran corner. You know what I'm saying?
And wait a minute, if you cut him pre-June 1st, like I said, 10,476.
I wouldn't cut him. No,
I'm just saying if you trade him pre-June 1st, same thing. If you release him post-June 1st, it's 7,488.33 for 23, 2,988 in 24. So you save 12 million in savings in 23 if you release him. Same thing if you trade him. So whether you June 1st is either post June 1st you're going to save 12 million, and pre June 1st your cap savings is 9 million.
I keep Holmes as a backup. Tommy, I would keep Holmes as a backup. McKinney, I'm on the fence with only because.
What do they think about Belton? What do they think about Dane Belton?
I don't know what they think about Belton. I don't know what they think about Julian Love.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they think about McKinney as far as how he fits into the long-term plans. If they want to pay both safety positions big money, you know what I mean? I don't know.
I got an unpopular take.
Go ahead. Spit
I
your
think
truth.
my unpopular take is if Julian Love gets signed to a long-term deal in the offseason, the Giants will dangle McKinney in trade talks because I think they're going to want to see what Belton can do as the other safety. That's my unpopular take. If Love leaves in free agency, squash that take. But if they resign Love to a deal, my unpopular take is they might dangle McKinney in the offseason as trade bait because they're going to
If you
want
trade
Belton.
him,
They're going to want to give Belton a chance at the
I
other
go a
safety
step
spot.
further and say that happens.
Yeah.
and then you're saving 1.754 mil. No matter whether if you release him or trade him, you're going to save your cap savings in 23 is 1.754.
I think it's cap space. I think they want to see what Belton can do. They drafted
No,
that
I
kid.
understand
They
that.
have
I'm
to
And
have
saying.
upside.
it's about recouping a draft pick. Obviously, you're not.
No,
You can't
Yeah.
I get you.
back
I
in
get you.
return.
I get you.
So you could
I
get a
get
second
you.
round pick
Yes.
for McKinney and flip that and go get, the wide receiver you want
Yeah.
or the quarterback you want.
Yeah.
Whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Oh, Dex isn't going anywhere.
Yes.
If Wink Martindale's the defensive coordinator, Dex is getting a long-term deal. That dude's a foundational
Dex
piece.
is
in the middle
not
of our
going
defense.
nowhere.
He's
He's
not
a
going
giant.
anywhere.
He
Leo
looks
will
like
be
a
gone
giant.
before Dex.
He'll be a giant, man, until he.
Yeah.
I just see that with Dex.
He'll break the
He's a
DT
giant.
curse. He'll
Yeah,
break the
he's
DT curse.
he's a
Of
giant.
guys leaving.
He's the anchor of the pass rush right now. That's
Yeah.
been the giant staple. And
He's got the most sacks on the team.
he's the anchor of the pass rush.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Basically he's what coach knows. I mean, that push in the middle sets up everybody else. You know what I'm saying? That's what bothers quarterback most, pressure up the middle. So that Dex isn't going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I'm more worried about Leo Williams and Azeez Ojulari. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know how they feel about those guys.
I'm more worried about Leo. Leo worries me the
Okay,
most.
Leo,
Because of his age and his contract and his age.
Leo,
Azeez has got what,
right
one more
now-
year?
No, he was drafted
Leo
last year.
has-
He's got 2.
Leo has 23
Yeah,
and
he's got
dead
2
cap
more
money.
years.
So, his Leo's dead cap is $20,220,000.
Because they restructured that deal.
But
this
Leo
past
just
season.
got injured, Tommy. Leo just got injured this year. Before this year, he never missed a game.
Yeah, no, I mean it's.
So
I can
he's
see,
not
to be
he's
honest
not
with
off
you.
injured. It's just he just got nicked up this year.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: what I could see them doing. I forgot who it was who talked about that before. Because it's defensive linemen, you can extend Leo and make his cap hit smaller because most defensive linemen do last into their early mid 30s. You
That's
can say,
true.
oh, I mean, because he's 28 right now. He'll be 29 next year.
Yeah.
You can extend him an extra 3 years after that and drop his cap hit and save some money off of that.
Now look at Philly. Philly's doing that right now. They brought back Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph, and they got Fletcher Cox. All those guys are in their 30s.
Mm-hmm.
They're
And
mid-30s.
just because you say that, I'm with it. Just because you just said that right there, because I had to think about it for a minute. But because you said that right there, I'm with it. Because you want to build on your foundation. So if you're going to make that defensive line your strength, make it your strength and quit piddle-paddling around with it. And go ahead and draft these guys, man, and get these guys, you know what I'm saying, coached up, man, and ready to go, man. You got to beef up that line, and you got to beef up that linebacker spot because the running game is lacking because of the linebackers.
There's one other thing, too, with all the injuries we do need to take into consideration is this is the first time they're working under this strength and conditioning coach. A strength and conditioning coach at any level is the heart and soul of your team because they can help you with your injuries. How do you develop them? How do you help them get stronger? I'm not talking about Leo. Leo's is there. Dexter's pretty much there. I mean, you could probably fine tune a few things there, here or there, but really not much. But then that's, your DJ Javison and all those other guys, who are coming in. Sometimes that also helps. And going from one year to another is a big transition.
Yeah.
So what do they do in the off season when they're working out? What type of program do they put them on? What type of meal, when they're away from you guys need to eat this and, cut out this, who's your dietitian? What type of, and your nutritionist, what type of plans do you set up for these guys so they can, you
Mm-hmm.
know, work their bodies so they can come back and hopefully be even better and stronger and face less risk injuries. We already know they're going to be changing the turf, so that hopefully could be it. But again, this strength and conditioning, that could also be a big factor because it does in college. That is your heart and soul in college and high school, and it's usually that way. In the NFL, we just don't talk about it, but those guys are key. So
That's true.
that's something we also want to take a look at. When they have the mandatory, the voluntary workouts, things of that nature, how do they help them get stronger? So, sitting here thinking about that too. So,
The defensive line I wouldn't touch. I would just try to add more depth on it because I
yeah.
think that's the best. That's probably the best position we have is that pass rush. Because I think if these guys, continue to play as a unit together and they stay healthy, I think we got four really good pass rushers on that defensive line. It's just about bringing in more depth because I believe that especially with Dex and Leo, they just got worn down because they're playing so many snaps because of the lack of depth because of Nick Williams going down with injury, with Davidson going down with injury, with Ellis being a waste. Mondo's a solid player, but in reality, there was no proven depth, and they had to go out there and maximize the amount of snaps they had to do. So,
Yeah.
in terms of our pass rush and our defensive line, I just want to get more depth. Just get more depth to rotate guys in because look at Philly, look at Buffalo, look at some of these other teams. Why are they so successful with their defensive linemen? Rotation, 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 rotation. They keep bringing guys in and guys out to keep them fresh, like what Philly did right now. You have Fletcher Cox, you have Milton Williams, then you could bring in Linval Joseph, then you could bring in Javon Hargrave, then you could bring in Nadama Sue. You rotate guys in and out constantly so you keep everybody fresh. That's
Okay.
what I think we need to do on the interior defensive line.
There
Obviously,
you
you'll get
go.
Davidson back. You can bring back Nick Williams and Henry Mondo if you want on short-term deals. You can draft a couple of more defensive linemen if you want, or maybe sign a cost-effective, solid defensive tackle. But that's what I think we need is depth on the pass rush and especially on the defensive line. I think we're fine
Here's,
in terms of our starters. We
mm,
just need the depth.
mm, mm.
That's what I think we need to do.
Here's one. Then thank you for saying that, and I'm not looking into, and I'm gonna watch him.
You're welcome.
Siaki Ika, defensive tackle, Baylor. I keep
Mm.
forgetting about him. This kid is, oh my gosh. First of all, he's 6'4", 358 pounds. Now
What's
he's
his name?
projected. Siaki is I'll spell it for you. Siaki, and his last name is Ika. But he plays at
Mm.
Baylor University. The kid can play. He's strong. He eats up double teams, and he pushes the pocket during the pass rush. And it's hard
Got
to.
him.
He reminds me of the guy from Tampa Bay in some regards.
Oh, Vita Vea.
Yes. So
I'll
Yo,
take
that's
if he's
all.
anything like Vita Vea, I'll take it.
hey,
So
look,
and yeah,
coach, what like as far as the
just
defensive tackle position, what is it that you look for and what is it that you think that the Giants need as far as someone that can really help solidify that run defense? We know the linebackers is a problem, but as far as defensive tackle, because we've seen Ellis out there play and he has been bad. So what is
no.
it? What is it that we looking for in one of those defensive tackles, man? So
Well,
we don't get a guy like Justin Ellis out there,
Is
man.
Wink going to really play a true three front, or is he going to stay with this four? If he's staying with this four look, then I'm not changing anything with the starters. I'm looking for backups to give them blows and guys who will come in and give us good production. Now, in run situations, can they come in and help? That's why I was saying this guy Ika, because he definitely handles the run. Teams
Mhm.
have had a hard time with him, and I think he played at LSU. I think he played his first 2 years at LSU. I think he was he on there? Yeah, he was at LSU. Yes,
Okay.
he was. He played at LSU, so he's played against SEC at top level competition, and he's held his own. So if you're looking for deep interior defensive lineman, Davison was good. So if you can find another guy like him in late in the draft, okay, fine, cool. I'm with that. But as far as the defensive lineman, to be able to eat up the blocks and keep our linebackers free, first of all, movement. When you do your stunts, and also get off of blocks. Get your hands
Yeah.
inside on the offensive lineman, control them, and then make the plays in the run game to help the linebackers. But if anything, if you're going to be blocked, you need to command two people to block you because that also helps your linebackers.
Yeah.
People say our linebackers suck, but if offensive linemen are getting to block them, then that means the defensive linemen are not doing their
They're
jobs as
holding
well.
their own. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, so
Hmm.
you have to command a double team. You can't, this way it lets your linebackers get off and be able to be in position to make a tackle sometimes. So, it works hand in hand. So your defensive lineman in the run game, he has to stay true to his gap integrity, maintain it,
Hmm.
read what's going on, control the offensive lineman, and get after the ball carrier and bring him down. But also, you know what? Eat up the double teams. It's a tiring job, but you know what? You can do
That's
that.
what Dalvin Tomlinson did that so well, man.
Oh,
Exactly.
Us,
that
man.
hurt my heart
Mm.
when he
Just
left.
them double teams, man. Just all
And,
game, man. Just eating up them double teams. Our run defense was so good, man, when he was
And
here.
that's a product of
DT, Leo, and Dex, both three.
Yeah.
and that if you can get Tomlinson back, forget it. I'm not even looking at anything else.
Is he a
That right
free
there,
agent?
not to my
He
knowledge.
signed a 2-year deal with Minnesota, didn't he? In 2000,
Hold on, I'll tell you.
He
Let me
might
in
look
be a
at
free
something.
agent.
2021, he might be a
What's
free
good,
agent.
Breezy, man? What's good with you, bro?
Hey, Breezy.
You know me, man. What could I say, man? It's no vlogging tonight. I'm just
Let's
off a
go.
win. Know what I'm saying 4-game win streak. I'm glad you guys still here, man. Yeah, I said it 5 hour live. This shit
Oh, this
epic,
is the
man. Yo,
norm.
I'm telling you, yo, y'all gonna look back at this and be like, yo, these lives was epic, bro. Like this shit, nothing to sneeze at, man. I'm just glad I'm part of the panel,
Good
man.
content out here, man.
Appreciate
You know
it.
what I'm saying? And people can tap in when they want to tap in and just jump in on
Yeah,
whatever conversation you want to jump in on, man.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
you
Oh yeah,
know,
NYG,
he's free. He's free
but
after this year.
get him, get him back.
yeah.
I want
Hmm.
Tomlinson back. Right or
There you
wrong.
go.
Right or
So
wrong that should
that's
have
a
never been made.
signing. That's a signing right there you can make
I'm just,
to boost.
hold on.
Well,
I did
he
want
has
to talk about
he
some basketball shit though, real quick.
Yeah. We got you.
just
Yeah,
just
nah.
just one thing. Just one thing. I'll just say this, and then we can go. He does have signing bonus money that's on the book for them for 3 years. Now it's only
Mhm.
$2.5 million for 23, 24, 25. So they may try and take that and add something to it to bring him back. So
Mm.
so
yeah.
that is a possibility. But yes, if you can pony up the money, then yeah, go get him.
Go get
All right,
him.
Breezy, it's yours.
Go get Edmonds from
Dallas.
Buffalo. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
And
Okay.
And go ahead and start putting some resources into that defense, man. Go ahead, make your point, Jeffy, and then we're gonna get to Breezy
I was
because I
just gonna
do
make
want
it
to
real
talk some
quick.
basketball.
No, I'm gonna make it quick. Maybe something that could go against McKinney too, in terms of like the McKinney Love conversation, is that Love's never had. I don't think Love's missed a game in his career, and
Mm.
McKinney's already had. Remember in 2020 where he missed pretty much the
Yep,
entire
yep.
season with that foot injury,
True.
and then self-inflicted or not, he's missing games this year. Injury history always plays into things too. Love is a more reliable player on the field than Xavier
Yep.
McKinney is, so that
And
could play
Brian
into
Dable made
conversations too.
that point too. Smart, tough, and what? Dependable.
Exactly. Love's dependable. McKinney, right now, he's been on and off. Go ahead, Breezy.
Facts,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
What you got for
yeah,
us,
nah.
bro?
Yeah, nah, you like I said, man, y'all turned me to a Giants fan. I mean, it's good to, see how y'all call a game and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I know MYG 22, he be doing predictions and what he think gonna happen week to week. You know what I'm saying? That was one of the first things you know what I mean? I got into it because of that. So yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Because like I said, I turned into a Giant fan again, just listening to y'all pod or whatnot. Know what I mean,
Get your Saquon Barkley jersey.
yeah,
Appreciate you,
I
man. Shit.
appreciate you. Know what I'm saying?
We're gonna
But
get you right, man. I'm gonna get you some. I'm gonna get you a complimentary souvenir.
There you go.
Courtesy of Unpopular Opinion Sports, man. Just for you know what I'm saying, turning into a Giants fan. But go ahead.
But
Let's
yeah,
talk
man,
Nets.
listen.
Let's get into it.
Man, Pete, you know what I'm saying? I be on shit. So last Sunday, I don't know if you seen it or not, but somebody that was on a page, he was at the game live while you was doing the pod. So I
Oh
linked
shit.
it so like he could be live there and he could like link with you, you feel me? Like I don't know if we could do him on a stream or whatever, but you feel me? He could at least jump in the chat. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Pay attention, man. I'm trusting you, man. Your shit gonna
I
blow,
got
bro.
you.
I'm telling you. Yo, that should be fire if you could get guys like really at the game and they just tap into your shit. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I'll be at the games too, man.
that shit fire.
I might pull up to the game this weekend.
I'm gonna talk to you after the chat, man.
But
But
yeah, go ahead.
look, with the Nets, listen, it just to tie it in together, we go all relate to coaching. Now, when it comes to coaching, the style is important because you need the players for you to be confident and like what I seen, what I like was the players liking that Cam Thomas said it means everything to a player that a coach trusts them. You play more freely and you know what I'm saying? The coach trusts you. The coach trusts that you're gonna do the right thing, and to get that means a lot. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I mean. And I'm just saying that to say, you know, it's not, whether it's the Giants or the Nets or the Jets or the whoever, you know what I'm saying? Coaching is pivotal, right? So that being, you know what I'm saying? That being said, you've seen the difference,
Zero
the change. You
facts.
see how, like I said, now I feel like we patched up this ship. Now I mean, it's a ship
Hit that
named
like button,
champion.
bro.
It's a
Cooking. Let's go.
championship. Now I'm saying, so we
Yeah.
packed it up. Now I'm saying, you know, we got a new captain on the ship or whatnot. Now I mean, so you know, put things together. So that being said, I feel like the best thing for us to do is see how the players and the coaches build on what they have. And I think the Indiana Pacer game meant a lot to the coaching and players because it said, I'm not just trusting the starters on this team, I'm trusting y'all too.
I agree.
You feel
I
me?
agree.
I think
Yes,
that's
I
where we
agree.
win. We win right there. That's where we win. We go. That's what. Yeah, that's what the bond grows. They like. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it's brewing. It's brewing. It's new. He's a new head coach now to this franchise. You know, he got experience about the Magic. But he got experience under Coach Pop. You know, he's not. He's been around. You know, he's been around. He's learned. He learned the ups and downs, the peaks and valleys. He's seen it a lot with the Brooklyn Nets with Sean Marks. They came in the same season. He knows what's up. He's our guy. He may be a better coach, but he's a better fit head coach for this team, and that's debatable. You know what I'm saying? Because the way he coaching number wise, well, I'm not just because you know I like what he wore. Nah, he's winning games. He's a winning coach
That's
right now.
true. That's true.
Yep.
And that's what you
Absolutely.
got to respect out of Jock Vaughn is the fact that given all the circumstances that he's been given, he's winning. And it's much like we talk about with the Giants with Brian Dable. Given these circumstances, these coaches have came into New York City. Now the magnitude is different with the Nets than with the Giants, but it's still Brooklyn. It's still New York because
Word.
trust me, I'm from Brooklyn.
Yeah,
We ain't no slouch ass fans. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get on you
Nope.
straight
Nope.
up. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
That's
So
that's up. It's lit.
right. You know what I'm saying? So we get it. It's New York, it's Brooklyn. So Jock Vaughn you gotta know that as a head coach. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta know the balance between keeping your team right and keeping these fans right and this media off your back. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I
nah, but
think he's done a perfect job at that right now. You know what I'm saying?
nah, that's heavy, man. I'm glad you said that because if anything, I would just double down on that shit. You know what I'm saying? I second your opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like I think, and I watch the post game interviews and I see how he explains to answer or how he answers the media.
Yeah.
He's perfect. You know what I'm saying? Like he's straight. He's right to basketball, and it's Knicks fans here. I don't want to give away the recipe. You know what I'm saying? They might try to take some of the recipe, go back across the bridge. You know what I'm saying? So, I know it's all
Sure,
love.
your coach was saying before about the Knicks.
Oh.
No, man. Listen, man. We played them. They ain't never give us no glory. We beat them 2, 3 seasons in a row. Every time I see a Knicks fan, they never give us our credit. They talk about how the refs gave us wins. Like it's been 3 seasons.
Did you see the stat that I brought up earlier?
Which one? The one when we beat them the first time we ever played?
Nah, the shooting stat.
Oh, no, it was 30 if I seen that.
Oh, yeah.
I seen that.
Yeah.
I seen that. Yeah, nah, but again, man, like I said, man,
But
I'll be
Brooklyn
kicking
is
up
second.
Dutch,
That's
man,
what I'm
playing tennis
saying.
and
Brooklyn is second. So to my point, if we second in shooting, Boston is first. This is the team we trying to beat. All right. Milwaukee too. But Milwaukee is down there a little bit on the shooting. You know what I'm saying? They better defensively and rebounding. But that's what the Nets is struggling at. You know what I'm saying? And
No.
so
We work.
it's
Words.
more
I like the word work. I like the word. I
it's
like the word. We had 29 offensive rebounds. What other NBA team did that? Like, y'all talking heavy, man. Stop playing, man. Like,
We gotta
well,
see a more consistent level.
what you gotta do is you gotta
we
prove that
we
against
within 5.
the better
Within
team.
5. We within 5 at the end of the game. When you look at the stats as a recent, I'm talking like in the last 5 games. You're gonna see it's a closer stat than it was when it was the beginning of the season. Case in point is, that stat is misleading when you talk about now, which we are 31 games in and played the most NBA games more than any other NBA team. When you do the statistics, look at the standings. Nobody played more than 31 games, 32 max.
Okay.
We had the toughest 20 games
So
in
you
the
saying they
beginning of
tie
the
it?
schedule.
Breezy, I got a question for you.
Go shoot.
Right now, Breezy, would you go into the trade deadline and keep this team intact the way they are and just hope that the players on the team, can start playing a little better, get some minutes, and the rebounding will get better on itself? Or would you still want to go into the trade deadline and try to improve this team for a potential championship run?
No, I think we're on a championship run because we win it. I mean, realistically, we're watching one of the best. I'm saying we're going 50 plus. It was quiet when I said that when Nash was the coach, but I'm saying it again. I'm saying we're going to be a 50 plus win. We're going to win 50 times this season, man. Like,
I did say
I'm
60.
telling you.
I said 60, which
60,
I look
maybe
crazy now.
listen,
50.
60,
I was
59.
right.
You know what I'm
52.
saying?
I think I said 52.
Yeah.
I think yeah, we did this, man. I mean, we were all confident with this team coming into the season, but they have hit bumps in the road. You know what I'm saying? Now,
Mhm.
Jock Vaughn is definitely trying to stabilize that. But I think ultimately to compete with Milwaukee and Boston, you're gonna have to make a move for a big man.
John Collins. I
And
want
Nah,
John Collins.
nah.
it's
All
gotta be
right, so
somebody.
I debate you, John Collins.
Shoot.
Shit. When it comes down to the Pacer game, that's why. Versus that. John Collins versus that. If all those starters is out and John Collins in that game, without those players, Cam Thomas, 21 in the fourth quarter. When the last time John Collins had 21 points in any quarter?
But we talking about matchups, man.
Nah, fuck those matchups. When the last time?
You
There's
gotta
no
go by
fuck those
matchups.
matchups, yo.
Bro,
Gotta take
all right,
matchups,
so look,
man. You gotta do it.
bro.
look,
There's no fuck those matchups
listen,
at all.
listen,
Because you're talking about
listen, I'm gonna
Boston
tell you.
schooled us on those
I
Boston
got you.
matchups.
Celtics
No,
and the Milwaukee
nah,
Bucks. There's no
I
fuck
got
those
you.
matchups.
I got you. Listen, you say that,
Giannis.
right? Nah, I got pushback on all that shit, bro.
All
All that
right.
shit. When it got matchups, we got Royce O'Neal, TJ Warren, we got Wasabi Watanabe, and we got Royce O'Neal. No, I said Royce
Ain't
O'Neal.
none of
And
them guys getting boards for you though.
no, that's not a truth. Royce O'Neal's getting boards for you.
He's
And
not getting them
again,
over Giannis and them cats
bro,
from Milwaukee or
bro, I
Boston.
don't think you understand what kind of team this is, man. We not
I
taking
I
no
I,
for an
under,
answer,
I
bro. What
understand
is
what
you
type of
talking
team
about?
it is.
Bro,
Yeah.
nah, they not built like that. Kyrie got something to prove. Everybody, he's silencing what nobody ain't saying nothing, ain't nothing about nothing. Nobody ain't said nothing about nothing. Nobody ain't say nothing about nothing after you see him playing
Breezy,
basketball. Everything
Breezy, bro,
quiet.
I love your optimism. I
Everything
love
quiet.
how much you have so much faith in this team, and I love it. I really do. I gotta see more consistency, man. I gotta see
More
it.
consistency.
I
Well,
have to.
we had a 4 game win streak. We lost to
We got the
Boston. We got a
fourth
4 game
seed.
win streak. We
Nah,
got a four.
to his
Hold on.
point.
We got a 4 game win
You're
streak. We
right.
lost to
Okay.
Boston. We got a 4 game win streak. Then we get rest. Hold on. Cade, listen, Jacques Vaughn got cojones. When the last time you ever seen a coach sit his starters? You didn't. Never. I asked y'all that before I got here. Y'all still ain't give me an answer to that. That shit real shit. And we
All
won
right.
again.
So let's
Bro,
do
no,
this.
can't
So
listen. My debate to
let's
you.
talk
Listen, my
basketball
debate.
for a minute. Let's
Hold
talk
on, my debate.
basketball before
All right, so let me
I
ask
lose
this
my
question
thought.
to you. Let me
Go
ask this
ahead.
question to you. Cam Thomas, 21 points in the fourth quarter, 16 points versus the Knicks. He did it before. That's my point. My point is he is that guy. He's somebody that we're going to be able to go to when KD won't rest. Do not lose him. Do not trade him. Fuck John Collins. I'm saying that. Fuck that trade. I see that trade. I kick that shit down the block. I don't want that shit. Fuck that shit, man.
You better.
For real?
I better see Cam Thomas. I better
Hey.
see Dayron Sharp and these
Hey,
guys
you
play
know what?
consistent minutes and do well for us when we need them
That's
to.
cool.
That's
That's
why
cool.
that's what I hope.
This is what I think. I think you got to answer this question. If Ben Simmons is playing in that Boston game, do you think the Nets win?
Yeah, hell yeah, we win.
That's
Listen,
tough.
I only say that to say that I seen him in the Atlanta game. When he came in the game, he started the game with a steal. Like we put him on the perimeter. He's just really good at defending the perimeter. And I think that would have contributed to it because we held Boston to their season low at 102 points. So yeah, I think he would have helped.
Now I'll let Jeffy answer before I answer.
Yeah, I gotta bounce it a little bit anyway, so I'll just
I know.
answer this real quickly before I head out. Go ahead, MYG.
I think it's close. And I think it is close because Simmons' defense. Now, he does give you rebounding as well. But I do think that you need one more guy that's a difference maker to basically put you on par with the Celtics. I think the Nets have closed the gap. I think it's close. That game was really close.
All right, so how about this?
I do think if Simmons plays, I think it's a lot closer.
And Wasabi Watanabe.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah,
but
he was shooting 57%.
I still don't think they did. Even given that, I think they need another guy. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, I feel you. And what I'm saying is, I think we played up January 12th, and that the first time you could make a trade is in, I think, soon. I'm not sure the date. I'll check, but we could make the trade if we lose to them after that. If we beat Boston, listen, this is our advantage as the Brooklyn Nets. We played them 4 times because we in the Atlantic Division.
Trade deadline is February 9th of next year.
You know what I'm saying? We get to compete versus them before the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Then sometimes the game is about efficiency. If you make a mislead, but I don't know. We'll see, man. I'm confident as a Nets fan. I'm gonna be honest. I see 50 plus wins. That's at 60. I mean, I ain't gonna say no. Shit, I ain't gonna say no.
I feel your confidence, and I feel more confident now because I thought the one thing, and this will be my closing statement, and I want to say thank you, everybody, for coming by the heart of the city. We appreciate the love and support that you guys have given us for 5.5 hours. But my closing statement on the Nets is I have a lot of confidence because MYG and I spoke about earlier, and I believe you were in the chat too, Breezy. The depth on this team is definitely something that God has to give you a lot of, good feelings because this team is showing a lot of strong depth in multiple positions. But I do agree. I think that we're just like not a lot, but we're a little bit below the Boston Celtics and the Milwaukee Bucks because I do believe we need a little bit more of a front court presence just for depth reasons, or if you want to get a legit number 4 over there. Because I love Watanabe, I love Warren, I like Marquise Morris. I don't know what they really think about Day'Ron Sharp. I really don't, because if this guy is somebody you can count on, then I say there's your answer. It's number 20. But at the same time, maybe I think this team still needs another front court depth player just to give a little bit more of a breather to some of these front court guys in the middle. Because I still think Boston, you got Robert Williams, you got Grant Williams, you got a couple. I think Tice is still there. You got players on there that gave us a hell of a lot of problems last year. Even if Ben Simmons is there, he would essentially be guarding against Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum, and we know how physical those guys play. Then you have to deal with Marcus Smart and the way he plays out there too. Then they brought in Malcolm Brogdon, which made him even more tough to deal with.
Yeah.
So I mean, and Milwaukee's already a pain in the ass to deal with. I mean, Middleton was the guy that really destroyed us in that playoff series. Not even Giannis, it was Middleton that was like the guy that really beat us during that series. Holiday's one of those intangible point guards. Grayson Allen's a hell of a three-point shooter. And then our old friend, Brooke Lopez, was a problem too. So I think in the reality, I think we do need at least one more front court player to really put us on that level and say, let's go against Boston. Let's go against Milwaukee. And I would put Miami there a little bit because I think Adebayo is a damn good player too. And I still like that Miami team, even though they struggled this year. I think they'll eventually get out of it. I mean, I think the Nets are a top 4 team. And I'm very confident right now. But guys, thank you all for coming by the stream. And I hope everybody has a fantastic, fantastic rest of your night. Coach, NYG, thank you once again, and have a great night, guys.
Salute, man. All right, Jeffy, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate y'all coming by, man. Appreciate everybody for pulling up, man. I know it's late, man. Everybody gotta get they rest on. So we're gonna close out, man. And appreciate everybody for coming by. Tommy pulling up, Breezy, of course, my man, big fan Breezy, always in the chat. Levance, appreciate you. Taj, appreciate you. The Irrelevant Fan, appreciate you. Hit Squad, appreciate you. Bookends, Tommy G, appreciate you. What else we got? Mitch. Of course, Mello Wick came through. Appreciate him. Wifey, of course. And my 2 co-hosts, Coach, Jeffy, man. Appreciate y'all, man. We're going to close out, man. It's been a long-winded stream, man, but, you know, we got it in, man, as we always do, man. Any last words, Coach, man, before we close out?
No, we're good, man. Great job today.
All right, man. Appreciate everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? We're going to dip on out of here, man. And till next time, peace.